Setakat ni saya yang bagi command untuk sebarang pergerakan untuk ambil sesuatu lah, macam untuk move ke, untuk ambush dan sebagainya. Nama saya Safa. IGN saya SHH Bunny dan saya sebagai ketua pasukan lah dalam pasukan saya. Sebenarnya pada asalnya kami ni dalam satu clan Sarawak Headhunter. Dalam Sarawak Headhunter ni kami dibahagikan kepada beberapa tim. Salah satunya Sarawak Headhunter Star. Itu yang kami pendekkan nama jadi SHH Star. So leader kami iaitu SHH Toge, dia yang lantik untuk macam dia ambil macam saya, dia ambil Bunny, Karma, Kuntau, Ghost sebagai satu kumpulan. Sebab dia dah cadangkan ini jadikan satu kumpulan. So apa sebarang game yang berkaitan, SHH Star go. SHH Star masuk. Macam tu.
Look at that Bunny going in after that, and Bunny will clean up everything with the AKM, but now he's going top. He's gonna find another one. Not expecting someone to come in that direction.
Kita masa menyerang, kita ada ikut situasi. Kita tengok situasi tu, kalau kita perlu ambush, kita ambush. Kalau kita perlu camping, kita camping. Kalau kita perlu lari untuk circle, kita lari untuk circle. Bergantung pada situasi yang terjadi dan jarak kita dengan circle. Kalau anda kata ada orang kat rumah, kita rasa kita yakin untuk kita ambush, kita rush rumah tu. So kita carry on lah untuk rush.
But he's not gonna get the kill. He only got one shot land, but it's not much damage. But he's gonna go for more, and he will get the knock and also the kill. Easy peasy for Karma. And Karma, you're gonna see another one on top. But all his friends is coming out at the doorstep as well. Smoke thrown, everybody go in, and Bunny will get another kill right here.
The first game ni kita tengok cara permainan setiap pasukan. Kita tengok cara permainan, rasanya next ni kita boleh agresif. So kita agresif lah macam tu. Tapi kita kena ada perbincangan dengan anggota lain lah, dengan player lain. Kita kena tanya lah pendapat diorang. Adakah setuju? Setuju kita on, tak setuju tak payah on lah.
Innovative dual display. The future is next. Vivo.
And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Malaysia National Championships 2018 live from Sunlane Velocity Mall. I'm here with Cryptic and I myself am Contra, bringing you all these chicken dinners coming your way. And of course, we gotta thank our sponsors for bringing all these action here. Of course, Tencent, Vivo, and Yudu for making everything happen for a day. And we saw in round one where AROV actually taking away the first chicken dinner of the game. And let's run through about how they got their way, because they initially started with the very first fight, taking out the Sarawak hit hunters first, and then eventually just scaled up till getting more than 10 kills in total. So do you think that Arav could actually pull out another magnificent run coming into round two?
If they keep on the momentum from the first round to the second round, definitely they have the the mentality, the momentum to bring on the second round towards the other 15 teams to show them we are the champions.
Exactly.
Oversight.
And of course, speaking of that, we knew that AROV actually won the first chicken dinner of the game. Let's have a look into the standings of round one. As we can see, AROV, of course, taking home the highest points in the game, currently leading the standings here with 540 points. Meanwhile, Hype Esports with a 13-kill lead will push themselves into 450 points. Really, really close to AROV. Meanwhile, Ozu Gaming Crew, OGC, will come in at third spot. And it's kind of really close if you look into the standings. Mind reading out the rest of the scoreboards here for us?
Yeah, the first place and second place is difference. It's very little. It's 90 points, and it all comes from the kill itself. The 20 points per kill. That's a very, very important thing.
Exactly, and we saw RRQ coming in at second spot in the previous round, but they didn't manage to actually get much kills. They were tactical, but we're hoping to see more kills coming in RRQ Regalia MY. So, well, like you say, 20 points per kill is a lot. And meanwhile, let's read through the rest of the numbers here. As VIP Squad comes in at 5th spot, Kingsman Gaming at 6th, TXS will come in at 7th, 8 will be Panda Crew Senior. The other half of it, I think that they really got to amp up their game. And seems like some of them are actually from the border side. And of course, it's still the very first game. They were just going for a lot of runs. But of course, they still have really decent scores, and I want to see more from them. Langar, Matt Chicken, Panda Crew, Bravo, Gang FTY. Of course, we've been hyping a lot about Gang FTY, but definitely they got to show us something more coming into game number 2. Now, we're going to see a little bit of a team kill as well. Let's have a look into another side. Well, looking into how certain teams are playing, we talked about Gang FTY a lot, how they always have high firepower, but it seems to me that in round number 1, they were rotating separately, and eventually it started with Rax getting caught out, and then some of them just slowly faltered because they were actually having a lot of good runs eventually, but in the mid phase, it was just brutal because they were in the middle of it all. Now, let's have a look into the average kills of each of the teams. And Hype Esports actually leads the board with 13 kills. AROV just 1 kill away. So this is going to add up to the average kills. And eventually, we'll also nominate an MVP at the end of the day, I believe. Ozu Gaming, unsurprisingly, coming in at 3rd spot. Meanwhile, VIP Squad over 4th place. Kingsman Gaming over 5th. TXS, Panda Crew Senior, RRQ MY, Matt Chicken, and Gang FTY make up the rest of the leaderboard. As you can see, the rest of them has an average of 4 kills. Meanwhile, Hype Esports AROV is kind of like double or triple the digit. So do you expect any of these teams to actually climb up the standings here, coming into your predictions?
Well, for the second round, if they change the mentality, it's like, okay, let's not go for the chicken dinner, let's go for the kills itself. Like, as they can see, the second placing, it's all because of the kills. That's it. It's all because of the kills. So they need to throw the rule out, set the cars flying, bullets dropping, and bodies dropping down. That's all.
Yeah, they just really got to hit the pedal to the metal. And of course, game 1, early on, it's just players just being very mindful of
testing water. They're just testing water for the main time.
Yeah.
Because there's another 5 more rounds for the whole day.
Exactly.
5 more rounds of action pack of PUBG.
I also give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they don't really play that much of TPP. So TPP, the advantage actually goes to the person who actually peeks first, because you could be hiding behind a tree, you could be behind a wall or a house per se, and if the enemy doesn't spot you, you actually have the better chance to actually pick up the kill as of yet. And of course, it's kind of like slight different mechanics when it comes to how TPP and FPP go. So this is why PNMC has a really fair system, I believe, where you can have 3 rounds of Erangel TPP and FPP, and the following day onto Miramar with the same format. But of course, I think that after round 1, teams have adjusted themselves. They've already come in with different sort of plans coming in. Let's talk about some of these dark horses into the game. Do you have any names in mind that you feel like they have potential, but they just haven't popped off yet, and they're just waiting for the right moment, and maybe they'll come online when they get their lunch or something?
It's kind of hard. Like, definitely, we are still in the first round, but maybe throughout the round of the second or third, maybe like Kingsman might get online, even Panda Crew.
Yeah.
So it's like, it depends on how are they able to see the whole situation, how they're going to access the whole situation, and how they're going to put their mind to it.
Yeah.
Are they going to continue like playing safe and like not get kills, or are you going to just be chaos? Just let lose, just let your teammates just go ahead kill.
Yeah, and I do think that some of these teams, such as Mad Chicken, they do have a lot of potential. We've seen in the qualifying rounds, they have double chicken dinner, which brought them here to KL today. And I'm hoping to see that sort of same momentum coming in from all the teammates such as Fruittails, Mike Erpangs, Rothschild, as well as Achin Ali. And speaking of that, we're going to have a little bit of a scoreboard here brought up for Fredo here. He's got 1 kill. Not too bad so far.
Yeah.
Hope Captain Fredo can push it all the way for a chicken dinner so that he can lift not only trophies back in the MOBA titles, and of course in the Battle Royale realm. He hasn't been able to prove himself other than the qualifiers. Now that he's facing off with some of the best throughout this whole tournament, it's going to be a really tough challenge. And I say all of them deserve to be here today. They've already won themselves a little bit of that online qualifier rounds, as well as they've been rewarded with some cash prizes. But today, we still have 50,000 ringgit to give away. 10,000 has been given out. And I want to find out who will be the one taking home that first spot, because whoever wins gets that 20,000 ringgit.
Yes, 20,000 ringgit of chicken dinner.
Oh my, it was like, I think like immediately they'll just buy buckets after buckets. They could like,
Yes, definitely.
you know, just give everyone a piece of chicken. Well, of course, players are getting ready into the game. We see Hype Esports having the most kills throughout the tournament in round 1. 13, if I remember it correctly, just 1 below our champions of round 1, which is Arov, of course. Arov really played so well. You can see the way that they actually position. People say Battle Royale games such as PUBG Mobile is all about a chance and luck, but it's a lot of strategies involved that they don't really see. If you actually work as a team, where you can position yourself as flank, somebody goes in as a spy, and like everyone's got, you can give each one a role.
Yes, like
sniper
definitely a lurker or AWPer or sniper or frogman. It depends on how the whole team set themselves up. There's one particular thing that I was kind of surprised in the first round itself was Boy in the end of the game. He was holding an AK with no scopes.
And like, I think that was quite something to watch, because Iron Sight AK, we already talked about the gun being really high in recoil, and it's quite a difficult feat. Maybe he was trying to put a long scope onto it at first, and he has to remove it. But what I really like about Arov is that even on the final moment, when it was a 2v1 and brought down to a 1v1 situation, he still went in to actually help his ally before going in for that final kill and securing himself a well-deserving chicken dinner in that sense.
At that moment, they just thought of it. It's like, let's make it safe. Let's win it safely. Let's not like risk it. It's like, let's have an advantage of 2v1. It's like, right now we have the advantage of 2v1. Why are we going to give that up and just go solo and be a hero for it?
Yeah.
It's all about a team game.
Exactly, and you can't leave any teammates behind. It's so crucial. The numbers really matter in PUBG Mobile. And speaking of that, we've talked about numbers. Hype Esports is the closest one in contention with AROF here, coming at second spot because of the amount of kills that they get. They ended up, if I'm not mistaken, it was
13.
third or fourth place early on. But with the high volume of kills, that actually pushed them way above RRQ. And also, another team that was quite a huge surprise to some of the fans out here is Ozu Gaming Crew from all the way from Sarawak. So definitely making the Borneo region really, really proud. So definitely Sabah and Sarawak still has a lot to prove coming into some of these rounds. So we see a lot of AK in round one. And of course,
a couple of cars around and,
yeah.
and a couple of M16s.
And we also see a couple of airdrops being summoned as well. I think that it's really beneficial and crucial to actually come in really, really equipped before you go into the battle. But if you're not really familiar with certain guns, I guess it's best to actually start with something familiar. We saw some of the slides, some players. We see quite a number of players also opting out for that M16. So, of course, it's also up to player preferences there. Of course, smile for the cam. It's a lot of beautiful places here at PMNC live coming in from Sunley Velocity Mall in Cheras. So if you guys do have time, make sure you come down here in KL to watch all the excitement unfold. But Cryptic, into certain rounds, we see certain teams actually playing really recklessly, I would say. So what if they can actually improve on that, what will be the better decision making if you are in the game per se, since you do have a lot of experience playing both the mobile version of the game as well as the computer version. But of course, we're talking about PUBG Mobile here, which is different in mechanics.
Well, you can surprise the opponents like just going in straight, just like chasing them, even with a pen, just chase them down, and just get
Really
the kills.
risky though.
Yeah, just go all out. It's like right now you're already at the grand finals itself. It's like you already have a chip of the chicken, so why not just go all out?
It's
just
just like
be chaotic. Don't just surprise your opponent with anything. If you have a pen, just chase them.
yeah, I guess you could say that they only have chicken nuggets for now. They haven't secured the
The
full
chicken bucket.
yeah, the full course meal basically.
Yes.
So of course, we're gonna see how teams are gonna perform. But before that, let's have a look into another highlight video for you guys.
Nama saya Jasli, and my in-game name is PC420. And peranan saya dalam Panda Crew Bravo ni ialah selaku kapten. Apa yang buat saya tertarik lah untuk join clan ni ialah sebab kami punya teamwork, kami selalu berinteraksi. Okay, pandangan saya terhadap clan ni okey lah, dorang sangat bagus, teamwork ada, berinteraksi sama yang lain pun okey. Apa yang kami selalu buat ialah kami buat room, kami main lah beramai-ramai.
Side of Bushido once again. Aimi will be the next one on the chopping block. Double spray once again from Naoki. Only one member hack, and it's going to be what to hack.
Kami ada WhatsApp group, Discord dan Facebook. Kami selalu berinteraksi melalui itulah WhatsApp semua.
Runs out. I think he saw Naoki there, but no, he's gonna get taken down. He tries to go for the flag. He managed to take that one. Will he be able to clutch it? No! It will not be the case. It is going to be Panda Crew Bravo again with the win and chicken dinner.
Kami pun mula-mula memang kami terkejut. Kami pun tidak sangka yang ada orang sokong dan minat dengan klan kami sampai begitu. Mungkin apa yang buat orang tertarik dengan klan kami kan kami punya teamwork, cara kami bermain lah. Terima kasih kerana menyokong Panda Crew Bravo dan Panda Crew Oke, jangan lupa like page kami di Facebook yaitu Panda Crew.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was Panda Crew Bravo, hailing from Sabah. Of course, the other time we saw them playing the qualifying rounds, they take 2 chicken dinners in a row as they have perfect synergy all across their members. As you can see, they open that WhatsApp groups, they have Discord, Skype, everything you name it, just to make sure that communication is clear. And I think that it's really crucial that everyone gets the message across, especially when you're playing in a tournament setting, because every single detail that you give to your allies will help you take down your enemies. So
definitely the information that is given out by your teammates to you and to your other teammates, it's very crucial because you definitely need to feed on those information because it's a team game. Team game, basically the communication is one of the most important aspect of all. Without any communication, you will definitely not know anything at all. It's like definitely opponent might ambush you at the time. You definitely have the disadvantage there.
Exactly. And speaking of that, Panda Crew Bravo is one of the sister teams of the Panda Crew clan, which is really huge in Malaysia, as they are also very popular in the leaderboards in the game as well. And over on the Johor, we also have their seniors who are playing. So it will be a little bit of an awkward situation if they actually meet in the game, battling out for the top spot, won't you think? Or do you think a little bit of sibling rivalry would be
Yeah, it's
healthy?
kind of like a family feud. Like they say, who's gonna be a champion in the family right now?
Yeah, it's like you want to show like, hey, although I'm like the little brother, I could still have more strength as
Yeah,
compared
push
to
you around maybe. It's like, hey, let
Yeah.
me win. Start
Yeah.
working.
Exactly, and of course, players are still trying to make sure that they get into their A game. They're having a little bit of a slight discussions here and into what sort of a tempo they want to play inside of the game. And of course, some are just having fun. You can see like they're having a really cool Astro headsets right there. And this is the first time I'm actually seeing the Astro headsets here in Malaysia. And oh my, they're pretty lucky to be able to use that. And of course, you can see our proud sponsors having a lot of options for all these players here in that data packages. Of course, you do you.
Yeah.
Of course, speaking of that, let's get into some of these teams that I feel like they still could have done a lot better, such as Langar. They actually made it to the top 10, I believe, but I feel like for them to actually push themselves further, they should actually go into a flank at the same time because they seem slightly all over the place into round 1, and I'm hoping to see a little bit more improvements on that.
Yeah, they need to get the composure back together. Like, okay, let's review what happened in round 1 and let's understand the mistakes right now we have been in round 1. Let's go in round 2 fresh. Go in with a new mindset, a new mentality. Okay, any mistakes that we have done previously, throw it out the window. Make sure we are doing what we can. And the best thing is try to load up. First circle, second circle, just load up. That's
Exactly.
the best advice.
Yeah, and I do think that what I would say about Team Sakuding as well as SHH Star, perhaps trying to land into the middle, the center of the circle will give them a lot more time to buy if they really want to even play it safely, if they don't want to take flanks. But what I sort of learned from the playstyles of AROV, they always take a peak position. What I mean by peak position is that they climb on top of a hill, they make sure that they get that sort of a
The
vantage
hill
point.
advantage, yep.
Yeah, so you get a bird's eye view all across, and when you do have a couple of good scopes alongside with you, it's going to be really easy to actually catch people out, especially when they're driving their car. You might be able to just snipe somebody out.
Yep, definitely you can get a couple of kills around there whenever you are on a higher ground because definitely you are on top of everything. You are able to see everything, and with a good weapon in hand and one of your favorite weapon, like maybe your favorite, it could be a car, could be an AWM. Those weapons going to give you an advantage, especially at a high ground point.
Exactly. And speaking of that, speaking of guns, I do want to bring up the DMR category of guns. We have the SLR, we have the Mini 14. My favorite is the Mini 14, and we can see why, because when you have the extra extended mag with it, it kind of works like an AR on tapping on rapid speed. But of course, speaking of that, we should be ready for game number 2. Are you guys excited? Because I am really hyped up for this one. So if you guys are ready, we'll move into the game in a little bit more. So Cryptic, round 2. I need your predictions. Any rough names for the top 3 position this time around? Could be any names. Give me some names.
Hype might have a chance for this one, but it's all depends on the first circle. But if Hype is able to get the first circle, the first prediction, the first land with a good loot, I think they might have this advantage because they are in the first round the top team that has the highest skills.
Exactly, and looking at that, I do think I want to throw a dark horse into the top 5. I wouldn't really say top 3 per se, but you know, anything can happen somewhat. I do think that Psycho Riot is quite a strong team, and they do have the potential to possibly take down teams like RRQ even in a good scenario. But of course, it depends on how they play their odds, and sometimes you just gotta take certain sort of risk, but they still have to weigh it in. That's where the captain role plays a really big part in this game. Now we're going into round number 2 as we will fly from South George all the way to Sonaska military base. Now this is gonna get interesting because the maximum flight for them will possibly reach out to Rozok as well as School. As you can see, a couple of teams have already dropped out, possibly heading towards Ruins or even northern side of Georgia Pool here. And perhaps an extension to Severny will be possible as well.
Yeah, definitely they will be trying to hit 70 Yashino, School, Farm or Shelter.
Oh
At
my.
this point, it's like they're trying to spread out, like go back to the first strat, try to loot up everything.
Oh wow, look at all these teams actually flying into Pachinki. I want to see some battles coming in really early. Let's see that happen here. And it might just be a little bit of a School drop as well. Let's see if they can float in. And meanwhile, over on the side of Quarry, we only see team number 10, TXS. So Captain Fredo says, I don't want any of these challenge so early into the game. So they will opt out on that. So about 4 teams are inside of the Southern Islands here. So how are they going to make their way out? I'm not sure about this. It's going to be tough because there's not many vehicles left inside the island. There's only a couple of spawns usually. But we're looking into the side of Psycho Riot, hailing from Sabah once again. Oh, into the roof, and now immediately hopping into the building already. Not opting for any of the shotguns, will opt for the SMG. So got that micro Uzi in hand. What do you think about the micro Uzi as in SMG in general?
That gun is bad. It is like, it's a pea shooter, yes. It might deal light damage, but it's fast as hell.
Yeah, I do think that the micro Uzi is actually a great weapon because of the firing rate. But it's only optimal in the early phases of the game. Look at Panda Crew actually running across in the middle and heading into school on the weekend. So
it's time to go back to school, boys.
I don't know about this because VIP is actually moving across with the vehicles. So I guess it's going to be free loots for them. So classes in session.
Yes, classes in session and swimming pool is going to be for them.
All right, and Shafri needs a little bit of hair or maybe a helmet. And look at He-Hawks here. He's got that really killer panda hit. And they will be looking around the side of the shooting range. Now, shooting range is a place that's kind of interesting because it's limited loots for some, because I think it could possibly fit about 3 people in terms of a full loot, but you can see Panda Crew here is still kind of struggling to actually secure any guns at all.
But then again, it's still in the first round, so I think it's fine for them to keep on looting.
That's true, and actually this circle is kind of interesting because it's in the middle of this whole vicinity. It possibly would end up in Rozok, Gatka section, or even Farm. Or if you really want to shoot straight into the middle, it's going to be Pachinki. But He-Hawk still has the buggy to work around with, so it's not too problem for PC Bravo to actually rotate across the map. But we've already seen, oh my, Gank FTY just moving around over on the side, and I'm not sure how this is going to go. 420 just driving through. He's got that a really cool skin on the vehicle as well. Now let's see the rest of the teams. As you can see, the rest of TXS is just gonna chill in Primos. Meanwhile, over onto the western beach of Georgia-Pool, it won't really be much, as that will be inhabited by the side of Langar. Meanwhile, in Novo, though, we do have two teams actually side by side, so that's going to be quite an intense battle for them when they need to cross the eastern side of the bridge.
Well, as you repeated just now for the analysis, like the bridge itself is going to be a very important place. It's like a bottleneck. Team will be getting in and out from there. So, do you want to hold around there?
Yeah, speaking of that, it's going to be kind of tough when they cross that bridge, but looking into the southern side of Georgia-Pool here, we can see a lot of players actually playing by the containers here, as the Sarawak Headhunters are just really nearby, and all these members from the side of Matt Chicken are slowly trying to get those gears up. It's going to be a little bit of a...
It's more like a Pac-Man game right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of hide and seek, and we're just going to see whether or not they'll be able to catch a couple of members out. So far, I do think that from the side of Matt Chicken, they really have to look out for Punks as well as for Tails. They are really, really sharpshooters throughout the whole tournament. And like I said, they've previously won 2 chicken dinners in a row back in their hometown qualifiers. Now, looks like SHH is trying to opt this one out. Meanwhile, on the side of Shopper, he does have the UMP9 in his hand. It's got that added on laser sight for added accuracy on that hip fire. And there goes a couple of tap over on the side of VIP Heikel, but does not clip over on anything at all. Shooting blanks once again over on the walls. It seems like they will play this all day. Meanwhile, from the back, seems like Brada can spam throughout those 47 bullets of the DP. And meanwhile, Palix going in for a flank already. They want to go in, charging over on the top side. And that will be one member down from the side of AROV. Seems like revenge is sweet for the side of Panda Crew Bravo. They will also take down VIP Heikel as they spot him out. 2 kills in the hands of Panda Crew Bravo. Make that a confirmed kill as VIP Heikel tries to run for his life, but there's nowhere to go, boy. Boy comes in, taking down Brada as well, and they will go in, taking another member now of ROV. The champions is slowly falling down.
Basically, Panda is definitely going to scrap them off the map.
Oh!
Oh no!
Just as you said it, what in the world? Xiao Boy clips him off of the door, just giving him the biggest surprise of his life.
This boy is going to tell the whole world that Panda is gone.
Oh my, AROV is still left standing. How is that possible? Xiao Boy, oh my word. What a clutch. I thought it was all over, and I thought that AROV is saying like, hey, I gotta back away, I can't take this anymore. I've got 3 of my members down, it's time to just bail out. But he's got other plans, and it worked well. It worked so well.
Feels like Xiaoboy has been playing a lot of PUBG Mobile in China. It's like, Shongti, let's go.
Oh, Shongti. That's what they call brother in China, right? So, of course, we're moving into the town of Yusnaya Polyana. As you can see, Team VIP as well as Hype is around the corner. Some of the top teams in the tournament. And we talk about Hype standing in pole position now because AROV has been brought down to only 1 member. And, of course, I don't think that he's going to go 1v4 all day, don't you think?
But then again, it's boy.
Well, he's got to grow up and be a man in this situation. Of course, well, let's talk about VIP. VIP is a really strong squad, very well respected throughout the whole Malaysian region. And for good reasons, because they know how to use almost every single weapon that is thrown at them. You give them a pistol, they get a kill. We saw that in round 1 where they just got quite an early kill with a pistol, and I was like, I don't know if it was me, I'll just shoot blanks in the air. But look at
whatever works, it's gonna go.
Yeah, exactly. And 3 teams inside of Yusnaya. It's gonna be quite a bloody battle eventually. But look at Panda Crew Bravo here, just slowly cutting across. That's gonna be Hayhawks getting clipped out by Ben from the back. Seems like they gotta play this out really carefully. Jumper seems to be cooking up a nade. He wants to throw it right over on the side of Bravo. Let's see if it actually lands. It seems like it just flanks a little bit of the health from the side of 420, but It's not going to be anything dangerous for them as of far. Injects a little bit of an adrenaline shot. But do you think it's going to be a cowboy town for a long time? Or it's going to be... Oh my goodness!
Kobe's in the house.
That's some really sick Kobe's. And I just thought that in this, it seems like they are going for more. Naoki giving a couple of taps from his barrel, and now they will move towards the right side, giving a little bit of helping hand over on the side of He-Hawks, and now they will go in for a little bit of rotation.
The position right now for Panda is really, really good because they have the advantage right now.
Yeah, they do have the higher ledge, per se, but here comes a flank coming from August Rians. Let's see how he's going to approach this, because if he goes in for the right, they have to coordinate this really perfectly.
It should be a flank from both sides coming in, but they have to understand. I'm not sure they know that there's another team coming from the other side.
I think that team hype had definitely heard the bullets coming through, and it seems like Jumper is actually looking around. I think VIP tries to escape from this battle, or perhaps take a really big U-turn and give them a surprise attack from the back. But it's not really the wisest of decision to actually pull this off by himself. But let's see what they have in store inside of Yusnaya. Of course, another barrel in the hands of Naoki. I do think that Scar is a really good weapon. What do you think about the Scar L?
Scar L, it's a good robust weapon, but then in certain situations, it's not the best.
Yeah, and we're speaking about the early rounds here, and I think that in the early rounds you can just get the best equipments possible. So maybe you might not see your favorite gun on the ground. So some of them just have to make do. You know, beggars can't be choosers in that sort of situation. But He-Hawks has already lost his helmet here. He got to make sure that he loot up before he goes into the next battle. And I wonder how this circle is actually going, because it's already 11 minutes into the game, and the circle will slowly shrink. Of course, it's covering most of the central section. I believe parts of Yusnaya will be inside of the circle as well, so they can still play for some time, but the falling circle is going to be quite a challenge.
Well, I can put a prediction to this, like flight path. Sorry, the whole circle could be around farm for Chinky.
I think so too, but maybe on the northern section a little bit more. I think it will be actually interesting if we see a ruins battle. I'm not too sure about you, but we hardly see battles actually happening inside of ruins or the water town over onto the eastern side. So we see a couple of rotations. We can see, of course, VIP still trying to look around. But over onto the southwest, seems like there are a lot of teams actually heading into the Gatka region as well. So let's see how this is going to go for some of these players here. Meanwhile, we can see some of these VIP members are still opting for that UMP9. And of course, Agus Rians just making sure that they keep an eye out for the side of Panda Crew Bravo. But I think if they were to take a flank right now, Panda Crew still has the advantage. And over in the back, Hype is just lurking around the corner. Hype Esports, I do hope that they can make it really far this time around. Just like how they did back in round 1.
In this whole situation, VIP really need to understand like they are in a very savage position. And for the next circle, it's crucial. Is either they make a move right now, or they're gonna get stuck.
Exactly.
As either the Hype will go to VIP or Panda will come to the VIP. So it's like
exactly, and seems like some of these teams are actually gatekeeping inside of the patrol station here, coming in from Kingsman over here, and Kingsman Gaming here definitely have a lot of firepower into round 1, but they got caught out in between. They were sandwiched in certain battles, and Kaki Langar as well. I think that Langar haven't really showed their true colors yet. What I really want to see from them is to take fights head on once again, and also look for better positions. Here comes Fredo. He's just peeking out for a little bit, and a couple of taps being brought up from the side of TXS. Try to bring down Langar members who are crossing across the side of Gatka region. Rossley might just be caught out here as he sees a couple of members just moving through. He's got that cute little ping back right behind him, and He's not going to go in for the tap because, you know, M4, the bullet drop is going to be a little bit high. And looking into this, that's a beautiful AUG over 8 times inside of the crate.
Right now, Langa is like just aiming like let's keep on moving, just keep on moving. But in this whole situation, since from the round 1 side, they have to Langa only. They really have to just Langa only. Just run through everything, go through and just fight.
Well, I guess sometimes it's kind of difficult because like when you have maybe high firepower on certain teams. Oh my, a little bit of a tussle there from some of these members here. But VIP finally gets a little bit of action inside of your style play out. Seems like the Hardy will be able to take one down, and we will try to rescue his member. Smoke's being popped out as well. They're just by the corners of the church as Palooza looking to clip out Jumper, but it will be a team wipe!
Hype is gone.
Oh my! We were just zooming in for a little bit, but Jumper gave them the jump scare of their lives. And now they will cover themselves with a little bit of smoke because they know that Panda Crew is nearby. They're going in for a flank. Let's see what's going to happen here. Naoki charging in, and they are going to run across. A couple of bullets being tapped out there from the side, and it's going to be Denzel leading the charge. That's going to be Jumper out of the game, and now that's going to be Naoki leading the fray. It's going to be Ben just trying to play this one out really safely. He hops around, and he will clip one member down. 4 to a breakdown Jumper as well. 420 will be able to secure 20 points, taking out Ben. And now here comes Agus again. Will he be able to do this 1v2 situation? Oh my, the rest of VIP has been eliminated. Panda Crew just making sure that they met up before they go in for another scuffle, because Agus does have 40 clips of bullet. If he plays it out right, he can take down at least 2 in a good scenario. But here comes the Ninja Ring, boosting himself up in health. And of course, 420 is out for the hunt.
VIP is not going to go for this situation because like the whole situation, the whole scenario is actually a loss for him.
Oh my. Yeah, I do believe that it's kind of like a loss, but look at how Gank is actually playing this out. They are just playing in open fields that Colby almost hits over on the side of Geek, but of course, he's just playing by this really small ditch. And there's just players getting surrounded, and there's just not many options for them to actually go about because they're hiding behind that small little hut. Here comes Drax, giving an eye up over the side of Yoshio, brings him down. That way Gank wiping them immediately. Oh my goodness, the flying bombs up in the air, and they also take down Damage Killer. That will be an elimination. 30 more teams left alive.
What about engagement from Gang? Actually, they have information of knowing where the team is, where the opponent is. That's like, just play around, just tease with them, and that's it. Just fight them out.
I guess this is kind of like an awkward situation where they're all being stuck in the middle of nowhere, and they just have to force out a fight. And the ones with the higher firepower actually wins the scuffle. And look at how VIP is doing. He's just gonna make sure that he stays alive throughout the rest of the rounds here. So he's gonna worm his way out. It's not going to be much of an option for him, and the difficult situation is that he needs to know where will be the highly populated area up for contest. And speaking of that, that's a red zone on top of his head. Oh, good maneuvering though. Give him possibly 30 points for style points, if that's actually valid, of course. But look at how things are going. Even Gank members are just nearby inside of the red zone.
And the circle has been updated into Pochinki.
Oh no. But
to NO.
I don't think that it will end directly inside of the city, but if that happens... Oh. Okay.
Sir, do you have your license, sir? VIP? Are you sure that he has a license?
I don't know. I think he's not of legal age to drive as of yet, but I'm just going to be running all by himself. But meanwhile, we can see there's already 2 teams getting eliminated.
Hello. He popped a beer just now. Don't drink and drive, guys.
No, let's not talk about that. But let's go back into the game. And of course, we're looking at chances of them actually surviving some of these battles here. But I think Farm is somewhere that is less populated. That's where he can possibly hide for a good 5 minutes, perhaps. But here comes SHH Star as they cross into the circle, just try to hop by this sniper tower here. Not too sure if they would like to plant themselves here, but I think that this is a pretty good spot where each of them can occupy a space. and just wait for people to come by. And that's a level 3 bag, which he already has acquired. Let's see if the rest of the teammates will be able to pick that for themselves.
Basically, it's the third circle right now, so everyone is trying to get closer to the circle and like try to load up and get ready for the the fourth and the fifth circle, where the most action is going to be at.
Exactly, and I do think that some may just squeeze it into this control station or so, because this is where you can see many rotations come by. And speaking of that, RRQ has already booked their spot, and here comes TXS coming with a challenge, and they will share the same vicinity. They're crashing right in, sharing this compound. A couple of bullets tap coming in from Fredo as well. Captain Fredo looking for some kills, and RRQ is just being their neighbors right now, but they're not so friendly as Cloudy gets taken down. Oh my goodness. Let's see some action coming in from the side of S4Z as Fredo tries to tap them away, running across the vicinity, and that's gonna be Cool Daddy facing up 2 members. That's gonna be Fredo spraying him right through, and that's gonna be Boy fighting up with S4Z, spraying out Boy, but that will be the end of RRQ. DXS is on fire. DX Kill Squad. Man, they still have 4 men intact, and they definitely stole the show for 80 points in total because they just team wiped the rest of RRQ.
I think in that whole situation, Fredo is just leading charge.
Oh no, here comes Wadu. Seems like they get a little bit of help here as Kun Tao is still on the ground. I think he still has enough mats, so yeah. Let's talk about the previous situation there, because RRQ, they were in the vicinity for so long. They should be more well prepared for the fight. They heard the vehicle.
They had the advantage right there, right?
Yeah, they have the advantage, but it was TXS who just ran charging in, and they were just so ill prepared. They were not ready at all, and to my surprise, all of them just went off in a blink of an eye, and another AUG inside of the crate. I think that we're going to see a lot of spray battles up into the final rounds.
I think in that situation, Fredo was like, okay, guys, let's do it like what we do in MLBB, just rush them.
Yeah, you know, like aggressive play styles, usually they will tend to actually go in with the same sort of formula, but of course, different games require different mechanics. But look at Kaki Langar, seems like the rest of them are inside of Pochiki. And then, of course, for those of you guys who are watching this online, we do have some codes to give away, so make sure you take this up real quick because this will be redeemed real fast. So first come, first serve. Make sure you catch all the details. And if not, just go for a rewind. Beautiful snipe coming from the M24, but does not hit over onto Wadu. He's getting them onto the angles. That's a
headshot! What a headshot!
Beautiful one as he clips out the armor as well as the headwear. But he's going to go in for a second try here. Here comes Karma as well. Trying to rescue Wadu at the back. Do you think that Drax can get another headshot from this situation?
I don't think so. They need to make a move right now because the circle is going to close any time.
Yeah, it's kind of risky. And look at Gank. They're kind of low. They're going to have to burn their minutes right now. Looking at Fruit Tail, seems like they are popping out. Side Handsome managed to take down Achin Ali as well from the other side. Mr. Steal Mom also falls down to the ground. And it seems like they are just sharing this compound for a little bit as Kingsman is not too far away. Seems like they will be battling it out outside of the circle for a little while. And eventually they have to cross out into the open fields.
They have no choice but to go to the open field right now. They have to just make a run towards that and go into the circle.
Yeah, and of course, we're looking at the previous battle winner here. A couple more taps coming through. And it seems like they want to bail out from this one because Ozu Gaming Crew is on the ready to shoot them all down. And some of these vehicles have already been weathered down. Fredo going in for some quick taps on his M4, but he will be brought down on his knees. Era! Oh my! Seems like Amara will be able to clip him off of it. It's not going to be enough! Here comes the Groza battling out with the AUG, and now AG is trying to bring down some of them. They're playing inside of the smoke. He's going to rescue Fredo in a jiffy. And seems like there's just going to be a little bit of a pause before they go in for another one. Seems like Ozu actually gets eliminated by TXS. That's another battle being won, and none of these members from TXS has fallen out as of yet. Oh my, 8 total kills. How about that?
With the leadership of Fredo, they're just hugging it. It's like, let's stick as a team right now. There's a fight happening between SSH.
Seems like ROF has been eliminated. The previous Chicken Dinner winners will not be able to play this round. And Kaki Langar will be able to run one member down. Here comes a long-range battle here. Fighting across VIP from afar. Couple of taps coming from Karma, but does not bring anyone down. There's 8 more teams left alive. And oh no, SSH, they're in trouble once again. Couple of taps through, and seems like the rest of Kings, they don't really want to take them down as of yet. The vehicle is dropping really low, and here comes another challenge coming in from Fredo's team. Oh no, Fredo getting clipped off for a little more. Is Karma drives
Oh,
into
no.
the oh, that was really close.
And he's gone!
Okay, it's not over yet. They're still hugging by. But how are they gonna climb this one out?
Oh, you definitely have to just...
They're outside of the circle. They gotta do something right now. Okay, maybe they should take a swim. What do you think? What should they do right now?
Yeah, I think they just go in deeping right now.
Even
They have
though
no choice.
UBC is burned. What?
Our Borneo friends has just went skinny dipping.
Yeah, okay, I guess it's party in the water then. It's gonna be a long swim, but the Kings possibly might join into the waters as well. They're hugging behind the corners, parking the vehicle just right at the corners of the circle. And here comes Rothschild once again, tapping them over on the back. It's gonna be Matt Chicken here, trying to go all in for that Chicken there. Fortails holding on to that DP. We'll be able to clear one member down. Here comes Denzel on the ground. And Hawks will be able to actually do something here as he tries to battle it out with Fruit Tails, but Fruit Tails just have so many bullets to work with. He hops outside the wall. That's 3 members down, and Fruit Tails is still standing. How is he still alive? And here comes Earthbounce, still trying to do something right now. Earthbounce just have to wait and see whether or not he can clip the last few members of Team PC Bravo. PC running in right through. It seems like he's gonna camp inside of the washroom for the time being. Portugal only have that one little health left, and he's gonna go in for a flag. It's gonna be a victory.
Panda is gone.
Oh my! Mad Chicken, they are just out of their minds. And seems like even TXS is just next door. Here comes a little bit of a Colby here, but Panda Crew Bravo will be eliminated onto 7th spot. A lot of bombs and up in the air, but it does not clip over onto this Mad Chicken member here. Seems like they might have to take a risky move. And it seems like the rest of SHH will be clipped outside of the circle. Oh no, this is a really bad way to end. Seems like Kingsman will be able to take down some of these members here. But here comes a couple of taps coming over on the side of Rose. Takes out Earthbounce as they get eliminated over onto 5th spot. SHH Star doing a better run, but now it's going to be a top 4 situation as Fredo looking to actually clip over onto Laogai members, and they are still inside the circle. Oh my, it's just a lot of all these teams just surrounding this double warehouse region. And of course, over on the corner, we have the SSH Star getting eliminated outside of the sea. There's just no way for them to climb out. And let's have a look at how Gang's going to play this out, because we have them a lot of times. And now they're in the top 4. What do you think about their performance so far?
Right now they're just like hitting together as a team, and even though they have one drop from bar, it's like, it's okay.
Oh, look at the
stick
circle.
up together.
They are actually having the circle right now, and seems like everyone has to push towards the side of Gang.
The advantage towards Gang, so it's like, it's best that Gang take this.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot there. Oh my. Doesn't get the hit shot through, but still really good attempt bringing down some of the health from the side of LGR. Here comes Fredo. And the circle is slowly closing in. They know that Langar is being forced outside of the house. They have to get a little bit of damage on from the side of the circle. But here comes Drax. Also spotting out to the position. And here goes members from the side of Langar falling down like flies as TXS managed to clip not 1, not 2, but 3 kills in this situation. Seems like AG still trying to clip somebody inside the house. Drax is going to burn a little bit of a nade. And let's see if he could possibly clip over onto Miz. Oh my goodness. Miz is being brought down right now. Gang seems to be in a really good position as Riz King is the only left alive. He managed to also take down Drax, and over on the other corner we do see TXS fighting all out against Angar, and now he's going to go into the blue, going into the washroom, and he spots out the guy in Gilly.
Oh, no.
Get brought down! Oh no! They gotta run real quick because they're outside the circle. This is phase 6, and Langar will come in at third spot, and seems like they still can outrun the circle right now. The ones with the most member will be Team Gank FTY
And
over on
Gang
the
is really at the opposite side right
They're
now.
just waiting for the enemies to come across, and that's gonna be AG getting tapped out by Mamparang. Mamparang just have a couple more bullets to work with. 5 bullets. He's gotta go even real. He does take out AG. Oh my, everyone is just so well spread out here, and it seems like it's gonna be between TXS as well as Gank.
1v3.
1v3 situation. He's hiding by the bush. It's gotta be a really cheeky snake here. He's actually using a smoke in this situation. Okay, he's creating a decoy. He's gonna create a little bit more space here. Let's see who will take away the second chicken dinner of the day. It's gonna be either one of these teams. Gang FTUI or Team TXS here. Slowly lurking in. Seems like they're marching towards the smoke. They have a little bit of an idea of where he could possibly be, but they are just trying to scare him off. Hiding behind the rocks is kind of like an obvious position, but this is a really good place for them to flank. But 3 members, they could possibly attack from any angles at all, and when this smoke actually ends, it might just be his demise. Another smoke being popped out from the side of TXS Boy. Boy just gonna crawl in. Snakes in the grass. Another explosion coming in towards the side of Manparang. Seems like he's still thinking that he's by the rock.
Missed him a bit.
It's gonna be a long run, and he managed to tap over onto Manparang. Manparang just by the corner of the blue, and he's gonna go in for a little bit of heal. Seems like Boy, he's just playing this to the best of his abilities. This is just him showing off all his tactical abilities right now. The X-Killer squad is relying on him, and seems like he's going to throw a couple more nades over on the side of Drax. He knows that he's hiding by the trees. Another clip of the bullet, but does not land. Seems like it's gonna be raining up in the air. Let's hear it. Will it be Gank? Will it be TXS? Seems like he's right in front of it. Oh my goodness. Drax getting played out as well as T. Oh no. The circle is closing in, and they spawn a Boy, and they will come in.
And that's it. Mamparang ends everything. Good game. Gang.
Gang FTY coming in as the winners of round 2. Gang FTY taking home the winner chicken dinner. And once again, some of the fans are all roaring for him, and I'm just lost for words on how well TX has actually played throughout. Well, a lot of hype has been created behind TXS because like you have a star player from a different game coming in, and they didn't disappoint. And we talked about Gang FTY having a dismal run into round 1, but round 2 seems like
They know what they're doing.
they were just at their peak form once again. So this is the consistency that we talked about Gang FTY. But let's talk about the circle as well, because the circle could have ended either ways. It may not favor Gang or so, but in this fortunate situation, the final circle ends up being onto their side. So teams such as Langar as well as TXS, they have to force their way out, and it's an open field. It's going to be so tough for them, but that was quite a crazy run right there. And share with us some of your thoughts into round 2.
Round 2 itself, like players they understand the whole mentality is like right now we have to like engage. We can't like just run around. Like the situation where VIP was stuck sandwiched in the middle against Hype and Panda's Cruise. It was actually a disadvantage situation for them because they have 2 teams sandwiching them, and what they did was trying to risk it, try to fight to make a race from there.
And of course, we have the highlights ready here, and we see a lot of early action coming in from Panda Crew as well as Arof here, which ended up with the demise of the Panda Crew senior crew. And inside of Yuzhnaya Polyana, we have a 3-way battle between all these teams where VIP eventually got dropped down here, and Panda Crew Bravo actually took the lead and take things in their hands. So I think that it was a really good run for Panda Crew Bravo in general. But let's have a look into how things snowballed for Gang FTY as well, because they were fighting in an open field.
Yeah.
It's so challenging.
It's a big risk, and they feel they are confident now. That's like, okay, let's just take this fight. It's like they have no choice to fight us. Towards their backs, the mountain.
Yeah, and this is one of my favorite fights right here, because TXS, they just came crashing in and they take out every single RRQ members as if they knew which house they were on, and they just run in and say, hello, time to actually pay your rent, because we're here to actually secure this whole area.
Feels like Fredo has Fredo.exe, you know.
Yeah, Fredo is just a complete different monster, but at the end of it all, we also see Boy, the one that is actually holding the ground for the side of his team of TXS. But look at Gank. We know Drax is one of these phenomenal snipers in the game. We saw a really good clip where he hit that M24 headshot.
Yep.
Of
the
course,
one tap of it.
there's so many fights that TXS actually took this round. And somehow, a lot of the times, they still end up as a four-man squad. Some of them got knocked out, but they make sure that everyone is being picked up. Especially in the middle of the battle, they just fought OG, and eventually we saw a little bit of bloopers as well.
Yeah.
Coming from Karma. Oh, feels a little bit bad, but at the end of it all, I think that all these teams definitely brought their best of their abilities into round two, because game one, they were trying to gauge where exactly are certain teams landing and how they were actually performing into certain vicinities. But seems like TXS finally got a little bit of a good start for themselves into round two. And of course, this is just 2 out of 6 games that will be played out for them for today. And tomorrow, there's another 6-1. So imagine the stamina you need to actually play PUBG. Now let's get back to the final few moments right here. And this is definitely the chicken dinner in the hands of Manparang and the rest of Gank FTY. So congratulations once again to Gank FTY, as well as the teams that made up the top 5. And for the rest who didn't really achieve that much of a great score, try again into round 3, because the chicken dinner is just around the corner. Now, of course, we're going to pass it back to our MC on stage. My name is Contra. Here with me is Cryptic, and we'll get it back to Faraz.
Signing off.
All right, thank you so much, Contra and Adrian. I'm here with your winner. I'm here with Mun from Gank FTY. Guys, give him one round of applause, everybody. Come on. The chicken dinner winners of the last game. Now, when I play PUBG Mobile myself as a squad, usually at the end of the game, we tend to all die. Maybe one person, left at the end of the game. But with you guys, you had 3 members left. What is your strategy to survive, such a long time in a game as hectic as this?
We just take the circle first and then just hold for people to come and get the kills.
Just wait for them to come in, right?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, and at the end there, you guys were going up against the X-Killer squad. You had 1 member left, and there was 3 of you. Did at any point in time, did you guys think that, he might be able to take down all of you, or were you just confident you're going to take this? This is yours.
No, we knew that one man can wipe all the team, all our team. But we just hold and until the circle close. We know that he didn't have the circle. So we hold until the circle close, and yeah, we did it.
All right, the locker was on your side. Give it up one more time for Gank FTY. Thank you so much, man. Now, before we go for a short break, guys, I just want to remind you, we're going to have a 3rd game coming up. We also have on-ground stuff happening for everybody here at Soundwave Velocity Mall. So please, guys, make sure you go ahead and queue at the goodie bag redemption booth, because we have something special happening in the break time. For all of you guys watching at home, we'll be back very soon.
Saya daripada High Sport. Nama saya Muhammad Syafri bin Abdul Hamad. Saya menetap dekat Selangor. Dan tim saya ada yang daripada Johor, 2 orang daripada Johor dan 1 daripada Kuala Lumpur. Macam mana kita orang boleh get together daripada tim ni? Sebenarnya saya leader dekat High Sport. Saya pilih tim saya ni berdasarkan kita orang selalu main bersama. Confident tu ada, tapi kita orang still masih lagi dalam rangka berhati-hati dan tidak terlalu gairah lah. Untuk favorite gun pula, yang dekat saya akan pakai AKM lah. Sebab untuk AKM bagi saya, sebab kami selalu bermain dengan cara suka ambush orang, suka ras orang. Bagi saya, AKM tu sangat sesuai untuk jarak dekat lah.
They know where the gunfire is coming from. Arof, Zero, can you go at the back and get these kills? They're gonna go and get one. They're gonna get one. And looks like they will get all of it. Yes, yes.
Pesanan kepada tim-tim lain, cuba buat yang terbaik lah. Kalau menang tu adat dalam game. Kepada tim saya, kepada Faloza, kepada Halib, Zero, kekalkan chemistry kita dan jangan mudah koyak lah.
Hey, you! Ever thought of customizing your own mobile plan? Think about it. You have no choice but to accept what your mobile service provider gives you. But we Malaysians just love to customize everything.
I'll get a large half decaf, scalded almond milk latte, 4 pounds of cinnamon at 167 degrees, and reduced fat white chocolate drizzle, hazelnuts.
See what I mean? Even with our cars, some of us look at them like blank canvases.
Hey bro, I need a carbon GT wing spoiler, drop coilover suspension, 19-inch forged rims, titanium sports exhaust, and a sound system that will blow my eardrums.
Beautiful, isn't it? We customize virtually everything. But why can't we do it with our mobile plans?
Can I get Plan A's data with Plan B's minutes?
There is such thing one.
What about Plan C with 4G every day, not just on weekends?
Cannot lah.
How about...
No.
Why cannot?
Because no mobile plan in Malaysia has ever done it. Until now. Introducing Yudu, the first fully customizable mobile plan. Customize your data, voice, or even SMS to whatever you need. Just create the plan you want on this one simple app. And the best part is, you can change your plan anytime you want. Oh, and one more thing. We deliver your SIM right to you.
And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Malaysia National Championship here, live from Sunway Velocity Mall. My name is Contra. Alongside with me is Cryptic. And of course, we have some amazing action if you guys have missed it out. It seems like Gang FTY has shot themselves all the way back up with that chicken dinner that they've won in round 2. But round 3, we're going to see a lot of shakeups here in the table because the ones who led the board in round 1 have fallen relatively early. So I really wonder what the scores are like after having all of that. But before we move into that, of course, we'd like to thank everyone for making this happen, especially to our sponsors, Tencent Gaming, of course, the developer of the game, Vivo, as well as Yudu. You do you. And back into what we were talking about before the break, we talked about the circle actually favoring the side of Gang FTY, and every other team just have to push into that really
has to
awkward
wrap
corner.
around the circle where Gang is standing. Gang really position themselves really, really well, and the luck, the RNG for them, for the circle is there.
But other than luck, I do think that there's a lot of skills involved because like what Faraz did brought up, a very good point, where it's kind of a lot of skills where you get all of your members surviving up to the very end. So in the final circle, they have all 3 members left intact. So it's a 3v1 situation when you are outnumbering your enemies. It's very highly likely that you can take away the chicken dinner. But like the interview with Manparang, it's also possible for a 1v3 to happen. So they didn't underestimate them. So they managed to take home their chicken dinner for round number 2. Now let's have a look into the standings of the conclusion of round 2 to see who will lead the board right now. Seems like Araf is still holding the top position with 705 points. So that's a really good score for them. 16 kills in total. And of course, for the X-Killer squad here, coming out 2nd place. Now, this is a huge surprise to me because Gang FTY took the chicken dinner, but it was them with the high volume of kills. We saw fights after fights after fights, and nobody falls from the side of TXS. And that will position them into 2nd place, 650 points for themselves. Gang FTY coming in at 3rd spot with 590 points with a total of 12 kills. And Hype Esports, not really lagging that much behind, but like it's exactly the same points as they were back in round 1. So it's kind of stale, but look at the middle of the board. What do you think about the middle of the board? Because anyone could definitely cut across if they can get the chicken dinner. I think that they could possibly cut AROV if in the case AROV drops early like they did in round 2. And of course, any of these guys could possibly push back up. But look at all these. Seems like Psycho Riot, Campers, and Sekudeng still need to work on a lot because they only got 1 kill and all that. Now let's have a look into the team kills of all the teams that are playing throughout the rest of the day. Now, we saw the rest of the teams like Panda, they have such a good fight. But of course, in the end, they got taken down by the rest of the teams. Why not we talk about the team kills in terms of ranking from the side? Cryptic?
X-Killer is right on top with total of 13 kills and average of 9. AROV is on 4 kills previous game.
Well, I think it's not too bad, but like you can see that the average kills that they have is a really high volume. It's almost double digit because 7-8 kills per game. If you consistently do that, that's more than 150 points in your hands. That's confirmed. But they gotta definitely keep up with the momentum. Seems like Ozu Gaming a little bit slowing down into the 2nd game, but Panda Crew, Senior, and Bravo just next to each other on 8th and 9th respectively. Meanwhile, Kingsman Gaming and the rest, they are somewhere in the middle of the pack where the average is about 4 to 5 kills. I think that is somewhat of a healthy number because certain other teams, we can see that the teams that are a little bit more passive, they don't really get that much of an advantage because you have to refer back into the scoring system that rewards the kill. And the ones with the highest amount of kill volumes will usually get to outdo the ones who actually get the chicken dinner. Even if you get 1 kill and you get chicken dinner, that's like 320 points.
320, yep.
Yeah, so 320, honestly, it isn't really enough to actually push yourself all the way.
So basically, they need, like as what we have said before round 2 started, they need to really like push and get kills, get a lot of kills. That's what TSX has been doing. They figure like, okay.
It worked well for them.
Yeah, it's like, they didn't get chicken dinner, but they are on top of a gank.
Yeah, and
due to the kills itself.
Yeah, exactly. And gank right now still in the top 4 to 5 around that region. Of course, now it's the top 3. A little bit more push for gank if they get another chicken dinner. It's a surefire way that they'll be staying on top of the boards. But of course, make sure you vote for your favorite teams. If you guys are watching online, I wish you can come down here and join us because this scenario here is just phenomenal. The setup is lit. And of course, there's a lot of prizes for you guys if you guys can come on down. But if you guys are way too far ahead, so sorry, you're missing out. But you still stay for the rest of the games.
They still can catch it online on Facebook itself.
Yeah, so that's fair enough. And of course, do look out for some giveaways in between the games. So make sure you guys have those quick hands ready. Now, speaking of that, all these players, we see M16s being brought out. And I do think that some of these players, they opt for the single tap. And you got to tap really quickly to make it work like an auto. Are you a big fan of M16? Because like the burst fire, it takes a little time of getting used to.
Yeah, for me, I'm more towards like guns that is auto. I'm more towards like spray and pray. Just gonna get all my spray outs and get the kills in and just get away.
Exactly. And speaking of that, the relative of the M16 would be the newer release, which is the Mutant
MK17.
17. Of course, it's a gun that has a higher firepower as compared to the M16. But in terms of the maneuvering, I think that the recoil is, of course, a little bit higher in terms of the kick. But it takes a little bit of practice to get used to it, just like every other gun. Once you're familiar with it, I think it's pretty great. You can set it to auto, you can set it to single as well as burst. So I'm not too sure if you fat finger it, you might swap it to the wrong one though. So like
the mutant itself actually relies a lot on the attachment itself to be really, really effective. Because if you do not have any attachment, and it's like just say you just pick it up in the first round, you might only have the bullets and the gun itself to run around with, and that might not be enough, even though it has a high firepower and a high kick to it. But you still need the attachment.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, I do want to correct myself. There's no auto for the MK17.
It's only a single and burst mode.
Yeah, single burst. So it's definitely something that is really, really similar to the M16. So if that's left out in the map, I think that a couple of people will possibly pick that one up. You can see a lot of serious faces from the crowd as well as the players, because the situation is just getting more tense as it goes, because
right now it's round 3 and it's the final round for TPP in Erangel.
Yeah, Erangel, of course, it's the classic map. Everybody knows how to maneuver around it. But I do think round 4 onwards, we're going to see a lot more hype battle here. And seems like there is a little bit of technical stuff that needs to be resolved from the side of marshals that I've received from my communications. So players will take their time to restart the lobby and make sure that the game will run smoothly. Not too much of a big hassle here, but I definitely love to see more great action from some of these teams here. Now, speaking of teams, what do you think about Team Kingman's Gaming here? Because like we saw them, they always survive to the middle of the game pretty well, but they don't really squeeze into the top 5 all that often. Do you think that it's a problem with their rotation, or is it just
maybe
communication?
They haven't get their loot, their proper loot yet, because I think one of the few signatures weapons will be the AWM, and some of them are using AK. So I don't think they really have the full setup of like, we are ready for war. I don't think they are.
Yeah.
For the first and the second round, they might not be lucky enough to get those yet. So maybe, hopefully, the third round, they get good RNG and they are ready for this last TPP.
Yeah, and of course, later on, we're going to go into first-person perspective where a little bit of a mechanics change in terms of view. So, like, they will have to always be keeping their eyes out for their enemies. of course, the field of view will be way larger for the side of FPP players. And if you guys are living under a rock, this is PUBG Mobile, the hottest game right now. You can get it for free from your App Store as well as Google Play. And of course, it's very simple rules. Whoever survives up to the end will get the chicken dinner. And in the competitive setting here, it's a little bit more interesting because we have point systems as compared to the usual bouts where you have to play all these series. It must have been really, really tiring. But speaking of that, we want to go in for another interview video for another one of these teams. So do check it out.
Ooh.
Okey, saya Yakuza daripada tim BRX VIP dan juga teammate saya, tak lupa juga teammate saya Ben B, X Sam dan Agus. Kami dah lama bermain sekali. So masa keluarnya poster PNNC tu, kami tertarik pada tournament tersebut. Masing-masing ada kelebihan dan kelemahan masing-masing. Saya pun nak kata hebat tu taklah sangat hebat, tapi kita bolehlah bermain dengan sempurna. Favorite gun saya M4, semestinya M4. Kelebihan M4 ni stability dia lebih sedap daripada gun-gun yang lain. Sebab tu saya minat M4.
Or something, but they're gonna shoot, and they will spot him, and match has ended.
Untuk tim yang pergi ke final, saya nak cakap good luck to all team. Kami harap kami dapat jumpa korang semua lagi dan bersiap sedialah untuk tournament yang ke final nanti. Kalau boleh tingkatkan lagi skill permainan dan jangan sombong, jangan lupa diri dan respect each other. Saya nak tim saya jadi orang yang low profile. Okey, jumpa korang semua dekat Sunway Velocity 26 hari bulan 1. Bersiap sedia berjumpa dengan tim kami, okey?
And I just love it that they are such a humble team. They always actually have this really healthy environment to actually work with, and it's really important to always respect your opponents. So good going for their team, but it seems like a little bit of things are shaking all over the place. Maybe they're all really hyped up for this game here. So we're getting ready for round number 3.
Yes.
And this like what you say, the final round of TPP for Erangel, and it's gonna be a little bit difficult for some of these teams who are still not really familiar with that. But Team VIP here, they've been familiarizing themselves for a long time because they say that they prepared ever since the announcement of the tournament and how they've been practicing really hard. I did manage to catch up with them for a little bit, and these are really, really nice guys, and seems like this possibly may take them to places if they just keep on going at it right now.
But right now, they are playing on the main stage. It's like the hype, the adrenaline, and all the pressure is there. All eyes are here looking at them playing and performing. So they might get a bit nervous. It's a norm where players get nervous, even professional players on any games, they get nervous on the main stage. So I think this is going to be a good experience for them, like to get well, and like it's a stepping stone for them.
Exactly, and this is the very, very first PUBG Mobile esports tournament live in Malaysia. And this is such a magnificent setting. I just wish that I could be just part of the game, although I'm such a scrub. I'm really bad at aiming some of these people. Like, speaking of that, of course, they mentioned that the M4 is a really stable gun, and of course you can put a lot of different attachments to it. Up to you if you want to equip with a half grip or even like a thumb grip for that added speed of the ADS and stuff. And of course, adding with that tactical stock will help with that recoil, of course. Now we're looking at Manparang here with a really crazy average kill score of 2.5, as well as 5 kills in total right now. He is on his top form, and of course, all smiles on his face after winning the second chicken dinner of the day. This is PMNC, and we will find out who will be the next one in line to actually get the next chicken dinner. So, of course, we're having 6 meals being served today.
Yes.
2 has been eaten up, but I'm wondering if the other teams that hasn't won the top spot yet, do you think it's necessary for them to actually do so? Because we see a lot of times the ones that comes out on the second place actually manage to get more points as compared to the first place. But it also depends, because sometimes the ones on the top are the one that actually had the highest volume of kills. They also actually went in better prepared in terms of position. So a lot of things to be factored in when we play player-unknown battlegrounds.
So I think the third round it's not. It could be a crucial time where most of the teams just want to grab up all the points and everything before heading into FPP. But in FPP, they have to play on the A game. They have to put on the A game and like show the other teams we are here to fight. We are here to win.
Exactly.
That 20,000 grand prize for the first place.
Exactly, and of course, a total prize pool of 60,000 ringgit. 60,000 ringgit, my. It's just a really staggering amount right there. And we can see a great future in esports, not only for this game title, but in Malaysia itself. We see a lot of young people picking it up, even working adults, or even I see my uncle playing PUBG Mobile.
Wow.
So like, it's for all ages. I think that it's such a great game, just to relax. Pretty quick pace as well if you have time.
It's a game where you play with your friends, even at a local restaurant, a mama. You just gonna play with all of your friends. It's a fun game. It's a fun game.
And of course, we're looking at Hype once again. Smile for the camera, Hype. Speaking of that, we're back into the logos once again. But of course, the lobby was taking a little bit of a reset, which is why it took a little bit of time. But of course, we want to ensure that players actually have the smoothest experience before they head into the battlefield once again. But of course, we see in the second round, a lot of teams actually drop into the central area as well. So
which is Pochinki, and certain teams wrap around outside of the circle, and they just realize that okay, the circle is that drop in the middle. So it's like they have to make movement towards it, and whichever team that has the advantage of the mid circle, they are able to be prepared like for any fights.
But if everyone has the same mentality, it's kind of like a weird situation, because everyone will just be cluttered up, fighting in the middle and having a lot of risk to take. But looking into round number 2, the flight was flying from South George all the way into a military base, and we saw 4 teams opting to actually contest it inside of military. Something that is a bold move, I would say, but it still ended up pretty well for all his teams. And Panda Crew is, of course, having a really, really good run so far. All eyes are on some of these players here. And we hope to actually see more chicken dinners coming through.
Yeah, the Panda Crew is just showing all of their enemies like we are the top of the animal kingdom. Yeah, panda.
Oh, if you put it that way.
Yes, no more lion or anything. Panda is gonna bring it.
I hope they could actually preserve it. But of course, let's have a look into the videos of RRQ.
Nama saya Muhammad bin Zulkifli. Saya asal daripada Kedah tapi menetap dekat Kuala Lumpur. Dan tim saya ada satu berlainan negeri lah. Ada yang dari Melaka, daripada Tanjung Karang, daripada Bangi. Pertama sekali pada season ketiga saya play hard jugalah untuk dapatkan nama di ranking top Asia masa tu. Jadi bila nama dah ada dekat top Asia tu, kawan-kawan saya yang sekarang teammate saya ni, diorang add saya sebagai friend lah. So diorang ajak saya bermain sekali. Jadi bila kita dah rasa ada keserasian, so kita buatlah satu team RRQ Regalia MY. semua pesaing agak kuat lah, agak strong lah. Tapi saya rasa semua akan buat yang terbaik lah, insyaAllah. Saya gunakan AKM. AKM sebab saya seorang ambusher. Jadi AKM memang sesuai lah untuk ambusher, untuk pergi ambush dan damage yang tinggi.
Combination that we love, and they're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, Cloudy!
It seems so easy for them. Easy play.
So saya harap semua tim yang dapat layak ni tunjukkan yang terbaik dan jaga. Tim sendiri lebih kerapkan training bersama dan good luck.
And that was RRQ Regalia MY. You can see all smiles on the faces here. They are one of the top teams in Malaysia, and they have been feared by many others. We saw why, because in round 1 itself, they managed to get themselves into the top 2, and almost always in the top 10 at least. So they have a lot of consistency, and they play really aggressively. They're so hands-on. We saw Cloudy, of course, the clip where he just team-wiped everybody at Departments of School, and that was quite a crazy recap once again.
Basically, they have a good game plan on going into each round. Like, okay, every round is going to be a different thing. It's like, let's do this, let's do that, let's make this charge. Let's make the opponent play our game, play our own momentum, play our way.
Exactly, but from the side of Cool Daddy, he hasn't really gotten his feel of the game yet, because like it's still early, I would say, and he's only got like 1 kill
cool.
or
Yeah,
so.
he's still playing cool.
Yeah.
Like, maybe in FAP he'll try to perform.
Yeah, so of course Daddy's not hot right now.
Yeah, Daddy is not hot.
Okay, well, let's kick the lame jokes aside, and we can see that some of these players are just trying to make sure that all their peripherals are fully functioning, making sure like if there's any sweat or wipe off all the sweat, it can get pretty stressful, and who says esports players don't sweat at all?
Yeah, who says playing games doesn't sweat?
Yeah, and of course, if you guys just tune in, this is the PUBG Mobile Malaysia National Championship of 2018. Now headed into 2019 for the grand finals here. We have all the top teams of Malaysia battling it out for the top prize, a total prize pool of 60,000 ringgit. And I do believe that whoever gets the MVP award will get also another extra...
A side of bucket of chickens.
And maybe more, I guess. So, of course, speaking of that, we do have Matt Chicken having one of the sickest logo throughout the tournament. I love the rooster hair, you know, like it makes me feel like it's some sort of a mohawk on the chicken.
Yeah, it's like, it reminds me of, there's a team in Latin America that has somewhat similar of that logo.
Wow, we're going to Captain America? Okay. Not too sure if I recall that, but like, yeah, I do think that certain teams such as OGC, round 1 performed phenomenally well. Round 2 was kind of tough for them. They dropped out in between, but they're still chasing the scoreboards here. Haven't found themselves the dinner, but if they do, I'm not surprised to see them being on top once again, because they won. It's more like a first half. Maybe sometimes when you go into a sprint,
it's more like a starter play.
Yeah, you want to have the stamina. You don't want to go all out. You just want to like try your best and like read the game. Then maybe you just go all out into day 2. But Miramar is a total different ball game.
Yeah,
talk about Miramar.
It's like the mindset. They have to change the mindset directly once they end the first day. Because day 2 is not the same map, it's not the same gameplay, and all the teams, they have to understand it's a different ballpark.
Exactly, and it was proven in the previous round, such as the scenario when Panda Crew was fighting against AROV, and somehow AROV was the only one left standing, and only having that one member, they were tussling through, they were fighting for their lives, but they couldn't squeeze their way into the top 5 once again, and they have to risk giving a lot of points to the other teams. But of course, we see a lot of beautiful Malaysians all around. Do say hi. smile and wave. And we wish to see you guys as part of the crowd as well. If you guys are planning your way to Kuala Lumpur, we are all having a lot of fun games happening. And also, shout out to one of my friends here in the crowd, Mira. She's a streamer, also known as Never One. She gave me a really lovely pin. And also, I think that looking into the game, back into the game, I think we see a lot of AK players.
Yes, definitely a lot of AK players. They're favoring the gun itself. Might be simple because you just need a scope on it and you're good to go. You might not need attachment for the magazines or anything, but basically just need a scope and you're good to go. You have to deal with the fire rate. You have to deal with the recoils and everything.
Exactly. And speaking of guns, we're going to let you guess the sound of the guns. And we got a little special something for you guys. So let's see what they have in store.
Alright. Dengan step.
Sniper ni. M24.
Saya rasa ni crossbow.
Info ni. Adik. Ni paling easy. Ni kar. Okay, kar. Wait, burst. Sound like burst. M146. M146 M6, M164. M4, M116. Wrong.
Maybe sniper M4 Mini 14.
Oh, my favorite gun, M4. Yes.
UMP. M24.
Easy. Pizza person.
Mini 14.
Macam car. Car 38K.
SKS.
Vector.
Salah.
Thompson. KBU.
Groza. M762.
UMP. SKS. Singapore. Kalau Singapore M24.
M416. AUG? Bukan lagi. Apa nama ni? QBZ.
Salah.
Apa dia tu?
UMP.
Ya Allah, asal lain bunyi ni tak sama dengan aku.
Oh, it's great to actually see all of them actually having fun. But like, of course, as a pro player, you should kind of like familiarize with all the sound. But it gets a little bit tricky. But of course, what's an M31476? I don't know what kind of math you're doing, but it's
quick math.
It's still not the gun yet. But we're going into game number 3. We're gonna fly all the way from Primos into Salver, and we're gonna see a more balanced flight path. And they could basically end anywhere in the map. So, Cryptic, where do you think will be the most optimal position to be in if you were to choose any random area?
Right now, in this situation, I'll definitely try to head over to Mansion.
Mansion. A really interesting choice, but like looking at the other side of the team, seems like 3 teams are opting to drop inside of Primos. make that. I'm not sure if it's 4 or 3, but I do see another 3 teams inside of Sanofska military base. Over on the central area, we see a lot of teams fanning it out. Seems like some of them may spread into northern Georgia Pole as well as south. So let's see how that one will go. And also, Yasnaya possibly will have one of the teams in there. Of course, that will be no other than RRQMY inside of Yasnaya Pollyanna. Speaking of that, seems like the campers, I guess they were camping the whole game. They haven't really popped off as of yet, but Captain Fredo's got a really beautiful hat right there. Can I like borrow it for a moment?
So for this round, any prediction where will the circle be and who could clash this game?
Prediction. Okay, we haven't really seen the circle actually heading towards the Milta side. I do want to see it ending towards that section where you see teams getting to the other corner of the map, and there's a lot of hills to actually play with from the wood section, and also maybe towards Yasnaya will be also interesting if that actually ends up there. But it's all just plain guessing, and we're just looking at Team Panda Crew right now. Panda Crew Bravo, of course, just struggling for a little bit of loot. It's only got that S12K in hand. Meanwhile, Brada still's got nothing except for the first aid kit and the level 1 items that he has, the bag and the armor, but no headwear. So it's kind of dangerous for him.
I think for the first few, like for the first 2 rounds, it's the same, like 1 or 2. Oh, right now, Brother is actually walking into another team.
It seems like Kingsman Esports is just around the corner. It's good enough that he has the Scarl in hand. May actually bump into them as they heard a couple of gunfire already. Here comes some members from the side of Psycho Killers here. As you can see, they are sharing the same vicinities inside of Primos with TXS. TXS, of course, we saw what Fredo can do, and as much as they didn't get the chicken dinner the previous round, they actually won a lot of hearts here coming in from fans as the play starts to crowd out for a little bit. So look at the side of Psycho unit here, of course, Psycho Riot. I keep getting their names all jumbled up, but I hope they don't mind. They came all the way from Sabah, if I'm not mistaken. I was casting some of the qualifying rounds, and they were the ones that actually take 2 chicken dinners in a row. So a lot of all these teams who qualified here, they take a lot of games in their hand to actually be where they are. They always have that sort of consistency.
But at the same time, you still have to understand that, yes, in qualifiers you do get 2 chicken dinner, but whereas this is the grand finals, this is the main stage. You are fighting against winners. We are fighting against champions.
That's why it gets even tougher as it goes. It's hard to actually predict who will actually take this at the end of the day. But if you guys want to make your predictions, feel free to actually drop in all the comments. But here comes the flank. Seems like Masking has already been brought down, slowly crawling on his foot, but not sure if there's going to be any help at all as the rest of the teams are slowly crashing in. Seems like it's going to be quite a battle here as Kingsman members will be eliminated. That will be the first blood in the hands of Panda Crew Palix. A little bit of movements left, right, and center as they fight throughout the horseshoe. Seems like Brado will be able to take down Risky as well as Carol. And PC once again eliminating all these members from the side of the Kingsman squad. Over on the other end, they're just trying to check every single room as they can. Meanwhile, King is over on the roof. He's got that M4 to work with.
He has to make his move to rub around or move over.
Oh, he breaks down Brada!
Oh. Panda just got Uwu there.
Man, that feels really bad for him because he just went into the room and he was checking the corners and he did not suspect King is there. But now that he's given away a little bit of his position, he's got to make a run. And now it seems like he's all by himself. There's just no other Kingsman members left. So he's got to make a sprint out. If he can find a vehicle, that'll be great. Or else he got to play this 1v4 once again. There is a UAZ at the corner, and let's see if he's actually going for it. Oh, Palix!
Oh, you're down.
That's another team wipe coming in, and that's going to be 14 teams left alive on the table. 3 kills in total. That's a really good start for them, I would say, for Panda Crew Senior.
Yeah, Panda Crew Seniors are legit showing them who are the kings in that place. like the good controls and the understanding of the whole map, the rotations and everything, like the pickoffs.
Yeah, the pickoffs were really beautiful, and although they only had level 1 gear, it's more like how they actually managed the situation. Seems like they call in for a drop inside of the southern side of George. Of course, this is going to be a double drop. This is enough for all 4 members to actually get suited up really well. Let's see what's in the back for Indra. There's another one right there for Mysterious. Seems like the yellow smokes will attract a little bit of attention, but they should be the only ones that will be able to get this loot for themselves.
This should be the only squad that's going to be in this region to get it. Wait, is that a triple? There's another one?
Oh my, that's a lot of loot for them, and it seems like Indra has already got all these level 3 gears with him and still equipping with that SKS. Not too sure how this is going to go for the rest of them, as he also holds in that DP in hand. All of them actually love the DP as far as I'm concerned. I think it's really reliable, and it looks like he's going to push the crit a little bit, giving a little bit of shake, and AWM inside. Oh my goodness.
Seems like OGC is getting their gears up, and they're ready to have.
I love what I'm seeing. I really love what I'm seeing here. I mean, like, he may not have clothes, but he's got really good gears.
Yep.
So Circle, once again, giving us a little bit of familiarity, because it will end once again in the Gatka section, where you see possibilities of Quarry and Pachinki being some of the primary places. But there is also a very low chance it may still end up inside of the Sonoska military base. Just a little bit heads up, but Jack D has got that AUG in hand. And let's see a little bit of action coming from Damage Kill. Trying to spray through, but the recall is really bad coming in. And of course, a little bit of flank coming in. They will crash into it. Damage Kill will drop down on the ground, and it will be Mr. Tadachi going down on the ground as well. Team SHH Star will be able to flank over on the side of Sakuding, eliminating him off really early in the game.
It's a slaughter fest for all SSH, bringing down that team with a drive-by. Easy for them.
It was such a risky move, and it seems like both the Sarawakians didn't really like each other, and they just went straight on and they collided, and there has to be a win. And SHH, of course, spotting them out first, they had the initial shots, so a little bit of a good run for them. 3 game. Oh my goodness. TXS is out of the game. My.
What?
That's really early.
Yeah.
Is this a curse? Because like we see a lot of all these top teams from the previous round, they drop really early in the game. So this is where we talk about consistency. It really matters a lot. You can win a chicken dinner, and then the next game
you choke.
Yeah, you choke really hard, and then like you end up on the last spot. It's not the place that you want it to be. But look at that. Once again, the Hardy and the rest of Team Hype here has got a really stable run. Meanwhile, Jim Boy just chilling by himself. I'm not too sure what's going on here. Oh, okay. Jim Boy is gonna make sure that he get his hot rod to see kickstarting a little bit of a old engine.
Yeah, it takes some time for it to start up.
Well, of course, they will be separating themselves. So as you can see, they're all located at different parts of the map, and they just want to make sure that they can actually get more information. Speaking of that, there goes Team Gank also crashing into this facility. There might just be battle between both Gank as well as Type Esports. He does have the VSS, only 10 more bullets to work with. It's going to be quite bad if they actually go in all 4. As S0i crashing from the side. They're all playing hide and seek right now, just by the corners of the wall. He might just be over on the side of Gang. Oh no, it's gonna be 0 the first one to fall, and now Palooza trying to do something, but 10 bullets off the VSS is not enough. Here comes Hype. He managed to take one down, but Halif will get eliminated. The rest of Hype has been wiped out.
What a gameplay by Gang. It's a good clutch right there, where they straight away just know, okay, let them make the move, let them come out from the cover. We'll take them on.
Yeah, it was a really bold move coming from Hype as well. And of course, this is the online giveaways for the coupons. Make sure you take it out right in time. And of course, there are ways to claim it as well. And what a way to actually secure 4 kills in the blink of an eye. Just one turn, one bad turn of an event, there goes the rest of Hype. And sometimes they really have to consider whether or not to pick up the fight, because they crash the cars, over onto the walls, they could still choose to sprint away, but they didn't. And they could have done so.
At that time, I think it was just adrenaline. It's like, okay, we need to have this fight. We need to engage them. We need to like get the previous team down.
Exactly, and seems like AROV, of course, having a really bad run into round 2. They're hoping to make up for it. They spot out the spawn of the crate right in the middle of nowhere, but they're just keeping an eye out. They don't really want to go all in to actually pick that one up. Red Eagle X got that beautiful first aid kit on the ground, also opting for the AK, and all the level 2 gears as well as the armor intact. Oh my, seems like Moika will be able to get all this good stuff inside the crate. Let's see what he has inside of it. A Groza with a cheat pad. I think he's still thinking twice. Maybe he's not a big fan of the 7.62 series of the guns, but he still ends up picking it anyways because it has. This is basically the strongest AR in the game right now. And of course, AROV will be able to safely relocate back into the safe zone once again. Speaking of safe zone, the zone will close out, of course, in another 3 minutes. It's going to be phase 2. So I want to have a look into the rest of the map to see how the rest of the teams are going right now. Of course, a little bit of a rotation coming in. Seems like RRQ
is coming.
Not too sure where will they actually drive to, but if they bump into them, it's not going to look good because they've already picked up that Groza. And they're just going to take a real smooth drive. Okay. Not that smooth anymore. Good thing that Cool Daddy's got all that driving experience, you know, don't let the kids touch the wheel.
Yes.
And they spot out another call out for the drop, and they might want to look for a challenge right now, but this is going to be kind of risky. But if they're willing to take the risk, they may actually end up with all the level 3 gears intact as well.
And the drop is actually dropping into the red zone previously.
Oh my.
Oh no, is that on the...
It is being called out from the side of VIP. They're crashing into the broken walls, and let's see another fight coming in from the side of RRQ Regalia, stepping in versus the likes of VIP, Yakuza, as well as the rest of the team. Now they heard all these movements coming in. They're sharing the same doors here. A couple of taps coming through, and the door has been opened here. Yakuza still not opting to actually step right in. Cool Daddy will be brought down by Yakuza, and now he's looking for more. Joko playing by the walls, and it seems like he's missing a couple of bullets. He needs to go in for a reload. 14 bullets over on that M4, and meanwhile, Pauli is also wheeling another M4. Here comes the taps, but he does miss a couple of bullets coming in their way. Here comes S4Z holding into the walls. There's 2 members from the side of RRQ to hold this facility. Here comes the nade being cooked up. Will this be a perfect Colby? Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's give it a little bit of a tap here, and that might just blow them up! Yoko is still left standing! Here comes another nade once again. He's looking to wipe the rest of RRQ. Let's see what he has. Looks like he does not clip the second one. Instead, here comes S4Z taking 2 members down. Oh my word, RRQ now. He has to pull it off, and it's going to be Yakuza! Yakuza breaks 3! Looking for more. And now they're making sure that RRQ will be wiped out. Cool Daddy on the other end alongside with Yoko, and now that's a spray coming from Agus. Agus being brought down. Yoko, 1 down of health left. And it seems like he will hop outside of the wall. Yakuza, alongside with Yoko, will be the last 2 men standing for both of these respective teams. But meanwhile, RQ needs to heal up in time, both going in for the meds. He does have the med kit, so this will bring him to 100% versus the 80% Yakuza that will step right in. But meanwhile, VIP members are still inside of the room. They possibly can go in to save his teammates, but here comes the nade. He's dropping over the side of Yakuza. Meanwhile, S4Z is hiding by the walls here. Smoke being popped out, and now seems like they're going in for the revives here. VIP will have the early numbers advantage, but there's still Agus inside of the room, so RRQ will have 2 members right now. The armor has been bursted down to 50%, and it's going to be a really close standstill.
So will VIP actually hang on to here and have this clutch fight, or they just need to get out?
I think they can play it right. Look at Jumper. He's looking for a peek. He's looking for a peek. Let's see what he has in store. He's playing by the trees once again. Still waiting for the smokes, and seems like a couple of taps coming from Yakuza. That bomb actually clipped onto Jumper, but the second one does miss. Seems like they're just hugging, and seems like over on the side of VIP Jumper, they spot out S4Z already. Here comes another nade, and that volley is gonna burn them out for a little bit more. Yakuza being brought down low, so it's gonna be a 2 versus 2 situation. RRQ Regala holding on for dear life, and this spray will be able to bring down Joko, and now it's gonna be a turnaround coming once again from the side of VIP. It's gonna be a 1-on-1, and now they clip up RRQ Regalia MY.
Right now, RRQ has to pick up all the loots and make a move as the blue zone is coming in right fast.
Oh, when you say fast, it's really coming in at a rapid speed. Oh, he still got the Dacia, and somehow it wasn't harmed at all. It's still pretty healthy, so he doesn't need to worry. Look at all these glowing bodies on the ground.
For him, it's like Christmas, so much presents for him to pick up.
Yeah, and speaking of that, of course, Christmas was over the previous month. He's still opting for the loot. Make up your mind.
Let him choose his loots. The man has his taste.
Well, I guess he's not too far away from the circle. He can still go in for the loot, but they played it out so smartly. You know that they were cornered. There's just no workaround for them, but S4Z was holding onto the right side. Meanwhile, Yoko was on the left. Unfortunately enough, Yoko was caught out after taking down one member. At least he actually contributed a lot in that skirmish. So 4 kills in the favor of RRQ Regalia will push them about 80 points.
80 points up.
Yeah, and this is what I talk about. The circle on the bridge right now. What if it ends in the middle of the bridge?
It'll be funny.
We'll see people swimming in the waters. We'll see some of them hanging for dear life, just hiding by the corners of the bridge. But so far, seems like a couple of attacks are coming through from the side of Mamparang versus SHH of Sarawak. Karma's getting clipped out already. He's got that Mini 14 in hand, and as well as the SLR in the hands of Jimboy. He's looking for another snipe over on the back of Umi. Umi get clipped out once again. Needs another few bullets, but he's running towards the circle. Where are you going, SSH? It seems like Wadu looking to challenge, but he does not clip over on the head once again. One more bullet from the side of Jimboy before he goes in for a reload. Does clip onto Wadu.
Basically, right now, Gang, they have to force them out of the circle. They have the advantage in the circle, so basically they have to force them out.
Oh no, close quarter combat coming in from Roger, but that will be a
drive-by!
Oh, the drive-by! What in the world is going on here? Very pure. We see a couple of teams here. Cycle Riot just trying to make sure that they play a safe game, but meanwhile, over on the side of Gank, they're still opting for kills. They've already wiped one full team by themselves. And this is a Korean tactic that they're actually using, where they park all the cars all together, and they form a barricade. And eventually, when they feel like, oh, it's time to move, they will move as a unit. And speaking of that, that's going to be more taps going over the side of RRQ. A lot of shots, but I do hope that S4 survive. He's got a really rough run throughout the whole round 3 bout, and it seems like Mamparo is not going to let go. And that is a really good clip. So far, they won't be able to take down the last member of RRQ Regala. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the map, seems like there's a little bit of a error here from the side of AROV as they fight the rest of the members of PC crew. Here comes Cycle Riot fighting against AROV as well in the middle of nowhere. Seems like the car will blow up, and that explosion will cause the death of OGC members. Beautiful catch right there. And now we're down to the top 7 teams.
There goes Panda. Extinction time for them.
Oh no, you just have to bring that up again. Well, of course, Panda crew haven't really found that solid footing as of yet. Always making to the top 10 and eventually crash out before hitting the top 5. But look at the side of Cycle Riot. This seems to be a really good run. They've been over on the lower side for quite some time. Here comes an MK14 in the bag. I do think that this is all that great. And it seems like there's another classic coupon out for grabs. Make sure you guys whip out your phones right now for the online giveaways. So make sure you snapshot that in time. If not, looks like you gotta wait for another one. Meanwhile, Cycle Riot just enjoying all these good loots here from the corners of Ferry Pier's.
Yeah, just looting up next to the barbecue spawns. Like.
Yeah, speaking of that, he managed to find himself an AUG. So this is my favorite weapon to actually take down vehicles because of the high output potential. You see, he's just testing out his guns once again.
It is good for you to test your gun before you have a battle, because like the fire rate you need to change. Sometimes you forget to change from single to full auto, and you might have a missed chance.
Exactly, and Cycle Riot has 1 kill, more than Gank FTY right now. So they're up in the contention for the top place. I think that these are 2 of the teams to look out for, and their circle is closing into the side of Gatka. Of course, not exactly Gatka. My apologies. This is towards the Western Bridge once more. So we see a little bit more rotations coming from AROV, a little bit of a crash.
Over a little bit of bumper car action right now.
But of course, just no damage is being done. So
some love taps.
Speaking of that, I used to cast for this tournament where I see like a whole team got wiped out because the driver actually ran into a wall and it just exploded. But I'll leave that for another day to story you guys. But look at how things are going so far for AROV. They're trying to approach this bridge with extreme caution. A lot of teams have been wiped out. And of course, half of the population is gone. Only 25 more players are up on the table. And
Gang is still in.
Yeah, Gank is, of course, having a really solid approach to how they play this game out. And looks like Cycle Riot will be sharing this place with the campers. The campers have been relatively quiet, I would say.
Well, they're camping.
Yeah, obviously. But I do hope to see them change their style of play, because this is not a place for people to just hide about, just go AFK inside of a house.
Yeah, this is more for you like to get kills and like get the chicken dinner. Camping doesn't win you anything.
Yeah, and looking at the circle, it will end inside of Fair Pier. So 2 teams have booked their way. We're waiting for another. Oh my! It seems like there's a little bit of tech issues here. I do hope that we can get this resorted. Oh, yeah, we're back in the game.
Yay!
A little bit of scare here because they've already had a really good run. I think that it seems like there's news from the producers that there's still some technical issues. So we'll have to talk about the game now that we have so many of these 7 other teams actually left for contention. Of course, we saw Cycle Riot currently holding 8 kills, and now that they're sharing a spot alongside with the campers. When both teams collide, who do you think have the upper hand here?
I think the Psycho team has the better advantage right now. Like, they know, okay, they have this momentum. Okay, let's keep on pressuring. They have this style of engaging of teams. So definitely they know what to do. They know what to do. Basically, they're going against a group of campers. So definitely they have to understand, like, okay, right now they're just going to wait for us. So why not we engage them from every side, like flank them out.
Looks like we're back into the game already. Right now we see Gank versus the likes of Team Cycle Riot. Over on the other corner, there's also Aerof. Oh my, a crate just spawned right into the waters, but this is no time to actually go in for all these crates, as AROV will challenge the previous winners of the chicken dinner, as Gank FTY is getting sandwiched in between all these teams. Oh my!
No.
Boy has been brought down to the ground, and now it seems like they will get a little bit of helping hand from the side of Red Eagle X. Of course, Jimboy will guard the area, and AROV is not inside the circle. They got to push in real quick.
Gang is, like, right now, Gang is like, they understand where to position themselves, as they want to be nearer to the circle. They want to be in the center.
Oh no, he's getting flanked from the back. Psycho Riot takes down Jimboy as well. And now here comes a couple of smokes just to cover himself up. As you can see, the circle is punishing all these teams. Meanwhile, for the side of AROV, this is the high time for them to go in for a push, because one member from the side is down and they are going for a drive. They will crash right into the side of Gang, and they will break the challenge right up to him, and they will also ram down the member of Drax. Over on the ground, seems like Boyka will have the Groza to fight with the rest of the members of Gang FTY, trying to bring themselves down. It was VIP Heiko wiping the floor. Manparang will be on the ground as well, and will be eliminated by Xiao Boy. Still 7 more teams. We still have a couple more members from the side of Jimboy. Jimboy is going to have to pull this 1v4 all by himself. He's just by the corners of the car, and he will be wiped out of the game. Oh my goodness, this is just so hard to play, because a little bit of the percentage of the map is water. So some of these teams just have to scuffle around. And here comes a couple of taps over onto Psycho right as well. Boy just playing by the walls. AT throwing some nades. He's also got that AUG and
Oh, flying car.
Look at the impact of the explosion. It didn't clip over onto Red Eagle X, but pretty good attempt so far. Here comes a close quarter combat once again. Gift XN will be taken out cold. Meanwhile, for the side of AAROV, they will try to clip one member over on the side of the wall. He's going for another rotation, going in for a reload. Here comes 40 clips, and he still has a little bit of time to actually go in for the loot. Here comes AROV, trying to secure another chicken dinner for themselves as Psycho Riot being brought down once again.
A very high impact plays, and like in a small area, they just continue giving pressure to any teams who want to contest that area, and especially how AROV, they are counter-offering everything they are being punished.
Oh my, here comes more action coming from the side of SHH Star as Karma picks up a kill. Palace managed to bring down two members from the side of SHH, but he will fall down to the ground as that M249 only has got that 100 bullet left. He sprayed it all right through, and now they have to go in for a little bit of a revival as well as a helping hand. The Campers managed to finally squeeze into the top 5 for the first time. It's a really good sign for themselves, but looks like Brada is hugging by the side of the walls as well as the rocks, and they will have to run all the way in. The circle is still going deeper inside of Very Pure right now. Going in for a couple of bandages. He doesn't really have that much resources left. Here comes Mahatishu and the rest of his team. They are having 4-man strong, so this might just be pole position for the Campers. We talked about this, who will actually take the kick. It wasn't Psycho Riot that actually won the war against Campers. It was the rest that actually brought down the Psycho Riot. So it seems like they're all being jumbled up inside of these rocky hills.
Yeah, the cliff sides.
Yeah, the cliffs is going to be quite tricky to actually play about. And they didn't really see Kim over in the back. Seems like Sai Hansen will be caught out from the other island. Oh my word, how are they going to swim across? I'm not too sure. Gank will be eliminated right now. No members will be left alive, and that will be the final few members left standing. Seems like Sai Hansen as well as the rest of the Campers are just slowly playing out. A-Rob will be able to wipe out the rest of the Campers. This is going to be a bad situation, and now SHH Karma just slowly hugging inside of the vicinities of the Very Pure. This is your top 4 teams. We still have the Sarawak and Hit Hunters here alongside with A-Rob, the champions of the first chicken dinner. And over on the back, team number 6, SA Star, they haven't been to this position before, so they got to make this work really well.
Especially this is going to be the last round for TPP, so they have to give all out. They have to just put it out. They have to give everything towards the opponent and don't give up.
Exactly, and of course, from the side of Psycho Riot, there's only 1 member left. I'm not sure if he can worm his way through, but Chix is actually hiding in that small hut. Nobody's going to be suspecting him at all, and he's inside of the zone.
Oh.
Meanwhile, look at Brada. Oh no, he's playing out. Kim is slowly trying to squeeze his way through. Oh, he does survive. Now let's see how they're going to play this out, because over on the top side, SHH has 4 members. And over on the bottom, Panda Crew, senior team, of course, will look to actually fit deeper inside of the circle. But he's not too far away. Let's see how all 4 teams approach this. There's still 11 more players, and here comes a couple of taps over on the side of Wadu already. It's a little bit of a standstill. Meanwhile, Wadu cutting across these walls, playing by the walls, and now here comes Boy, putting a couple of smokes, making sure that everything stays intact. And that bomb did not actually lop over the wall. Looking to catch over onto Brada, and Brada doesn't really have much room to work with. He actually has to climb all the way up. Here comes another smoke being popped up. And they're just still trying to catch over onto Panda Crew Senior over on the bottom side.
In this situation, everything is like...
Oh, he gets caught out!
One simple mistake like that, it will just punish your whole team.
I totally agree with you. And now, Karma getting a little bit of revival. But it's going to be a long way to run, because this is a really tricky place to play in. VIP Heikel and the rest of them of ROV is trying to push in. Here comes Xiao Boy, trying to catch over onto Kuntel of SSH. He's hopping in the middle of nowhere, and he will be clipped up by Xiao Boy, but Xiao Boy will get clipped all around his head as well. Here comes Sunny running through outside of the blue, and now he's having his health clipped out. Now, let's see, over on the side of AROV. It seems like Kim managed to clip him off as well. Here comes Heiko, bringing him down to low health already. And this close call combat is a fiesta. All of them are missing all their bullets, but he's still trying to catch him. It's a hide and seek from both Heiko as well as Kim. Meanwhile, from the side of AROV, Red Eagle managed to clip off another member from the side of SHA Star. One member down and now looking for... Oh my goodness!
What a
Red
shot!
Eagle! He managed to clip them and secured that double kill, and it's only 3 more teams left on the table. SHA Star is out of the game. Meanwhile, Kim all by himself as Brada is over onto the other end of the spectrum. He's trying to struggle his way up above. And Cheeks, look at Cheeks. He just don't want any part of the war. But AROV is coming into the house. This is over in the back. It's getting a really intense. Nobody wants to move a muscle. This is the 8th circle closing in another 15 seconds. They're going to have to force a fight right now. 2 members left alive from the side of PC. Meanwhile, 1 each. We have Sheiks representing the likes of Psycho Riot. And we also have AROV's final member. Red Eagle will be caught out and it seems like he will bring 1 member down. And he still have a couple of health left. Kim trying to fight for his life. It's a 1v1v1. Oh my word. The circle slowly creeping in. And now it's going to be Kim. He gets clipped and he's falling from behind. That will be 1 more kill being secured. But Red Eagle,
what has happened? He just ran out of the circle.
What in the world was that? And somehow, because of the circle, the chicken dinner will fall in the hands of Panda Crew Senior. Beautiful play. And they were playing such a risky round over on the different islands. And somehow, they still managed to survive inside the waters and just by the corners of the rock. It could have been anyone's game in round 3, but they couldn't take it away from Panda Crew Senior.
It's definitely an anticlimactic ending towards the whole thing.
But I think that's a lot of suspense, no matter what. It's all down to fate because you got to be mindful of your enemies and your surrounding at the same time because nature bites you really hard if you don't care about
But that is just plain suicide. At least take a chance to like, go against the enemy.
I guess so, but like maybe he didn't really factor in the time that he needs to run in or so. It was still really close. But overall, great game from all these teams. Of course, in that top 5 situation, top 4, I would say. Even Psycho Riot had a chance to actually take it away. And it's a great thing that they finally made it their way to the top 3 position. So great job once again. Panda Crew under the scrutiny of many of the fans because like they are a really huge clan. And a lot of times there's a lot of support for Panda Crew. And in the first previous round, they were a little bit shaky. And I'm really glad that over onto round number 3, they found the chicken dinner.
Let's hope the third round that it gives an advantage from any of the teams like they are going in for the points.
And of course, we look into the early skirmishes. We see SHH actually wiping out another Sarawakian team right there so early on. And we didn't really expect all these fights happening in the middle warehouse of the Medusa section where Team Hype was fighting against Gank. And we know what Gank have in store for them when they actually go in with the challenge. And eventually, RRQ versus VIP is quite a showstopper because all of them were down to that final member. And eventually, RRQ S4Z still managed to pull this out really perfectly for that side of the team.
Definitely good play from RRQ on that fight against VIP. It's like to even survive.
Yeah, and I don't know, like look at Yoko, 1 small slither of health, basically hanging onto that 1 HP. At the end of the ball, Yoko managed to eliminate at least a good 2 members off, and also he had to go in with a trade-off when it goes against Aegis when he cut across. But as for Z here, did that 1v2 situation, he just runs straight out of the smokes and revealed himself, and here comes Rothschild getting run over, and the rest of their team just got wiped out because of the explosion of their vehicle.
Yeah.
And let's talk about AROV, because AROV is kind of making a really huge comeback, and they took the fight on towards Gank FTY, and they were fearless. They're basically fearless. They have to challenge them, and eventually Gank was forced to be in the situation that they have to fight with Cycle Riot.
Yep.
They also have to fight with AROV, so there was no good angles. But AROV, they played it smart. They know that it's not going to be only one team. The circle is small enough, so they also pick off onto different sides of the walls and eventually secure quite a lot of kills in the skirmishes.
Basically, AROV, they're trying to, like how I was saying, look at the situation, assess the whole thing, and just, okay, I think it's time for us to make a move. Like, just go pressure them. This team is being pressured and getting sandwiched. Why not? Let's finish it.
Exactly, and you can see Red Eagle, that very final moment, he was fighting against Kim VF, and eventually Panda Crew still has the number advantage, and of course, in this case, the health advantage, because they were both at the corner of the circle. But that concludes game number 3. Well, of course, later on, we'll be able to pass it back over onto our dear MC Faraz, as me, as well as Cryptic, will be taking a short break. And when we come back, we'll bring you Game 4 in FPP.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Kim from Panda Crew Seniors, the winner chicken dinner, everybody. Kim, I want to talk a little bit about that last game. Towards the very end, you were going up against a member of the team from Arov. And it was very close between the two of you. I want you to explain exactly what happened, because he died because of the zone, but you were shooting him as well. So I want to know exactly what happened. Can you dissect it down for me?
First of all, I was looking exactly at my map. I was looking at the zone. At that time, I know the zone was already on us, so I was waiting for him to push us. At that time, I was very nervous because I have no vest and my head was very low. So I was waiting for him to just push at the right time, and I can just pick my head, shoot him. But luckily, the zone got him. So that's actually not planned. We didn't notice it as the zone was killing him.
But that's just good luck for you as well, right? So looking at the last match, there's a lot of close quarter combat, and I think a lot of PUBG mobile players will face this at some point as well, and you get really nervous. What do? Do you use a gun? Do you use a grenade? We've seen some mess-ups as well where he tried to throw the grenade and then he died because he was shot. What do you do? What is the best thing to do? How do you manage these close quarter combat situations?
Personally, I would just try to stay calm as possible and try to gather as much information as possible. Like, we were crossing from the other side of the island from military base, trying to cross. Like, we were swimming trying to cross. So we can scout like every single team in the other side of the island. We were pinpointing every single players. So we know where the location of the enemies are. And also the zone. We would just keep on pushing, use our smoke to make a blockade so we can push into the zone. At that time, we know like the teams, we just try to push in, and the teams on the top, they were like fighting other teams. So we just try to stay in the circle and as slow as possible until the final part.
All right, thank you so much again, Kim. Give it up for Kim from Panda Crew Senior, everybody. Thank you so much, man. Now, guys watching at home and watching right here, we're going to go for a very short break. When we come back, it's going to be another game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Nama saya Ketul Am dan saya team leader untuk skuad Langgar, dan 3 member saya Afif Haziq, Harry Potter dan Botak Sangap. Kami belajar di tempat yang sama dan di situlah kami berjumpa. Saya confident saya dan tim saya akan buat dengan lebih baik sebab kami bermain dengan satu hati. Saya meminat M4A1 sebab recoil dia sangat rendah dan stabil.
He's right in front of him. Pow! Cool. Abadakabadabra, right there.
Hati-hati tim di luar sana, kami langgar. Untuk pasukan saya, bila kita dapat peluang ni, kita buat yang terbaik. Buat sehabis baik.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Malaysia National Championship 2018. How are you guys doing? Thank you. Thank you so much. One person over there supporting me. One person over here, strong medal. Thank you so much. Now guys, it has been a hectic day so far. We've had so many matches up here. All of them, well, it's played in the same map, same third-person perspective, but we get different games every time. These players are amazing, and they're giving us all their best, and now they need some time to rest. That rhymed. Did you see that? That rhymed. That actually rhymed. So, going up for our next matchup, we have something very special. Now, we're going to be getting that ready in a little bit of time. So, before we do that, I just want to know a few things. I want to ask a few people, which team do you actually support? My man over there with the glasses, can you shout? Do you have any team that you support? Any team, okay. You're just neutral, okay. Strong medal over there. Any team that you support? Sorry, RRQ, okay. RRQ fans? Can I hear from RRQ fans? Okay, a few over there. What about my man over there with the headphones? Panda Crew, okay. Senior, Bravo. Both also can. So there's a lot of teams. There's 16 squads for all of you guys watching at home that are fighting on this very stage. And we chose them from 4 qualifiers. Qualifiers over 4 states. And we brought them down here. These 16 squads are the best of the best in Malaysia. And they're fighting for a prize pool of 60,000 ringgit. Now this 60,000 ringgit is just a prize pool. For all of you guys that don't know how this is actually calculated, it's not just based on the chicken dinners. It's based on the number of kills and all of that. And our casters later on will be telling you all about the format and how this is done. So I'll leave that to the pros. But for now, we're going to be getting ready to go into something I like to call a show match. Now, this show match will not be consisting with our pro players. We're going to be having different people come up on this very stage. And you probably know some of these people. These people are streamers, influencers, and people that you follow on social media because of PUBG Mobile. And we have them here today, and they're going to be fighting on this very stage. But the things are going to be different. They're not just going to be playing on the same map. They're not going to be playing on Erangel. They're going to be playing on Vikendi. Have you guys played on Vikendi yet? The snow map? All right, I got to see. Show of hands. Vikendi players. Anyone? Okay, 2 over there. Thank you so much. Yeah, rocking it. Vikendi, okay. Seriously, you haven't tried it yet? You're playing all the time. I can see you on your phone. You should try it. Just download it and try the new map. There's so many different ones that you can actually try. Now we're going to be jumping into it very soon. I'm going to check with my guys. And we're going to have the players come up on stage. They're going to be fighting. This is going to be one show match. I think we're ready. So we're going to be inviting all of these guys at once on top of the stage. And I want the captains to remain here on stage with me. And the other players can sit down because I got to talk to them a little bit. All right. Guys, please give them one round of applause and welcome them on stage. I'm going to ask just the captains to stay on the stage. Everybody can come up, but just the captains remain on stage here with me. All the rest of the players will be sitting down, getting ready to play. And if you guys are wondering who's going to be on this stage, we have their pictures up here. Your favorite streamers, your favorite players are going to be on this very stage. All right, they're coming up slowly. They're coming up slowly. Yeah, they can sit down, they can chill. Get prepared. Take your seats, gentlemen and ladies. All right, I'm going to remind you guys, I want the captains to stand here with me. The rest of the players can sit down. Captains can stay. Okay. All right, I'm gonna ask one more time, all the players, please take your seats. I need the captains to stay here in the middle of the stage with me. All right, we're gonna give them some time. Sorry, buddy. We're gonna give them some time to prepare. Okay. I'm gonna need all the captains one more time to be in the front. We're gonna take a few photos as well together. Make sure all the players are sitting down. All right. Okay. I think, do we have all of them up here? I just want to check. We're good. Okay. Captains, I need you to step to the front of the stage because we're going to be taking a few photos. Okay. Can you come in the front with me over here a little bit? Okay. We're going to take one photo together and then I'm going to talk to some of you guys. Please step to the front, guys. One group photo together. Just to remember this day before we start the fight. All right? Okay, we're just going to take one normal photo and then we're going to do one posing photo. All right, let's pose now. Any sort of pose that you guys want to go with. Anything is fine, honestly. Just go. Okay, yeah, freestyle. I like that. Freestyle pose. Let's do this. All right. Now I'm just going to talk to some of you guys. Han, man, you know, a lot of people watch you play as well, but you're here on this very stage right now. Are you stressed?
A little, because I'm not too used to playing on mobile, but you know, we'll just have some fun, enjoy the time. You know?
It can be just something new, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And is there anyone specific over here, like Oling or anyone you're going against? You want to, you know, fight their team?
Zach.
Okay, you know what? I got to talk to Zach now. All right. What's happening right now? Why does he want to go up against you guys? Huh? Why? Why?
Well, he's my teammate.
But why do you want to go against him? Wait, I got to come over there now. Wait.
He's my teammate on PC, but not on mobile.
Oh, so you're in different teams now?
We're in different teams.
Okay, do you have anything you want to say to him?
Wait.
So I don't understand that, but I can you translate it for me?
I'll say bring it on.
Okay, bring it on. Oling? Yes. How about you? Any sort of opponents over there? Look them in the eyes. Over there? Anybody? Not in particular? Why?
PUBG Mobile is new to me as well.
Okay. You know what? I think it's fair to say we can start the fight and see how it goes. Okay, are you guys ready to see them fight? Yeah? We're going to see you guys fight. Take your seats, gentlemen and ladies. Let's see what happens. I can't wait. We're going to make sure everybody gets ready. Are you guys fine? Everybody's all right? So this is going to take a little while. In the meantime, I think it's fair that I pass it back to our casters so they can talk a little bit about what's about to go down here on this very stage. Once again, these are your favorite people. You probably see them on your streams, on your social media. They're down here to fight on the Vikendi map, so this is going to be a little bit different. This is a show match, and it's going to be cool. So make sure you stay around. I'm going to pass it back to our casters. This is going to be the Hound and Contra. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Malaysia National Championship 2018 to 2019 now. Of course, our friend Cryptic is going to take a break. We now have the Hound joining us on the caster's desk. How are you feeling?
I mean, it's finally great to be back here, but before we go into that, let's thank our sponsors first, Tencent, Vivo, and of course, Yudu, because no one does it better than Yudu. And thank you, everybody, boys and girls, children of all ages, and players known and unknown from all over the world for joining us for the first ever national PUBG Mobile esports event here in Malaysia.
And of course, now we do have a surprise show match here.
Yes.
And it's happening in Vikendi. Have you played Vikendi yet?
Yeah, I mean, I put in a lot of hours into Vikendi, and I can tell already that some of these influencers and key opinion leaders that play this game very often, they're looking at each other. They're like, yeah, you know, we don't have that much rivalry that's going on, but I'm pretty sure all of that's going to change once they load into game.
You know, they're all friends on stage, but who knows? There might just be new rivalries brewing, but of course, it's all fun and games.
Yes.
We do hope to actually create a lot of friendship through the game. That's what we
Of course.
usually do. And of course, a lot of smiles on all these beautiful faces here. And of course, in the list, we have Baby Oling it for her own team. She will be under the Mineski side, alongside with Irufli as well as Momoko. Meanwhile, we also have Lukman Podolski. Of course, the YouTuber. He's really famous on social media. You haven't checked out his work. He's extremely funny guy. And also, there's XTMM Christina Xiaoting, as well as the rest of the guys from The Face Gaming as well. They were just going at each other on stage.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't want to rip each other apart on stage, I suppose. But always a lot of friendly rivalry that can be built upon between team members. I mean, if you can't compete, I mean, it's bad enough that you got to compete with other teams, but competing with one another and bringing out the best in you is always the best option, in my opinion, to bring out your talent. And what more talent than we have here at PMNT 2018 to 2019. We've got tons of activities here. Make sure you come on down and check it out. Take photos with the host, take photos with all the lovely community members. There's also a big crate here, all kinds of replica weapons that are not real weapons, by the way. Just don't get shocked if you see someone pointing around, waving around an AK. So if you guys just joined us, remember, cancel your plans. Drop your date and come on down to the Vanity Atrium, where the PMNC, the PUBG Mobile National Championship for Malaysia, is underway.
Or you can also bring your date along with you. So the more the merrier, you know.
Of course.
Some really good rounds so far. And if you actually join us for the couple of rounds of the first three Erangel TPP, I think that it was really exciting because different sort of teams actually win it overall. But now in this Vikendi show match, it's going to be so different because we never ever had a competitive Vikendi match. So I would consider this as one. So make sure you guys actually put on your A game.
I mean, it's definitely going to be a good practice for us, I suppose, because I think the dynamics of casting a much more smaller map is going to be upon us, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very fast-paced games, and we can see already all the teams are getting ready. We can see the look of determination on Momoko and Oling's face right now as they appear on stream, trying to navigate the equipment as well. So they are going to get started out. The marshals and all are helping them out. So do remember, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make sure to take a lot of photos and make sure to give your love on social media to all of our sponsors, Tencent, Vivo, and of course Yudu. You can check out all of their products here.
And of course, all these influencers and streamers, they're all setting up their gear and they're trying to get ready for the game. And look at all these familiar faces. I think like some of these names such as Baby Oling, she's a fantastic player back in the Dota scene.
Yes.
She also manages teams and she does all sorts of stuff. She also streams and all. I think a lot of eyes are on her, whether or not she can carry a team or be carried by the team. We'll find out. And we're looking at, of course, some of these pro players from the PC version where they say like, maybe it's going to be a little bit different because now it's all going to be on mobile. So the mechanics are so much more simpler in a sense, but it's a total different ball game, I would say.
I mean, I think the biggest thing for a lot of these PUBG PC players, I mean, like when we see the Face Gaming, they're known for their PUBG PC gameplay, is that aiming as well. I mean, mechanically, it's a lot different compared to aiming with a mouse and keyboard. So there is a lot of other little factors that I believe that can always not bring out the best in you. But hey, it is a show match after all, so there isn't nothing much to be said about that. I mean, it's just for friendly competition. But of course, we can always be very well aware to see that most members of the Face Gaming are going to be very vocal with one another, considering the rivalry between Han and between 10K and Revolution.
And speaking of that, we also have many other players that are playing. Some of them are staff, some of them are part of the crowd, I would say. So it's great to actually see all of them come together to share the love of playing PUBG. Other than that, we also have Angela Alpaca, we have Noel, Agnes, Chi-Wei, as well as Carson playing with the rest of team Only Pattern. Now, Only Pattern is quite a interesting name, so we can see a lot of pattern banyak-banyak lah when we go into the game.
Of course, all kinds of funny different patterns, of course. But that is not going to stop them from bringing out their A game. So we are looking forward. I mean, what is one thing that a lot of gamers are? They like to try hard, they like to win.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm pretty sure that even though there's going to be a factor of fun here. I mean, it is a show match after all, but I'm pretty sure that some of our players are out here to look a point, maybe not to the crowd, but to each other.
Yeah, I mean, like, you don't want to go into the game that's like feeding off just because, like, hey, this is my first time pairing with all these guys, and you're gonna blame on your team. Don't be that spoiled brat.
Yeah, of course.
But of course, when we look into how the mechanics of Vikendi is like, oh, dab coming in from Mira, oh, that's there as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've all got the lovely people here. We've got lovely people from different games and all different communities. It's glad to see that a lot of people are here to support the Malaysian National Championship for PUBG Mobile. So that is something of a small little achievement that we get to see. Not many Malaysians actually are coming out, and it's glad to see that the numbers are actually reflecting to the how to say in Malay, meriahness of the event. Yes.
Yeah, definitely a lot of people are coming down for this. And we see many more people picking it up, so I'm not surprised even if some of these streamers or influencers will end up being a competitive gamer after this match. Who knows?
You never know. I mean, some of them are coming in from a competitive background, while some of them are just streaming for the entertainment value of it. But I think we are ready to get underway, if I'm not mistaken. They are loading up, and it seems that they're just getting all their settings done. So it's only a few minutes before we get into the game. So we hope that each and every one of you guys are ready for some crazy action. Is it going to be Mineski, Yudu, or Vivo? There are basically 3 brackets of teams, but they're split off amongst 4. So there's going to be a total of 10 teams, if I'm not mistaken.
It should be 10 teams playing for this show match. But let's talk a little bit of Vikendi, the map itself, and how it all works. Because like this is such a small map, but how it differs from Sanhok is that there's a lot of hills, there's a lot of trees, and even the trees are pretty fat. Well, basically, trees don't have fat, but you get what I mean. It's really thick trees. You can hide in a lot of places. So snipers is the name of the game.
Well, sniping is definitely an option for a lot of teams to consider. At Vikendi, personally, I believe that it's one of those maps that really helps you able to see the map a lot better, or you might not see it as well, because I mean there's a lot of white on white snow map, and like you said, there's a little bit of verticality as well as very, very thick trees that people can use to hide behind. And I feel that that's going to be a big problem for a lot of teams that like to mobilize a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a double-edged knife, because if you want to move from point A to point B and there's a lot of cover between you and that point, then that's great. You'll be able to basically control yourself and minimize the amount of damage that you've been taking. But the problem is, because of that crazy amount of angles that you have to cover, that means there's more places for you to cover. It'll be harder for you to return fire as well if you get someone spotted out. And remember, this is PUBG Mobile, so peak advantage is a lot higher compared to PUBG PC, which I feel that some players are still able to punish. But we've seen some really, really good gameplay coming in, because this is the creme de la creme. I mean, we are day 1 of the grand finals, and I've been here since game 2. I've been watching everything, and I'm really excited to see the amount of potential that the Malaysian teams are bringing forward, because not only are they walking away with that 60,000 ringgit grand prize, they're also walking away with so much bragging rights.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, speaking of that, we want to show you one of the chicken dinner winners here, and we're going to go into the video of Gank FTY.
Nama tim kita orang adalah Geng FTY. Saya adalah Man Parang dan teammate saya adalah Drax, Jimboy dan Geek. Kita orang baru buat tim PUBG M ni sebab pada mulanya saya kadang ingin mencuba PUBG M disebabkan saya sebelum ni adalah PUBG PC player yang saya main kompetitif selama setahun. So saya saja nak try PUBG M. Saya rasa confident sebab saya mempunyai lebih kurang banyak juga lah pengalaman dalam PUBG. So, saya yakin boleh menang. Favorite gun saya adalah SKL sebab saya suka senang untuk kawan recall dia.
Straight away, but Manparang is he wants Gucci's head. He will shoot Gucci, and it looks like Gucci will be knocked right away, and they want to kill him. And Gucci.
Semoga berjaya semua tim. Semoga diorang dapat kalkan momentum dan menang tournament kali ini.
That is Gang FTY bringing you the momentum. And of course, they take a chicken dinner through one of the rounds of the day, and we're hoping to see more from Gang FTY.
Well, Manparang is a very well-known name in the PUBG Mobile as well as PUBG PC community. I mean, he was one of the top 10 in the Asia leaderboard, if I'm not mistaken, during the, I think, top 50 or top 10, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
very well-known. Not just in terms of how he plays as well, mechanically as a solo player, he's very complete. And I feel that PUBG Mobile is definitely a very interesting home for him. And I can't wait to see what kind of talent that they're going to unleash, because Gang FTY has looked unstoppable lately.
Yeah, definitely. And look at how things are going so far. He seems to bring a lot of his fans from the PC to the mobile side who actually join in the fray. And we see a lot of good synergy within the teammates. We see Jimboy as well as Geek working hand in hand all together. And they all seem to have a different separate role. Like they have Drax here just scouting out, and a couple of them are really efficient on long range and mid range weapons.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you always want to consider. Considering that, I mean, the platform does not allow for you to be conducive with long-range shots, so it does show a lot of understanding as well as skill for you to operate a sniper rifle at 400 meters away on your phone. So that's something that I believe that a lot of these players are slowly challenging themselves and getting better at more and more each day. So before we go into the show match, are there any particular weapons that you feel have made a big splash here today in terms of showing up on the kill feed? Or
I think in terms of weapon, I see a lot of people opting for M4 as well as AKs, the main ARs, as well as a couple of SKS all across the board. But when we move into the Candy, we have new guns left on the table. So we have the G36C,
yes,
and also there's so many other things that is just totally different, which gives PUBG Mobile that fresh breath of air that everybody needs. And there's so many different places to drop if you want to fight it all out, go inside the castle. Everyone's just going to have a castle war. Or you can also go into my favorite place, Kantra.
Yeah, Kantra.
You see where I'm getting.
I'm going. I see where that's going, definitely.
Yeah, and so like some places you can play safe at Kantra, or even Cosmodrome is one of the hot drops here. So let's see which one of all these KOLs and influencers are up for that challenge.
Well, I'm thinking that some members of the FaZe Gaming already are thinking about dropping in hot. I can already tell some of them are smiling at me from the play area already. So we can roughly tell that it's going to be a very explosive show match here as we look into the eyes of Baby Oling that we can. I mean, here's the thing, right? I mean, if you're a pro player, even from a different game, like how Baby Oling is from Dota 2, they still bring that mechanical understanding of the game as well as that competitive spirit that I feel that, oh, I'm a pro player, I must maintain that level of proness.
Professionalism, and you want to go in making sure that you dominate. And like, even for Xiaoting, she is actually a player in League of Legends. She also streams multiple different games. And I think Momoko is really familiar with how PUBG works. So, of course, all eyes are on Momoko as well. So let's see how things go for our team. So we wish them the best of luck. Other than that, we also have Angela. We have, of course, Carson's team. And also Joshua C., who's pretty good looking.
I mean, all these guys are well known in their own right, in their own respective industries. Of course, I don't think anyone needs an introduction to Lukman Podolsky. I think he's a genius when it comes to Divines, to be honest. He's a very hilarious guy. What's the word for it? Senpai, if I'm not mistaken. Very just chilled out kind of guy, which is always great to have. But I'm pretty excited to see how these guys bring their talents, not just from the industry, but also into the game as well. So I'm pretty excited to see very unique interactions between these teams, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that some really funny action is going to happen out of the blue. And speaking of that, we also have Adib Alex on the table with us, alongside with other names such as Johnson, Dayanan, Shidi, Bob, Tuckman, Andy, Phoebe, Fazril. The list goes on and on. This is what I love about PUBG. You can bring all your friends together, sit, you can fill up the whole mamak and everyone play the same game. That's what you can actually do with PUBG Mobile. And you can play anywhere.
A shot of our pan, the coveted pan that we're going to be fighting for a lot of these teams. And here we are as we are going to go underway, everyone getting ready for the battle. And I mean, let's talk a little bit about Vikendi. Let's talk a little bit how different it is compared to a lot of the other maps. More SMGs on Vikendi compared to every other map. What are your thoughts? Go, Contra.
Well, you'll see a lot more spawns of Tommy guns as well as the micro Uzis all around. So this will force certain teams to actually go head-to-head in close quarter combats. Meanwhile, if you're getting all the DMRs as well as the sniper rifles, it's good for them because this is a map that gives them a lot of advantage. There's so many ridges to work around with, and every single town is designed to be unique. There's no same buildings. There's possibly you can see a little bit of familiarity, but you'll have to navigate your way through, even through the forest or fogs and stuff. So yeah, a little bit of death stare coming in.
Yeah, all the death stare coming in from the teams right there.
Just trying to scare the rest of the team, so.
I think they're just trying to get into the zone and also trying to tell their viewers at home that, guys, you need to get into the zone too. Remember, we are coming to you live from Velocity Mall, Sunway Velocity Mall here in Cheras, so come on down and check it out. If you got no plans at home, make sure to cancel your plans or add this to your plans and come on down and check it out. You might walk away with some fantastic prizes.
Exactly.
That's up for grabs.
And I do hear news that the lobby is ready, so we're gonna get into the game
right.
really, really soon. So, oh man, I wonder who will get the chicken dinner. Now, you guys can cast your votes. If you guys are on Facebook, drop in all your comments. Vote for your favorite influencers as well as your idols, basically. Just hashtag notice me senpai or something. I don't know. You do you.
Whatever you guys do, make sure you do you the way you want to. And that is a rhyme, and I do that all the time, baby. As we get into the game, we can see already a little bit of a shyness there. As we can see that the crowd is getting a little bit restless as we're getting into this game. So Contra, I mean, G36 is going to be something that's going to be coveted by a lot of these players. I'm really excited to see how that's going to work out. But like I said beforehand, I mean, RNG does play a lot of factors, whether or not you're able to pick it up in the right time, in the right place. He's getting known.
Here we go.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the show match, and it's going down at Vikendi.
Seems like it will fly from the side of Creatures to my favorite spot, Contra, because my name is Contra, bringing you all these games alongside with the Hound. And we do expect a lot of teams dropping into the middle. Let's see how this is going to go. Seems like there's only one team falling out of the plane. Make that 2, as 13 as well as 8 is out for the drop. And over in the central zone, we might just see some of them heading towards Tovar or even Dino Park. Have you been to Dino Park? It's kind of cute because it's like a roller coaster right there.
I mean, it definitely shows a lot of cuteness there. There's a lot of fun little assets that the PUBG Corporation actually, that Tencent Games actually put into it. And I'm pretty excited to see how that is going to actually work in terms of dynamic cover for a lot of these players. We do see that on the side of Team Rascal, they are going to be dropping towards the edges of the map, something that they normally do. And we are going to be watching on Team Joshua, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and it seems like they have a really good area where they won't be contested at all. Seems like Adip alongside with Hans and K will be in the same team. So let's see how the synergy will go for all these guys. And speaking of synergy, seems like there's this whole pattern team just moving left to right, right to left.
I mean, if you want to talk about synergy, at least we know which team amongst this entire influencer team came in prepared because they're all in the same name.
Yeah.
We do see Han 10K as well as Adib Alex now going for the quick loots. Adib Alex right now getting started off with the Micro Uzi. A Micro Uzi, myself, I've always considered it a pea shooter, but in the early stages of the game, if you're able to get some really good loot, basically like the micro Uzi stock as well as the compensator, that pea shooter can actually rival the Vector in terms of fire rate. It's just that the Vector just has that slight little advantage of fire rate.
Well, of course, you make sure that none of the bullets actually miss out, because the Vector can only hold up to 13 to 25 bullets, depending on what sort of attachment you want to equip it with. So hence on to the side of the M4 is a good choice for the side of Alex. Inside of the winery section, and oh my, looks like the circle will cover at least a good 40% of water over onto the eastern section of Cemetery, Kantra, Peskova, as well as Pozvoto.
Well, Cement Factory, bits of Castle, Volnova, and Hot Spring, as well as Pesnikova, is going to be a lot of very coveted real estate for a lot of these players. So depending on how they're going to be moving, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to be getting some kills and how they're going to be mobilizing into that safe zone. Remember, the safe zone is going to hurt later on to the stage.
Oh, the slow mobile!
Revolution.
Oh, that really beautiful slide. This is not a skateboard, by the way, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, Zach Revolution wanted to partake in the Winter Olympics by backflipping over a house, most likely, but sad to say, we didn't get to see that happen. But luckily enough, we didn't see him crash or burn.
Well, it's funny enough because the other day when I was playing with my friend, we were just trolling around. We tried to park the snowmobile inside of the house. And what happened was I closed the door on the snowmobile with my friend still on top of it. And then the snowmobile actually exploded.
Oh,
with her inside.
that's just, I mean, Vikendi is still in the beta phases and still in development. So there can
I think
be...
it's really well established by now, so I think they got it fixed already.
All right. I mean, it is a game after all, so there'll always be all these isolated incidences. But as we see number here, Team 16 and of course Revolution's team are going to be checking out against one another. Angel Alpaca as well, Yjack Peekaboo and Dut now looking over to them. Phoebe Bella, Rabjojin and Koroi Plus now hanging about. They don't have that much in terms of verticality going over to the other team.
And speaking of that, it seems to be pretty interesting that certain teams are playing as a duo and some of them are playing as a squad of 4. So it's like they just love the challenge.
I don't think it's just about that. Also, I think it was also about bragging rights as well. You know?
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like, hey, look at me, ma, I can 2v4 any day.
Exactly. So that's going to be something that you want to be looking out for. Lai as well as maybe it's Ichi. Maybe it's Chi.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe it's Chi. That's some good branding right there. But
Not
they
sponsored, by the way.
are going to be heading over towards a very interesting spot here. They do have the snowmobiles, so that's going to help them actually navigate onto a lot of these tough to navigate terrains here. I mean, if you are using a car and you try to drive onto snow, and this is based on my own personal experience, it's tough. It's not something that's easy to do. But I mean, with the snowmobile, it makes it a lot easier, a lot more mobile. But of course, you're you're open target.
Exactly.
If someone actually just locks onto you and sprays onto you, it's going to be a problem.
Speaking of open target, they're walking in the middle road out for, I don't know, there's nothing for them to loot at all. So I think that Castle is kind of an interesting area for them to actually navigate around. There's a lot of items up in store for team number 5 here, of course, led by Joshua. And the rest of them will be Aries, Applechaw, and Bernard.
All right, team Joshua there is going to enjoy that bit of castle and will be able to loot up as much as he can. But like I said beforehand, the RNG coming in, the looting frequency for certain weapons in Vikendi has been adjusted. So we are going to see more people with early game SMGs compared to seeing them with AR. So that's going to be interesting. We do see Adip as well as Hard 10K. They might actually move towards this little jet ski here. And this is going to be very interesting to see how they're going to be making full use of this. Because you did mention previously that 40% of that circle is going to be covering water.
Yeah.
So could this be a long-term game coming in from 10K as well as Adip Alex?
Looks like they are listening really well here. And of course, some of these teams, they're still trying to make their way in. But the boys here taking a dip in the water, so going to slide through for a little bit. Meanwhile, Han 10K is opting for that Scar L. And speaking of which, when we talk about vehicles, if you use the snowmobile on a tar road, you will actually move a little bit slower as compared to the UAZ. And if you use a UAZ on snow, you'll start to slide a little bit more, or any other vehicle on wheels. So I like the new implementation coming to Vikendi.
Like you said beforehand, I think it's great that the developers are actually taking into account how terrain is going to affect traction, which I think puts a lot of reconsideration towards...
He's stopping for gas!
Stopping for gas.
I'm surprised he actually picked up the gas can. And he plans things out really well.
I mean, we never see this in professional play. So this is something that is a little bit of an oddball here. I mean, this is a show match after all. Not much is on the line aside from bragging rights amongst each other. So it's definitely going to be something to watch here. Han 10K aiming towards the horizon as he drives into the circle, and they ride into the circle already. So I think what's going to happen is that they're just going to make sure that no one is going to be coming from behind them, and they're just going to go along the coast as good as well as possible. Oh, we do see some shots there coming in towards GXYD's team.
I guess they were just trying to test out their guns, and they will crash over onto this section here. Oh, a little bit of a...
if this list serves me correctly, this is from the Yudu staff team. So this is going to be very interesting to see how they do it better.
Oh yeah, and look at how things are going. They need to maneuver this car a little better. Of course, they're stopping by Abby and they say, you know what, maybe this is too hard to drive around, so let's opt for another place. So no Abby.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has a lot of challenges here, and AWM here being the first drop of the evening, and we might see a team actually go for it. We do see the blips are coming out, and it's near Cement Factory. So if I remember correctly, I think there might be another team that might be at Cement Factory. So they've got to be careful on that. Red Zone is pretty close by towards Momoko's team, if I'm not mistaken.
Seems like Zack Revolution managed to take one off as First Blood, getting that headshot from afar. Too bad it's not caught on camera, but seems like Chi is going to go in with a reply. Takes down Rascal from the back.
Chi now replies. Zack Revolution goes for the flank. Will this be a strike for them as Zack Revolution now tries to fire back? The pre-fire coming in from Chi. Is it Chi? Is it not Chi? Maybe it is as he goes for the push. Will it be enough?
Oh no!
Rascal is in danger. Zack Revolution gets put down.
We talked about the teammate rivalries, and it seems like Zack is the first one to fall. Man, Zack, shame on you.
Yeah, well, very, very bad. It was very sad for Zack. However, it is a team game after all, so Chi right now going to enjoy a lot of loot here. Ooh.
Just kidding. I mean, he's just going in for the loot. So.
No, I mean, and the thing is, a little bit of quick looting coming in from Chi now. He does have the flare gun, so that's going to be something that he wants to exercise here. Baby Oling's team on Team 13 right now, just nicely going over this piece of real estate and looting as much as they can. So I think it was a very early start for these two players from Chi's team, which I think that gave them a big, good sense of accomplishment in terms of the bragging rights.
Yeah.
But at the expense of Zack Revolution, of course. But however, that's of course done in fair sport. We are going to be watching from
Mumi Mama.
Mumi Mama, and this is going to be a Baby Oling's team.
And looks like Mumi Mama needs to get a little bit more gears. She's only wearing all the...
Mumi Momo.
Mumi Momo.
Yeah. Is that a O or an A?
We got to check our eyes here.
Yeah, it's an A, sorry.
Yeah,
Mumi
so it's
Mama,
Mumi Mama. So they need a couple of level 2 equipments, level 3, if even better. But here comes the Patton squad just driving by, and they might just go in against Baby Oling's
Oh
team.
boy, this is going to be interesting. Baby Oling might actually spot them
what
out.
Oling does.
I'm pretty sure she does hear them, so wondering whether or not she's good. Oh,
Shoot them.
I think what they're trying to do is they're just trying to be passive, because what they're worried about is if only Patton decides to gatekeep on them, there's going to be a problem. So they just, I think, coming in from Oling's team, they were just like, hey, let them just pass through and we'll catch them from behind as the final few circles are going to be coming in.
Interesting. So, they're driving towards the red zone. Oh.
I mean, like I said, you know, they could be working on this very particular strategy where they're just going to try and hug the edge of the circle as much as they can and they push in, because they know for a fact that there's not a high number of players on the map.
Yeah.
Right?
So they're gonna wait for it to shrink for a little bit before they go full force on going into the battle.
Definitely, and I mean, I've said it before, Contra, and we've seen it again. A lot of the Malaysian teams, they like to play at this very high looting, excuse me, an extended looting phase.
Yeah.
And then they focus on that mid-game fights a lot, and that's normally when they start pathing. So for the most part, I think we're going to start seeing these players interact with one another better as the circle closes.
Yeah, I gotta say so. And what I usually call this along my friends is that you are a loot goblin if you are still looting towards the late phases. If you're in phase 7 and you're still like, hey, there's an energy drink on the ground. Meanwhile, in your back, there's already another 6 cans. So you gotta manage your time if you want to be a pro player, like how much resources you need inside your bag. So your inventory is really important as well. Here comes Chi hiding by the side. But
all right, Chi definitely may consider taking some of these shots here as Han 10K, another member. Or as we see it, Chi now dropping in fire onto Han 10K as well as Adib Alex. Adib Alex, I think, is going to be on the passenger side as Han 10K is going to be driving the car. So we do see that how it's going to go and how this is going to work out is going to be very interesting. They are going to be gatekeeping here. So, it seems that Adib Alex now goes for the driver's seat. Now we're going to be watching from Han 10K.
He doesn't trust him at all.
We're going to see Cement Factory now. All these teams looking towards holding a very interesting spot here. Now, in terms of how this is going to work out for a team, it can be very good and very bad, mainly because that if you're able to hang out that particular angle and you're able to hold it well with your team, then you're going to realize that a lot of people are going to have a hard time trying to push into a certain part of real estate. However, it's only a matter of time before that flank folds. So
yeah, and Phoebe and the rest of the team is actually in the middle of the circle because Cement Factory is just smacked across the bridge, and you can also wait for people to come by. It's not that hard to spot people out when you're holding all these high angles. Speaking of that, they've got good scopes as well. So Asing No Fear has already charged himself up. Oh, a couple of taps coming in.
Asing No Fear now getting some of those taps in, and it might be from the other team here as we see Team Joshua's now is going to be compelled to fight against this other team. We do see it from the 4X here coming in from Joshua S3, trying to go for those shots. Will not ring through as those shots miss. We do see a push here coming in, but it seems that Team 5 does have the advantage.
We have flank. Oh no, here's the circle as well. It may look pretty bad, but here comes all the bullets flying through from Joshua.
The spray is going to be coming through here as Joshua S3 now going to go for a Crimson XY. Crimson YD now in a lot of trouble here behind that piece of cover as Joshua S3 now looking towards getting that other angle. Oh, we do see a push here coming in, but will it be? Oh, he adjusts, but he misses the opportunity. The flank has fallen, and there's going to be a fight here as Asing No Fear shows no fear whatsoever as he pushes it out.
Axe, he's still alive with so little health. That's going to be one member
he goes
down.
to his D. Asing No Fear as well goes to his Ds. This is going to be a problem here. 2 members are left as only 1 member is lost for the side of Team 5.
Reload. He's got to reload really quick. Oh no! It's 1 more member falling down to the ground, and he's just running for his life. He's not too sure what to do, and he spawns out 2 members. Gets a double kill in the hands of Joshua.
Joshua ending that team convincingly. The flank fell, but however, the amount of displacement that was coming in from Team 5 was great. They lost 1 man though, so that's going to be a bit of a problem once they hit towards that final few circles.
Yeah, and it seems like Bernard has to actually sit this one out. Oh my, M249 alongside with an extended mag.
Now let's talk a little bit about this M249, 100 bullets. Of 5.56 going down the range makes it almost impossible for you to peek out. It's the ultimate suppression weapon, but the thing is, there's a reason why it is a squad machine gun. You need a squad to actually utilize it well. I mean, if you're able to just pin the person down and suppress the person down, it's only a matter of time before that person tries to move to another piece of cover and tries to get defilade onto you.
Oh my, Oling might just bump into team number 6 right there. Then she doesn't really know where they're all located at. It's just the rest of pattern just over on the edge. They may hear this vehicle move, and let's see whether they take advantage of this situation.
And I think this was the same team. I think it was the pattern team that passed by Baby Oling's team. So, Oh, there could have been a shot
Did he
there.
just punch his own teammate?
I don't know. I think there could have been something, but I think maybe it could have been a bit of a visual bug. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. So yes.
Oh yeah, and you can see only Pattern is just rotating around. They smell danger. They don't want to collide with Baby Oling's team, and they are moving further down into the eastern section here, all across towards the waters. Seems like all these players, they want the full feel of playing professionally. You know, they're already up on stage. Might as well come back with a chicken dinner. So 10 more teams left alive. We still have 22 left on the table as well. And this is a full squad coming from Patton, A, C, K, and no letter on the second guy.
Yeah, so it's Patton and Patton's A, C, and K. They're going to be fighting it out. So the Patton team looking to establish a winning pattern for this evening. As we see, the standoff between Adib Alex and Han 10K might actually bear a little bit of fruit here, as maybe it's Chi slowly pushing into hostile territory.
Circle is also closing in another 15 seconds, so they gotta make another rotation. This is phase 3. Shouldn't hurt too bad, but you shouldn't linger around too long inside of the blue either. Meanwhile, Adib Alex and Han 10K, they're just going to be chilling around till some action commences. But of course, in the hands of Adib, he managed to find himself pretty good gears once again. We talked about the M249, how it's...
A little bit of emotes there.
Oh, a little bit of dance move. Are we having a showdown right now?
Adib Alex and Han 10K now having a bit of an emote showdown here between one
shot
another.
right there.
So it's always a good thing to have. At least they are living up to having a good time, as is very well known with the FaZe Gaming group. They are a fun-loving bunch. As we do see that maybe she might actually push it out here. Adib Alex might actually run into Chi first. I don't know whether that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing for either Chi or Alex here.
Well, see it as another potential for 20 points up on the table for them. But and of it all, it's only going to be the guys with the chicken dinner who will be rewarded.
Of course.
Since it's only going to be a single show match. But Pattern is slowly creeping through. I think that all of these players are playing extremely safely. Speaking of that,
No way. As we can see it already, Han 10K now eliminating Chi. Those biceps are not going to fool anyone today, as 10K was able to take him down. We can also hear, I mean, don't know whether you guys will hear, you can hear a little bit of vocalization from Chi when he got shot just now. So, of course, it's going to be all in good spirits here as this show match continues underway.
yeah, and you can see that there's already a snowmobile prep for them to park next to the body. Meanwhile, what are you doing, Patton?
Well, I think Patton right now, they are really living up to the slow-paced game here. Playing it pretty slow, playing it pretty easy, looking towards playing the long game, trying to make sure that they get that chicken dinner coming in from the Vivo team, if I'm not mistaken, Carson's team, if I'm entirely correct here.
Well, to get chicken dinner, sometimes you gotta act like a chicken, you know, like you just gotta chicken out on flights.
I mean, yes, definitely. You've got to. I mean, it's different. It definitely doesn't have the same level of what's the word for it? Doesn't have the same level of rules like the esports rules does. I mean, kill counts and placement counts and so on and so forth. So this is definitely a more public meta kind of approach rather than esports meta, which isn't entirely a bad thing. MK14 here is going to be driven past by Han 10K as well as Adib Alex. Not interested in picking it up for some reason.
Well, I guess they've already gotten pretty decent loots in the previous one. They've got the M249 in hand, and here comes Adib Alex. They know that somebody's up there in the mountains, so they're gonna hide for the time being.
10K might actually just hang out here and gatekeep for the side of Team 4. Adib Alex now looking towards being a very aggressive push, but he's got to be careful though. He's already been spotted. So what he's going to do is he's going to try and turn it around, set it up as cover, give as much information as he can. What's happening for team number 4 is they're doing pretty well here because 10K as well as Adib Alex do not have the numbers, so they are going to be pushing it out. The fire shots have been coming in. 10K now in a little bit of trouble. There goes one tire. Will they be able to get out of here though? They are trying to hide behind this building, and it seems that the tracer fire is going to come towards Han 10K, and I think it could be a little bit more than they can chew at this particular moment. The 6 scope right now ringing through with the AK-47. AKM.
It's kind of interesting that they are actually putting it over on the AK, knowing that there's recoil. But that beautiful shot coming from the side of Han 10K managed to bring down Phoebe down to 50%. That's going to be a free kill. Oh, no, Phoebe!
Phoebe going down to the ground, knees to the ground, hands to the ground as well as she gets taken down by Han 10K.
There's still 3 more members left intact, but what are they going to do? Are they going to go down and try to save Phoebe? They gotta be a gentleman, you know, like, oh.
I mean, it should be considered here, but considering that they don't have that much smokes and they won't be able to push it out, this could be bad. Now, Adib Alex now hiding in the smoke that's been set up by 10K. 10K looking to push. Phoebe now in a lot of trouble.
He's sitting down in the smokes. That's a beautiful taunt. It's like, no, you're not gonna hit any bullets inside this smoke.
This is bad here. Look at that. Now,
look at Smooth Moves.
We've got ourselves a little bit of taunting and friendly rivalry here. Remember, this is all done in good spirit, ladies and gentlemen, so do not take no offense.
This is why I love show matches.
I love show matches. I mean, you can see a little bit more. I mean, it's not the same level of craziness, of technical craziness that you see on an esports level, but it's always great to see like the memes come out. I mean, all the kind of fun interactions that you get between players and fans and community members. So this is always great to have. So now 10K as well.
Looks like Angela is taken out. It's only 1 more member left alive, and it seems like, of course, the Chinese name will be Noel, we call him.
Yes.
And Noel is going to deal with all these patterns here over on the side. And he's just going to give him the K.
All right, so it seems that this is just bad for his team here. Not entirely a very good start for Noel, but he does have a car nearby him. But he's got to be careful though, because there are other members from Team 16 that's going to be nearby. Excuse me, from Only Patterns team that's going to be nearby. So Noel might be in a little bit of trouble here if he doesn't push it out. He only has 50 seconds to push it out, and the circle's getting closer and closer together.
Yeah, he's got to decide where to run, and it's kind of like an open field right now. Look at the middle. It's all empty. And only team number 13 is kind of smacked right in the middle towards the northern section. Meanwhile, for the side of Apple, Tra, as well as Joshua, they possibly might go into a head-to-head battle against the rest of the Pattern squad.
Pattern squad right now looking towards holding on to their position, but will it be enough as they are going to be pushed out? We do see coming in from team number 5, which is Joshua's team, from the side of Vivo, if I'm not mistaken. No, excuse me, that's not Joshua C, that's another Joshua. That's coming in from one of these other teams.
Should be the same one.
I mean, I think it could be the same one here.
Oling squad managed to actually get another loot in hand. Here comes Kayla going for
boy.
loot. And here is also Han 10K trying to drive over. It seems like they're going to stop for a little bit, playing a little bit of car radio music before they go in for another sprint.
All right, Han 10K now is going to be hanging on to this position. There was a little bit of latency issues right there. Could have been a bit of connection issue, but it happens sometimes. So we do see that Han 10K right now doing the thing that he does best, scoping it out, being patient.
What? Adib's still driving around, and he might just get caught out right now if he's not careful enough. But over the bottom side, it seems like coast is clear. Seems like for the side of Han 10K, he's just scoping around.
Oh,
clear fire going from
Aneno Koji right now taking down Adib Alex, and Han 10K does the right thing to fall back, tries to go for the shot. Han 10K showing the 10K taps, but it's not going to be enough. He goes for the reload. He does have the advantage here. All he needs to do is push Adib Alex now down on the ground. Will it be enough? As he tries to go for that corner, he's got to be careful. Oh, it seems that there's going to be a bit of a peek and play kind of thing happening here. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get caught out. And it seems that 10K was able to get it, but no, will not be able to redeem himself and salvage his team member, Adib Alex. Now it's all up to 10K. As he is the solo member of this team. Remember, there are 12 live with 5 teams. 5 teams left. Oh, and it seems that
Marcus on his head.
Momi Mama now looking to get those shots with that SLR. Has got to be careful. She's belly down on the ground. Han 10K might look to peek. He's got to be careful that he does not get spun out. Oh my goodness. But no!
Aswin stole the show.
Aswin Andy being the spoiler here, inadvertently saving Han 10K. Han 10K in a lot of trouble, but he sprays back. But no! Aswin Andy comes back and spoils it out for Han 10K as well.
Double kill in his hands, and he's got to be proud of himself. Just eliminating team after team. Only 4 teams left alive. And the rest of the pattern getting shredded down by Royal Kayla.
Royal Kayla coming in from the flank. There was no hope there. Right into the blender. As he sprays it out. Royal now has got to move out. The circle not in their favor. He picks up their first aid kit. The sprays are coming in, but Royal goes down.
There goes Kayla. Meanwhile, Baby Oling opts to actually lose on. Remember, it's still K on the side of Pattern K. But of course,
yo, Pattern team right now, I mean, you guys are like wondering why they're just being so idle, but they still got 4 members. They still got a lot of utilities. They have so much to offer here. The only thing they don't have to offer is just positioning, which is really bad for them. They have to be careful that they don't get wiped out. They need to immediately heal up here.
Their circle is going to be pretty bad. It's not favoring other teams other than team number 5. And speaking of that, Apple and the rest of Joshua, they're ready for this one because they have so much walls to work with. There's trees in front of them for coverage. So they know who will come in with the flank. This is going to be your top 4 team. We still have Baby Oling trying to survive all by herself by the corners of the rock. I'm not sure how is she going to deal with the likes of Pattern as well as Joshua, but we wish her the best of luck.
Like I said beforehand, it just really depends on how these players are going to take advantage of this situation here. Oling now is going to be pushing it out. She might actually spot Aswin Andy here. Aswin Andy was able to be a spoiler for a lot of these teams.
This is a top 4 situation. Baby Oling getting clipped by the circle already. Run, Oling, run! Run! Oh no!
Oling now
health.
taking a little bit too much damage here. Has got to be careful that she doesn't get exposed. She has to heal up immediately as she gets in. Oh, but it seems that only Pattern K will be... Oh, Joshua taking the shots onto Aswin Andy. Aswin Andy a little bit of trouble here. Has got to be careful as he switches over to the M24. Will he be able to get it? That 4 scope now. Scoped out and zeroed in.
And it seems like they are still holding the ground. Here comes a Molly. They want to burn her down. Oh no!
Oling right now in a little bit of trouble, but she shows that she don't need no man, and she's going to be pushing it out as independent as possibly can, as she is just going to heal it up. A lot of trouble here.
I'm not sure if she has mats because she's not healing up right now. Here comes a beautiful
headshot! Joshua with the headshot, baby. We've got ourselves 1. We've got ourselves 2. Will we get 3? Oh no, that was beautifully done by Joshua. Getting that angle nicely done and trying to go for that pixel perfect shot. And it seems that the Molly...
He wants to burn them all down once again.
Oh, it lands short, though, as we're going to be pushing it out. Only Pattern now trying to get back. Ares is going to look towards getting this aggressive push. Pattern right now goes back for the shoot. Ares fires back, but will Ares be able to knock them down? 1 for 1. Will it be enough? Joshua comes in. Joshua helps out. He hits, he misses, but almost takes him down. Joshua does not take any damage. He does happen to reload as the action dies down just a little bit. Baby Oling right now hanging out on the backside here, just trying to wait for that time to come in with the beautiful nade or trying to just spoil it out.
She's Oling!
She's been spotted out! Oling has been spotted out, but she crawls in! She crawls in! Oling was able to crawl in, but no! She gets ended! This is going to be a 2-on-2 situation!
Oh, let's see what Joshua has in store. They know that they're just next door. Rock by rock, and do they still have nades? I want to see the nades all popped out. Here comes a little bit coming from the side of Joshua.
It's Vivo versus Vivo here. Both of these teams are from the Vivo side here. Here comes the Molly. Will it be enough? Only Pattern that pushes out. Pattern goes down. Joshua still holds. He still holds on. He still holds on to his best. He tries to go for the M24. This is not going to be a good rush. And he goes down. We've got 1 more, but Apple comes in. And Joshua's team walks away the winner.
Joshua, crazy stuff. We see him spraying through, and now we see a crazy celebration right on talent stage. Oh, They are just so excited with the win, and they didn't expect to get it. They were in this small little ditch, and somehow it just worked wonders for them. And he spotted out baby Oling right there.
Yeah, I mean, Oling did her level best
yeah.
just to try to just stay unnoticed and try to get that chicken dinner at the last minute. But I think it was sad that she was revealed just at that moment and was shot down with a beautiful M24 snipe. But I've got to say that there was some really good stuff there being shown by this Team 2, which was Team 3, which was Joshua, Applechua, Bernard, and Eris that were playing on that team, and I think that it was great. These are the teams that were registered under the Vivo, the Vivo banner here, so really glad to see that Vivo, one of our sponsors today, by the way, are winning it big with that. And you want to know why? I'm pretty sure it's because that they had the power of Vivo behind them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. And it's all just good, great atmosphere here in PMNC happening here live from Sunway Velocity Mall in Chura. So make sure you come on down because there's so many more games. And of course, we will have more action coming your way as well. Now, before we move in back to Forest, let's talk a little bit about the game because we still got some highlights to talk about here.
Yeah. Personally, I think that there were some really good fights. I'm just going to be as honest as possible. I mean, it's a show match. We're not expecting like some of the craziest gameplay, but it was really good to watch though. I mean, as we look at the highlights here, we did see that this little fight between
the Chi and Zach fight.
Rascal and Zach now get ended, and that's going to be haunting Rascal and Zach for a very long time, I suppose. We are going to be watching as well. Joshua S3 here coming in, did pretty well here.
Yeah, at first he was like really shaky with his aim, but towards the rest of the round, towards the ending, he already got the hang of it. So a lot of points in their hands, and of course, a beautiful spray. But I like this one though, coming from a Han 10K, because they picked off Phoebe out in the mountains. Who would have expected that coming from there?
Very nicely done from Han 10K. Just goes to show that that experience from PC can definitely bring onto mobile. I'm pretty sure that he wasn't able to get some of those crazy shots that he's known for on his stream, mainly because of the different platform. I mean, you don't have the same level of tactile dexterity that you're able to use mouse and the keyboard. But still, I mean, it just goes to show that, as you can see here, Han 10K was just really smart. Was trying to play the bamboozle game, trying to push on the other door.
Left and right, and he was trying to create all those noise and eventually caught one member out inside of the wall. But over on the back though, much later on, we see Monimo get sniped off by Aswin, and Aswin gets a double kill over onto Han 10K as well.
Yeah, this was a very
bamboozle moment.
Bamboozle moment for Han 10K. He thought he was safe, but sadly it wasn't going to be the case. This was Royal now coming in from the side. From the side of Baby Oling's team, was able to come in and just utterly decimate the team as they were fighting on the other flank. So I think the biggest lesson here, whenever you're going into a show match, always remember to watch your flanks. Always remember to watch your flanks, because someone can just come in and just spray you down without any problems whatsoever. It was like watching, something go into the blender, basically.
And this taps coming in from the M24 of Joshua was perfect. He got a headshot and he landed another 2-shot, but the volleys got a little bit of work there. I would say Arius had a really great push, spots out path members and eventually bringing some of them down. As you can see that there's a couple of spray, but they did miss a couple of shots. Looking into how things were going for them, they still managed to make it into the top 3, which is good going for them anyways.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a very good show match here. We do see Applechua. This was something that I liked a lot. He let Joshua actually do the work. While Joshua was doing the work here, trying to get as much damage down as he can, Apple was able to just come in from the side. And this is something that I've seen done over and over again on PUBG PC, and it's glad to see that the PUBG mobile community as well is starting to pick it up. So as long as you're able to basically catch off one of these members and you know that numbers are on your favor, you're able to basically catch your enemy team with the pants down, and it's just a higher win percentage for you. It's definitely something that a lot of team players need to consider when they want to get into these games.
And of course, it's been a beautiful show match that we saw in Vikendi. Now give them a round of applause, and we will pass it back over on to Faraz.
Thank you so much, the Hound and Contra. Guys, give them one more round of applause. Team Joshua right here. Great game. You managed to showcase a lot of your skills with different guns. We saw the sniper skills over there. What do you want to say about your skills, man? Everybody was laughing. Everybody was loving the gunplay that you were having at the end.
Actually, I'm a casual gamer. I don't really...
Oh, wait. So I got to stop you. You're a casual gamer? That's what they always say, man. That's what they always say.
I think the last time I played PUBG Mobile or even PUBG PC was like half year ago.
How do you stay so competitive?
I guess you need to work up with your team, play with strategy, and don't go straight into the middle and stick to the side.
Okay, stick to the sides. If you were to choose the strongest opponent that you had here today, someone who really gave you a hard fight, who would it be? Okay, wait, Adib is looking at you. He's taunting. He was taunting everybody in the game as well. Everybody saw that.
I'm not sure who are them, but I think I saw a name called Hanot or something. Han.
Han. It is him over there. Han over there. Give it up for Han, everybody, as well. Guys, all these guys came down here to play for you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed our show match. Give them one more round of applause for them coming and fighting in front of you guys. Thank you so much. Now, guys, we will be going for a very short break. When we come back, it's going to be our next game for the PUBG Mobile Malaysia National Championships 2018. See you soon.
Saya dari Kingsman Gaming dan juga leader untuk Kingsman Gaming. IGN saya is King dan juga member-member saya Risking, Masking dengan Carol M24. Kami bertemu di mobile game yang lain. Yes, because kerjasama. Sebab kerjasama adalah tangga kejayaan untuk kami semua. M416 sebab recoil dia tidak lari sangat dan power.
He need to go and find someone and he will find one more. And 4 of them still alive and he will get another kill.
Untuk tim lain, saya mengucapkan syabas sebab telah menyertai pertandingan ini dan teruskan usaha. Untuk tim saya, teruskan berusaha dan bekerjasama sama sendiri sebab bekerjasama adalah tangga kejayaan.
Alright. Dengan step.
Sniper ni. M24.
Saya rasa ni crossbow.
Info ni. Adik. Ni paling easy. Ni car. Okay, car. Wait, burst. Sound like burst. M146. M146 M6, M164. M4, M116. Wrong.
Maybe sniper M4 Mini 14.
Oh, my favorite gun, M4. Yes.
UMP. M24.
Easy. Beat suppressor. Mini 14.
Macam car. Car 38K.
SKS.
Vector.
Salah.
Thompson. KBU.
Groza. M762. UMP.
SKS. Singapore kalau Singapore M24.
M416. AUG? Salah. Bukan lagi. Apa nama ni? QBZ.
Salah.
Apa dia tu?
UMP.
Ya Allah, asal lain bunyi ni tak sama dengan aku.
Innovative dual display. The future is next. Vivo.
Hey, you! Ever thought of customizing your own mobile plan? Think about it. You have no choice but to accept what your mobile service provider gives you. But we Malaysians just love to customize everything.
I'll get a large half decaf, scalded almond milk latte, 4 pounds of cinnamon at 167 degrees, and reduced fat white chocolate drizzle, hazelnuts.
See what I mean? Even with our cars, some of us look at them like blank canvases.
Hey bro, I need a carbon GT wing spoiler, drop coilover suspension, 19-inch sports rims, titanium sports exhaust, and a sound system that will blow my eardrums.
Beautiful, isn't it? We customize virtually everything. But why can't we do it with our mobile plans?
Can I get Plan A's data with Plan B's minutes?
There is such thing one.
What about Plan C with 4G every day, not just on weekends?
Cannot lah.
How about...
No.
Why cannot?
Because no mobile plan in Malaysia has ever done it. Until now. Introducing Yudu, the first fully customizable mobile plan. Customize your data, voice, or even SMS to whatever you need. Just create the plan you want on this one simple app. And the best part is, you can change your plan anytime you want. Oh, and one more thing. We deliver your SIM right to you.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages and players known and unknown from all over the world. We are back with PMNC, the PUBG Mobile National Championship for Malaysia 2018. I am the Hound, he is Contra, and before we get everything underway, we would like to thank our sponsors, Tencent, Vivo, and Yudu, because who does it better than you? And of course, man oh man, it's finally here. We started off with the show match just now. We've had 3 games in the books already. Now we're down for match number 4. And how are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling really good because when we look into the first 3 rounds, we see a lot of exciting action from every different team. Some teams have that sort of consistency, but so far, all 3 games that we have 3 winners for the chicken dinner. So maybe we might see another different team, or one of these teams might get a second chicken dinner. So we will have to find out and see. And I believe that we will prepare the scoreboard for round number 3 in just a moment. So this will be it. And it seems like Team ROV will still be leading the leaderboards here with 1,290 points. This, to me, is a really huge surprise because they haven't touched the top 1 position for a while, but they were in the top 3 previously. So good job for the side of AROV as well as Gang FTY on second place, 800 points, can still catch up with Arof. Meanwhile, Panda Crew Senior taking that previous chicken dinner, they shot themselves all the way to 730 points.
Well, Killer Squad, Psychoriot, SWH Star, Hype Esports, and VIP Squad make up for the rest of the bracket, as well as Ozu Gaming Crew, Mad Chicken, RRQ Malaysia, disappointingly at number 11. Kingsman Gaming, Panda Crew, Bravo, Langar, Campus, and Skudeng make up for the rest of the lower bracket. So we have a lot to actually offer up, and a lot of these teams have to work really hard to come back into this. And we've seen it time and time again. A lot of these teams do not do well in placements, but one game and they get like 30 kills and they catapult themselves higher into revelation. So that's something for a lot of these teams to actually take into account here, considering how the tournament structure works. I mean, it's not only placement that gets you a lot of points as well, but it's also kills. So let's take a look at the kills thus far.
This will be the team kill rankings, and right now, Arof is still leading the board with 34 kills. It's no wonder that they are always on top of the charts, and they have an average of a double-digit kill as compared to the rest of them, because you can see that it's 11 as compared to second spot TXS, which comes in at 6. So the rest of them have an average of 4 to 5 kills. But for the side of Ozu Gaming Crew, after game number 1, it seems like they were having a little bit of deep. And then on round 3, they're starting to make a little bit of a comeback. But I'm hoping to see more from OGC because they look so promising in round 1, coming into the top 3 position. And seems like they still need to actually brush on some of these synergy works in the middle of the team. And also, now that we're moving into FEP, it might be a different game for some of these teams.
It may be different here, considering that third-person perspective does not restrict the viewpoint for a lot of these players compared to FPP. So I think that's going to be very interesting to see how a lot of these teams are going to adjust and how they're going to set up their line of sight. Because when we have teams that have trouble setting up line of sight, that's where flanks start to fall. That's where teams come in and just take them from surprise from the right side or the left side, and they just don't see it coming. And you just see teams getting eliminated and mowed down time and time again, mainly because of that one little oversight, just making sure that your line of sight is steady and effective.
Exactly, and looking at the previous round of round 3, it could have been anyone's game because there were roughly 3 other solo squads. Meanwhile, for the side of Panda Crew, there was 2 members. Lucky enough for them, that extra member definitely helped. And at the end of it all, the circle will make some of them bleed out, and they managed to pick up that previous chicken dinner. But looking into some other teams such as Psycho Riot, who actually made it into that top 3 position, was a surprise for some. But to me, it wasn't much of a surprise at all because these are the top guns coming from Sabah. They flew all the way here. They want to make sure their moment's worth is always up here, and they want to aim for that chicken dinner. Hopefully this round, and you can see the Panda Crew seniors are having really good spirit once again.
Yeah, I mean, that guy with the glasses is fantastic hair, that's for sure. some of the best hair in the gaming industry, that's for sure. Look at that flow. Oh, look at that. Yeah, some high-level mechanics.
Sound
there,
like you're
to be fair.
pretty jealous, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it can make a lot of shampoo models jealous. But anyway, let's talk a little bit about the game instead of his hair then. So, looking high spirits for a lot of these teams. There is 60,000 ringgit, if I'm not mistaken, that's on the line for the prize pool.
Exactly.
So that's a lot of money for them to fight on, not only for the money, but also the bragging rights, as well as setting up the precedent that they are the top Malaysian PUBG Mobile team. And remember, this is the first ever PUBG Mobile National Cup, National Championship of its kind here in Malaysia, and we're looking forward to seeing what kind of talent is going to produce and how these guys are going to bring our name forward in the international arena.
I definitely will love to see more of this, because back in the days when you tell them, hey, I play mobile games for a living, they wouldn't believe you, and now they should start believing, because 60,000 ringgit on the line, and of course there's more tournaments upcoming in the future. We're just gonna have to wait and see how this scene will grow in Malaysia. And this 60,000 ringgit will be divided in such a way that the first place winner will get 20,000 ringgit, and second place will be 15,000, and a little bit of a small reduction, and it will be distributed from the first place all the way to the 8th place. Now, we're looking at Fruit Tails here, which have a really good average of a 1.6 kill, total about maybe 2 kills per game or 1 kill per game. And of course, in that sense, he has 5 kills right now. Hoping to see more from the side of Matt Chicken. And of course, I hope you guys could give them a little bit of love and support now that we're going into round number 4 of Erangel FPP. When we talk about FPP, the difference between these two modes is that the field of view is, of course, going to be a little bit different when you want to hold your position, and you basically can peek a wider angle when you're in TPP. But now in FPP, you got to make sure that you check every single corner before you make that decision. And of course, a lot of teams, they've been practicing this mode frequently. So I do expect underdog teams to perform. Technically, there's no underdogs per se, because they are champions from each state respectively. But of course, the ones that are not really so hot today, I hope that they could bring something special here.
Well,
the next
I mean, it is the thing about these kind of tournaments is the reason these tournaments exist is because that we need to separate the great from the not to say not so great,
the good
great
from
the good,
the great
the great from the good, right? So I mean, this is no way reflects into their personal performances as a team, mainly because that all the other teams are just so good. So they, I mean, potentially they had to cut through with almost what, maybe about 400 to 500 different players from all over the regions to not only make it to the top of their bracket, but also try to make it the top of Malaysia. So I mean, this is something for. So now we're looking at SHH Star Karma here with 3 kills in total, with an average of 1 kill per game, with a 60-point tally here with his stats.
And I just love how their jerseys are clad in yellow, because they're from Sarawak, and they just represent their whole region. We don't really have way too many competitions back in the Borneo region, and when the chance came to them, they definitely went all out for this, and they came to KL smiling. Of course, I really want to see them push forward for the chicken dinner, because when we look into the top 3, only a few of them, SHH is one of the first few to actually reach the top 3 from the Sarawak side. Now, looking into the rest of the teams, such as Hype Esports here, they are a team with a lot of high volume of kills, but we haven't seen them clinch the first place spot. This is one of the teams that are just eagerly waiting to actually claim that place that we're speaking of.
All right, Red Eagle right now with the kill points of total kills of 18, average of 6
Look at your score,
kills.
bro.
With 320, his teammate already massaging his neck. Come on, bro. You can do it, bro. Carry us, bro. Is what they're saying with big smiles on their face. Arof right now looking to be one of the favorite teams to win, but whether or not they'll still be able to maintain their top spot.
Yeah, and it seems like the game will be loading right now. Everyone is just waiting for round 4 to unfold, as we will finally see the rest of the leaderboards take shape. And of course, looking at how the top 3 to 4 places right now, it still could be anyone's game. Because if another team from maybe the 7th place onwards get a win, that's where they will be able to match to challenge the likes of AROV as well as Gank FTY.
Yeah, Gank FTY as well as AROV are looking towards holding the top position. Gank FTY, one of the other favorite teams to win here between AROV and Gank FTY, could actually cinch out a very strong dominant placing here with day number 1. But remember, this is PUBG Mobile and this is one of the most dynamic battle royales that has ever come to existence. So we do know that just as dynamic as the gameplay, the tables may turn on AROV as well as Gank FTY if they're not too careful.
And it seems like we have the green light to go into the game. Are you guys excited for round 4, Erangel FPP?
Erangel FPP, round number 4. Let's go. This is day 1 of the grand finals.
We can see this flight path coming in from in between Stalber as well as Severny, ending towards Very Pure. And it's kind of like a deja vu because the previous round we see the circle ending inside of Very Pure. Who knows? Might just end up there again as we see a couple of teams already dropping into Yusnaya Pollyanna. And of course, shooting range will be empty for the taking for Team 10, which will be the X-Killer Squad, led by Fredo.
All right, Fredo's team right now, one very well-known name here, is going to be looking towards getting some of these fights up and running as we see a very interesting drop point here. What do you think about this? We do see that Sunoka military base could be an option for a lot of these teams as well. As we see it, it's going to be cutting the map from northeast to southwest. So that's where the that's where the flight path is going to go. We're going to be watching for Fredo here on the side of TXS, the X-Killer Squad.
They're still floating up in the air, taking their sweet time, just fumbling up. But of course, when we look into the flight path, it's kind of really well balanced. You see a lot of teams heading to the eastern section as well as the west. But what's going to be interesting is some of the teams who are actually opting to go inside of the military base once again, where I would like to see, oh my goodness, seems like Fruit Tails and the rest of the squad of Mad Chicken is opting to bail away as they spot out another team just right up front.
I think that was Mad Chicken as well as Gank FTY. They are going to be hanging out within fairly near to one another. So as we can see already, coming in from this team of team number 5, Mad Chicken, this is going to be a bit of a problem, mainly because they do not have that much options for them to go down on. And as we can see already, OGC now suffering their first down of the game from the side of SHH.
Seems like he managed to find himself a little bit of pistol coming in from Osu Gaming Crew. And of course, you need something better than that. Here comes a little bit of drive coming in from SHH. He's going for a couple of taps, and he managed to knock one down!
Karma now bringing in Ajax D down with a spray off the Thompson. We do see OGC now in a little bit of trouble. The P92 shots, but no! He gets his! What do heck? He goes and takes him down. Beautifully done with that shotgun shot. And it seems that SHH clearing house early down. Ozu Gaming Crew has been eliminated from the game.
What do you do when Wadu comes for you? And seems like Bunny here, just Bunny hopping over onto the top of the crates, finding himself on 6X, and he needs a little bit of mats right now. That's the main concern that he has, but now that there's lack of challenge, they could definitely loot out the rest of South George as much as to their pleasing. And looking into the circle, it seems to me that it will finally head towards the eastern section instead. A couple of maps ago, we see it, the flight path all having the circle headed towards the western side. So I guess this is fair. It's a little bit of a challenge for some, but it may end up in Yasnaya, may end up in prison, or who knows, Southern Milta.
All right, as we do see now coming in from the side of Star, SHH Star now is going to be holding on to a very beautiful spot. We do see X-Killer Squad is going to be on the north side of George here. South of George, north of George, they are going to meet up somewhere in the center, and they've got to be careful on how that's going to be going. As we talk about pathing, one of the roads that coming in from the side of Fredo's team, CXS, as well as SHH, is the fact that they have that one road that leads up to Rozak as well. So that could be a lot of problems for a lot of the teams if they get sighted down early on in this game.
And of course, Novo is gonna be quite a crazy place to fight in. It's somewhere where you feel like you need to actually loot up at the same time. you also need to look for a car, and cars and vehicles are really scarce here. You can see a couple of taps over on the side of August.
Fruittails.
VIP member right there. Good shot coming from Fruittails once again.
August Rians now from the side of VIP gets taken down to the ground almost immediately to Fruittails with his single shots coming in from his team. Mad Chicken now looking for Mad Chicken at the end of this round, and he will be able to pick up that M16. Excuse me, SLR. This is going to be very good for him. SLR, one of my favorite weapons to have as a DMR. Very good damage, very good travel, very good bullet travel time, as well as very easy to control here. And he also has the mutant.
Mutant's on the ground.
The mutant's on the ground, yeah, but he's not going to go for the mutant. Instead, he's going to go for the SLR. I think SLR is definitely a better choice.
Yeah, SLR and the AK, because it's relatively the newer introduction. Some pro players may not be way too comfortable about that. Now, we can also see Team VIP still looking around. They're looking to challenge the rest of the side of Mad Chicken once again because they've lost a member earlier. And I think that it's only fair that they try to get as much points as possible. Here comes Psycho Riot, having members of the teams falling like flies, and it seems like it's only going to be Sheik alongside with Alip left alive.
Psycho Riot right now looking towards getting some shots in here as we see. They are going to be holding on to some really good positions here, but they've got to be careful that they don't get spotted out by Panda Crew Bravo. Panda Crew Bravo right now holding on to some really good real estate here, and it doesn't seem good for the side of Psycho Riot if this continues. Panda Crew now looking towards getting it into a very good position. They do have the numbers advantage, and they are looking towards pushing them down for the count here. 420 right now going with that micro Uzi could consider a push if he decides to go for it, because he does have all members now looking and establishing line of sight. We do see now that they are going to try to go for the flank here, and the shots are going to ring through.
Seems like Psycho Riot wants to go in for a challenge. He does have the DP in hand. Let's see what he can do here as he goes in for a reload. Spots out more members from the side of PC. But Panda Crew Bravo here, they're looking to rotate around. It seems like only 2 members of them. They have to pick their fights really wisely. And now here comes Cheeks, just trying to scare them off a little bit. So Psycho Riot will be camping out inside of somebody's vicinity. Meanwhile, Cheeks just trying to spray through. Nothing much happening as far, but I do think that the number advantage will definitely favor the side of Panda Crew.
Sheiks right now looking towards getting that DP done, and he sees that there's a little bit of fire coming through his way here, coming in from Panda Crew, and it could be a bit of a problem here for him if he's not too careful. Psycho Riot right now looking towards fighting members of Panda Crew Bravo here, and it doesn't seem that Psycho Riot has the best of options in terms of numbers here as the push is going to be coming in. We do see Panda Crew right now getting braver as they're going to be going for both sides. Sheiks right now in a lot of trouble here. Has to jump out. Oh, the micro Uzi. Oh no, 420 goes down for the count here, and it seems that that could have been a problem for him. Sheiks right now trying to go for the execute, managed to get him down, but this could be enough here as Sheiks get taken down, as well as the other member here going down for the count, and Psycho Riot gets eliminated for the price of 1 member of Panda Crew Bravo.
Well, I guess it's an all-right trade-off here because they were fighting a losing war, and he tried to hop out the window. It just didn't work well for him because he doesn't have enough time, and having everyone flank at the same time is just really hard for them to approach. Now, looking at the side of SHH Star here, Wadu definitely had a phenomenal run there. 4 kills for the side of SHH. The Sarawakian hit hunters here, possibly rotating northwards into the Yusnaya section eventually, but over on the side of HG Kuntal, you see many of these players opting to favor things that could possibly spray for quite an amount of duration, such as DP. In some certain situations, I would say that Thompsons do work well, except for the fact that you can't equip any sort of sight on top of it because of the nature of the gun.
I mean, okay, the problem with the Tommy gun, in my opinion, is that, yes, you get 50 rounds, yes, you get a very good vert fall grip as well as a suppressor, and it can be a disgustingly painful weapon to deal with. However, the problem that I felt is that before that, though, we are going to take a look at the airdrop, the AWM as well, the suppressor that are going to be picked up by the team. But I was talking a little bit about the Tommy gun in general. So I do like the weapon, but like you said, there's not much in terms of optics, in terms of long-range options for the Thompson, so that can always be a problem for a lot of players here, considering how the maps generally flavor. Oh, but here we do have a bit of a fight here. We do have a bit of a chase as Jumper now gets taken down, and other members of VIP now in a lot of trouble. There goes Kim, and they are going to go down to the ground. Look at that. Beautiful spray is going to go down, and this could be bad. VIP now, one by one, goes down. They're holding on to that cover, and VF now pushing it out. VIP squad has been eliminated from this game in a booming explosion.
And it with a bang, and you can see the rest of Panda Crew just performing out of their mind. Free loots just crossing the bridge right here. And I thought that they actually had the advantage because they were falling from the back. And when they found out that they were springing onto the first UAZ that's right in the middle, they both actually stopped on the tracks and turned their back against the rest of VIP squad right there. And
that was just terrible. That was just ill-advised coming in from VIP squad. As we do see now, Hype Esports as well as another member of Panda Crew, Bravo, here are going to be facing off against one another. We do see that Hype Esports now does have the numbers advantage here as well as the terrain advantage. We don't see much cover that can help for the side of Panda Crew Bravo here. Not much in terms of movement cover here, mainly because of look at the amount of open field that Denzel has to go through if he wants to fall back to his squad here, whereas Hype keeping it a very, very tight and quartered formation as they're going to try to push this forward. Zero Pelosa as well as the hit.
No idea at all.
Oh, and it seems that Denzel now... Oh, wait, but it seems that Hype does not spot him out as well.
Okay, I guess they just want to camp out on this section and they don't really want to scope around, so they're missing out on certain points that they could possibly get. And it seems like from the other end, I think that Panda Crew has been actively rotating across, so they should be able to spot a little bit of a tiny movement coming from Hype. As you can see, they slowly back away. They really don't want to take another skirmish. They already fight Psycho early on, and this is definitely not the most ideal situation that they really want to be in. So they possibly want to dash off in that Dacia, looking to trade a couple of items for now. Meanwhile, for the side of Erpangs, they're looking to rotate into the circle. They've been lurking around Nova for way too long.
All right, Fruit Tails now is going to hang out with Erpangs right now for the side of Mad Chicken. They are going to get a vehicle, and this is going to help them so much early on in this game, considering they are about 1.2 kilometers away.
The bridge. It's going to be bad for some of these members here, but of course, it's going to be extremely great for some of these Panda Crew senior guys who are just looking to actually bait some of these preys.
Panda Crew Senior now is in a very good spot where they are. They are going to be holding onto that bridge, but it does not give them... Now, the problem is if someone decides to go in front of them, then it could be a big problem here. Mad Chicken now looking towards getting into a better spot. They are taking a little bit too much damage here, but they have enough utilities for them to maintain a healthy approach into the later stages of the circles here.
They're actually driving to the other side of the bridge, so I think they sense danger. They know that some teams were actually dropping really close by. So this is an extremely smart move coming in from Erpangs, but do they have enough meds to actually last throughout the rest of the circle? Because judging from how it goes, there's only one med kit over on the side of Fruitails. Meanwhile, Erpangs have a couple of mount, but if they were to battle it out with any other teams, they're going to burn out on resources.
Now we're going to be tracking onto the team. VIP Squad as well, Psycho Riot and Ozu Gaming Crew are going to be the first 3 teams to be eliminated from the game today. All the other teams are still going to be maintaining healthy tracking numbers here. As we check it out, it's going to be 13 teams with 51 players in game. The total number of breakdowns here is not going to come too true and too clear. As we watch into the circle here, we do see some members from Lipovka as well as the members of Gang coming in from Milta. So that's going to be very interesting. They might actually run into members of Panda Crew Senior if they're lucky. So Gank FDY could actually enjoy taking their time going into the circle, but they've got to be careful that they do not get gatekeep by members
Speaking
of Panda
that, oh wow, beautiful shot coming in from the M24, heading onto only the bodies of the vehicle. But of course, SSH, they want to try to clip away some of his health coming in from TXS.
Kun Tao trying to take up that shot there with M24 with the 4-scope now. It's not going to ring true. He will try to get some good positioning here. Verticality is definitely on the favor of the side of the X-Killer squad, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the X-Killer squad. So as I see it, this could be something of a very interesting approach here for Fredo. Fredo, a very well-known name in the Mobile Legends community, looking to make his name in the PUBG mobile community as well.
Yeah, I think he's been doing an exceptional job right now because he has proven himself to be worthy throughout the whole duration of the game. They always end up in at least the top 10 to the top 5 position. There was a game that they almost get the chicken dinner as well. So Masking here still struggling for a little while. As you can see, the circle is actually headed towards the Medusa intersection. What the Medusa intersection is all these crossroads which actually branches out. That looks like they spot out 3 nicks here. They run up onto the top floor, but will still be clipped there from the side of Isking. Here comes the Kobe. He's going to charge it all up, and he might just catch over on some of the members of Maha Tissue, and the rest of them. Little sprays left, and it seems like they're all having their health chunked down from all these nades.
This is very bad here coming in from the side of Campus here. Campus now trying to camp it out, but it seems that it's not going to be enough here as Kingsman Gaming now pressuring them out and trying to get them to lose out the position. And this is going to be bad here. Mahal Tishu now taking in a little bit of damage here from the side of Kingsman Gaming. Kingsman Gaming now looking towards getting the smoke out. Is King now looking towards holding on to that bottom side.
Angle.
They are going to try to get it out here. Sai Handsome now going to throw it out. There goes the Kobe.
Mr. Mom sees him out, and he has to run away. Seems like Is King plays it really smartly as all of his members are rotating all across. They're looking for a flank right now. A couple of bullets being sent from the side of Maha Tissue. They're looking to actually clip Caro as he takes him down onto the ground.
Oh, Maha Tissue manages to take him down, but it's not going to be enough. Maha Tissue now gets taken out with the flank. This is not going to be nice. Mr. Steal Your Mom looking to steal your mom away, but not enough as he gets taken down as well. As we do see that coming in, it's going to be Kingsman Gaming now with the advantage. A spray, 2, 1. There goes 2 members down there as they get shot down by Risking. And this could be a big victory for him as Risking now looks towards getting it, and it could be a very nice aim stop here. They are going to try to go for it, and there goes the flank. Oh, Sai Handsome now going to down on the ground, and he's going to be eliminated from the game, and it seems that this could be bad for them as team number 9, which is going to be Kingsman Gaming, walk ahead with Campus bodies lie down behind them.
Man, they just got steamrolled right there, and Kingsman Gaming, they definitely could have possibly ended way earlier. They were just plotting out really tactically, but here comes a rotation.
Oh my. Now going for some good sprays, was able to get some shots in onto Mad Chicken. Mad Chicken making like the Mad Chicken, making like their name, and just clucking out of there.
Yeah. They have a clucking good time as they sprint through some members from the side of Panda Crew. It's just really close by. Towards the northern section of Mansion, they're actually opting to dock here. And Achin Ali will possibly get clipped out. That's being Rostel on the ground right now. They picked the wrong fight.
Panda Crucinia now looking towards taking them one by one, but it seems that one member of Panda Crucinia is down. Broda now in a lot of trouble. There goes the smoke coming in from the side of Panda Crucinia, but could it be enough to stop the push coming in from Mad Chicken? Mad Chicken now looking towards pushing it out, but they are holding it out as it seems that Panda Crew now looking towards aggressive, but Palex now gets taken down for the count as he was charging up the grenade, getting the revive down. Shari now looking towards getting it, but we do see
it's all up to Ali.
It is Mad Chicken now.
Oh, Shafri cuts him off!
No! Shafri from the side says, you may sit down and you may be counted out. Mad Chicken eliminated from this game. And it seems that Panda Crew Senior is waking up.
Yeah, and you were just saying like, hey, these guys are rotating around really well. And eventually when they dock towards the Northern Mansion homes, and they just falter. And of course, here's a crate as well as classic coupon codes for those of you guys watching back at home. Make sure you jot it out really, really quickly because that's only going to pop out every single game for a couple of seconds. So you got to keep your eyes open all the time. Here comes Langar and the rest of the team.
All right, Langar now looking to Langar their way into victory. Gank FTY looking towards getting that shots out here. They do have a car each, but behind them, not too far behind them, is going to be members of SHH Star. As we do see now that the X-Killer squad here is going to be in a bit of trouble, as they are going to be holding on. Boy, HanX, AG, as well as Fredo now holding on to this position, as more and more people are going to be collapsing onto them. They do have members from the side of Panda Crew Bravo, as well as one member and as well as a few members from Gank FTY. Fredo right now with a personal favorite weapon of mine, the barrel. M762.
You can see that they hear all these footsteps. They are slowly moving in. They've spot one member out from the side of Longer. That will be one taken out. Make that two. TXS is on stop low right now as they look to actually eliminate the rest of them. They're chasing them down just like small little chickens, like you said earlier on.
Wow.
Kaki Langar will be eliminated from the game.
Langar gets Langared in this situation, and it's a really unfortunate event for them, but it seems that the X-Killer squad, being led by Fredo, was able to pull the wool over their eyes and just eliminate them with their reckless abandon. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, this is the PMNC as we are heading underway. This is game number 4 of Potential 6, and Kingsman Gaming, after ending some of the members of Panda Crew Bravo, was able to take them out with relative ease.
Yeah, and it seems like the Star Walkins have this really strong momentum, as has his Star managed to eliminate them in their steed. And of course, we're looking at Panda Crew once again. This is a really difficult city to actually play inside because Yusnaya, you have a lot of walls to actually play around. Anyone could be lurking at any of these broken walls, and you wouldn't know it because FPP, you only have certain limited sort of view, but this certain falling circle will actually head towards the northeast section of school. So it's anyone's game at the moment.
It's definitely anyone's game. We do see a majority of people there on Yasnaya as well as parts of Mansion. We do see Shelter now coming in from the side, Hype coming in from the side of Shelter. So this is going to be very interesting to watch. Where most of the players are, they are going to be on the northeast side of the map. Arov going to be in the middle of everything here, which could be good and bad. I mean, the positioning is going to be good for them because they will be able to gatekeep for a lot of teams. Ooh, look at that M24 with that huge 8x.
Yeah, and it seems like Xiaoboy will be looking to actually clip some of these hits right now. Let's see how this one's going to go. Waiting for them to actually climb their way over on the top side of the roof so that he can get a little bit more of that vantage point for himself.
Looking to hold on some really good positioning here. Will he be able to get it as he sights it out? Oh, and it seems that little bit of shots that are coming in from one of the other members of Arov. Could that be a bit of a problem here?
It's going to be a little bit of trade coming in from Brada as well as he brings in that DP. A little bit of a interesting option, as you can see that Kim has already been brought down on his knees. There shouldn't be any issues for him to lift him up.
Kim coming in from the side of Panda Crew now in a little bit of trouble here as Panda Crew Senior looking towards getting some really good shots against members of VIP as well as Arov.
Oh my, VIP is just looking around the corner as well, and they do have the circle's advantage, it seems, from the side of Shari. He does not want to pull the trigger as of yet, and he spot out a couple more AROF members over onto the top side.
Some very good shots there coming in from Shafri. He gets fired upon in return. Nothing hits yet, but it could be very interesting that Boyka right now is going to be spotting onto VF as well. So he's got to be careful that he doesn't get spotted, he doesn't get sniped out as he is trying to go for the snipes there. The revive coming in through here as Red Eagle now looking towards getting those shots in for the side of Arov. We do see Brada right now going with the mini 14 shots onto Boy. Boy getting hit a little bit, but nothing much that he can't recover from.
It seems like it's going to be a never-ending battle between Panda Crew and also the rest of the team over on the other end. So they're looking to actually rotate away. Smart decision because their armors may eventually wear off, and the future battles that they hit into, it's going to give them a little bit of a disadvantage. A little bit of a flip of the Vic. What in the world is going on?
Whoa, and it seems that we're having a little bit of vehicle issues here coming in.
This is new? I've never seen that before in my life.
I mean, I haven't seen that before in my life, but we always got to be careful for the impossible here coming in. But we do see some shots coming in, and Red Eagles, Arov's Red Eagle now gets taken down, and we see that Wadu is living up to his name. giving all kinds of heckery
Oh, no.
to a lot of these people.
It's
And we
Kuntao
do
getting
see
caught
Boy
out.
right now. Does go for the spray, but it's not going to be enough. Kuntao now looking towards holding on to that position. He cooks a grenade, tries to get that nice pre-sighting done, and
playing
throws
really long.
it in. Nicely
Let's see
done.
it.
Kuntao could be in trouble. Kobe Kuntai gets blown to bits.
Beautiful timing right there. I thought that it will blow himself away because he's been holding it for quite some time. And if they misjudge, it's going to look really bad. And suddenly, the tides have definitely turned. SSH members are right now on the ground. And if all these AROV members could actually take advantage of this situation, it will definitely work wonders for them. Here comes Heikel with his micro Uzi, going in for a reload. And now going in for the push from the back.
Arov right now looking towards getting back into this fight as SHH. Looking towards holding on to Arov now. It's going to be a very interesting fight. Grenades being lobbed from the side of Arov. Arov now holding on to their best of their abilities as we see Red Eagle now going for that flank. Could that be a flank that's going to be replied by Sunny? Sunny could actually run into Red Eagle, but Red Eagle spots him out first. He goes for the spray. It's not going to be enough. He does take a little bit of damage there coming in from Sunny, and this could be bad for the side of SHH. We do see SHH now not enjoying that much of the resources in their favor. There goes another flash. Sunny might be flashed out. Oh my goodness, can you see that? That was just unfortunate as that Molly bounced off that tree and not hit where he wants to hit. Sunny now looking into a little bit of trouble. Boyd looking towards getting those flashes out. Could this be a way for Arov to get pushed down of the leaderboards here, as we're going to be seeing Karma now looking towards getting it out. Kuntao gets taken down by Heikel with the M16.
Here comes Heikel once again, bringing out the micro Uzi, just in case if he needs to spray them down. Here comes the M16. Oh my! Getting clipped for 50% health. He runs all the way towards the back. And this fight is just never ending as of now. But Arab looking to end it all. He's going for push already. They don't have the patience. And time is running out because the zone is slowly closing in. Although they are inside, they want to make sure that they are in the pole position. So they got to make sure that they end this fight really quickly.
Arov right now not looking to give even an inch towards SHH. As we can see, Boy right now looking towards getting those shots in, but was punished with that peak shot backfiring onto him as well. But we do see Wadu now taking down Heikel. Wadu now looking to be the spoiler for the side of SHH. But we do see now that members Kuntao for the side of NHH looking towards pushing it out, but gets spotted out by Red Eagle. And Red Eagle now managing to take them down. SHH now in a lot of trouble as Wadu Sunny will be able to go ahead with this game with only 3 members. Arov now taking in a lot of heavy fire here.
Here comes the rest of the teams.
Oh, but now suddenly RRQ now coming in from the back. This has turned into a 3-team fight here. As we're going to be watching this now, the fight is going to go down. Sakuden gets eliminated outside the camera, but that doesn't matter at the moment. We do see now that members of Fredo's team are going to be pushing it out, but it's not going to be enough. Fredo almost getting taken down. He gets taken down. This looks bad here coming in as Arov will be able to eliminate X-Killer Squad.
TXS coming in over on 8th spot now. We're going to see whether A-Rob can actually hold on to their dear lives. They've been spamming all these bullets for more than 5 minutes right now. And that will be SHH Star getting taken out at 7th place.
6 teams alive, 6 teams, 17 alive. Who will come out on top? RRQ looking to end that disappointing run here and catapult themselves upwards in the leaderboards. 60,000 ringgit on the line as Arov right now holding on to their position. Hype being the quiet ones, holding on to that position, waiting for the optimum time to strike as Arov now gets taken out. Slowly but surely, some fire coming their way.
Him just juking it out. It seems like he managed to dance away. Here comes RRQ, spamming through all these bullets of the 5.56 coming out of that M4. Now he's looking for a rotation, swaps it out for the barrel as well. Let's see how he's gonna do, because all of them are inside of a circle. They can just fight all day long as they want to. Now, over on the back, seems like Cool Daddy is just taking a chill pill. Playing by the walls is gonna be Yoko. And over on the other end, it seems like an explosion comes out from the side of A-Rafter, making sure that there's no escape if anyone wants to take that UAZ. Jimboy snipes away Naoki.
All right, we're going to be watching it here. Arov now in a little bit of trouble here. RRQ looking towards making a big splash in this fourth game. Could it be too little too late here? Remember, we still have day 2 coming out, but day 1 is where motivation runs through here. It could be a big way for RRQ to come back into contention as they're going to be pushing it out. The nades are going to be coming in the general direction of Arov. Arov now looking to be in a little bit of trouble here. There's a lot of buildings and a little bit of open spaces here. Very tight angles.
Everything he has.
They are throwing everything that they can, and mainly because that they want to deny as much space, as much line of sight as they can. But could it be enough though? Gank FTY now looking towards coming back as we see Arov now gets taken down. Red Eagle now goes down to the ground by Saz on the side of RRQ. RRQ right now pushing it out. 6 teams are available, 16 alive, 15 now as VF takes down Drag. RRQ Saz now takes him down. This could be very interesting. RRQ now looking towards pushing it out as we see a very aggressive RRQ now going into it. We might see more. Arov, oh no, they have no clue. Arov could be in a big trouble here if RRQ takes advantage of this situation.
Everyone's just inside of the smoke in all these buildings. Meanwhile, from the side of Panda Crew, they're trying to join into the party. Looks like there's more fight coming in from the side of Gang. They managed to take down Kim VF.
Gang FTY now taking him down, but it seems that Cloudy taking down Arov, taking out another member of Arov. Arov could be in a lot of trouble here.
Arov looking to end all his lives here. They're just going in, spraying. They are in a state of confusion.
Boyka, the only one left alive for Arov here. If he dies, Arov's dreams of holding that top spot could be over. Arov has been taken out. RRQ is back in the leaderboards, baby.
And speaking of that, Joko falls down to the ground. Billful Nate coming in from Panda Crew as they go in for the flank. Hawks managed to actually secure another 20 points on his side, and it's going to be RRQ members. They still having 4-man strong. They're playing by the bush, and that's going to be Hawks falling down.
Hawks goes down. Saz now is the only one alive. Joko is down on the ground here, as well as Cool Daddy still able to keep this alive. Hype is hanging on for dear life.
He's so
basically.
Lucky. He does not have to move a muscle. But speaking of that, that's going to be Joko taking out Cole right in front of his door. The rest of the RRQ members over on the ground floor. Here comes Cool Daddy. Is he going to climb over the top side? Let's see whether or not can he pull off a 1v2. The moment that he climbs all the way up, it's going to spell doom for the side of RRQ.
There are 3 teams left with 7 alive. Gang now getting those kills onto RRQ. Cool Daddy is a dead daddy, and Saz is the only one left. And there goes RRQ.
Oh no, here comes some members coming up over the top side. One member down, first side of Gang.
One? But no, it is not Gang FTY.
This is going to be the second winner chicken dinner falling into the hands of Gang FTY, and they played it out perfectly. Congratulations to them once again. But what are the odds? The circle ending up on top of the favor of Hype.
Let me just say this, right? I mean, Gang FTY, their final game in KL was marred with just a push that ended with them with all the advantages, but they ended on the losing end. They still managed to qualify mainly because of their placement points and the consistency, but they knew we cannot have this same mistake happen again like it did in the KL qualifiers, and this is where Gang FTY tries to cement themselves upwards as one of the best PUBG Mobile teams in Malaysia. Remember, that's a big dab right there coming in from members of Man Parang's team of Gang FTY. Some big looks there. And SHH now, Sarawak Headhunters, looking a little bit disappointed with their performance, but I do believe that they will be able to come back stronger than ever. They did show some really good gameplay, but I just felt like it wasn't enough for them to make a big splash.
I did think that this is one of the best rounds in terms of kills, but SHH here, they actually ended up fighting more than they can chew. And of course, that landed them in an unfavorable situation where they have to fight multiple teams at the same time. Now, once again, when we go into the highlights, we just gotta see what's in store for us, because there's just so much mayhem in round number 4.
There was a lot of mayhem. There was a lot of some really crazy fights that I felt that a lot of these teams could have avoided, and I felt that it just shows that you just have to be really prepared for a lot of these, where they're going to be moving around. So as we're going to be watching onto these highlights here,
Roadkill though.
this was the early
game.
A lot of pistol kills, a lot of SMG kills early on. We did see some very interesting collisions as well happen that I felt that was very unfortunate for a lot of these players. Some really good stuff here being shown by a lot of these teams. Some of these teams I feel are making their first time debut in the professional circuit, which I feel is just going to help cement their worth in the community. And it just goes to show that none of these teams are bad, none of these teams are noob or whatsoever
This is the fight that I thought was really interesting because VIP, they had that pole position. They could take down both of them, but of course, getting spotted out way quicker than they should have. And eventually, they had no place to run, no cover, right in the middle of the bridge. They just had no choice but to fall.
Yeah, they had no choice but to fall, but sometimes that is the case. When you have a situation that just does not allow very effective movement and you are just stuck in this situation, you become like how we just saw. You're not able to move out and all of your exits are already covered for. It's either you go back into the building and try to recontest, or it's either you try to fight it out from where you are. I mean, both options aren't always the great options, but I mean, when push comes to shove, what can you do? You've got to adapt and overcome the situation.
I totally agree with you. And of course, Palix, he wanted to lob the grenade, but he didn't check the other side of the angle. That's where the rest of Panda crew actually punished them. And eventually, we also see some of these members from Mad Chicken running into a position where they shouldn't be in.
Yes.
That's where they lost it out against Panda crew. But this was interesting, though, coming in for the side of TXS, because they were so prepared for this fight. They played it out so perfectly.
Yeah, I like what they did here in this particular situation, mainly because of they were able to set up a kill zone whereby if someone tries to push them out, even if they will manage to get one person down, at least that other person that's holding on to another angle will still be able to contest back. So that's something that a lot of these PUBG Mobile teams need to actually consider here.
This is where it all began. The war between SSH versus AROV has been lasting for ages. And they hung out for quite some time. They've burned out all these resources. Eventually, SSH got flanked from another team, which is RRQ, coming in to take down some of these members of all these RRQ members, where AROV just kept pushing and pushing. They were just trying to hunt for some hits inside of these buildings.
Yeah, I've always thought that I really like the fact that ROV was able to just maintain it, even though they looked like they were not doing pretty well against RRQ. But Gank FTY, though, they not only were able to get a decent amount of kills, but they were able to just basically end this here. Hype Esports there was able to take down one, but it was only a matter of time before they were able to secure that last final kill, which I felt was one of the best things that happened for Gank FTY. I felt like I felt that the biggest thing that they learned from the previous qualifier was that we shouldn't push the way like we did in that previous game where they lost that final chicken dinner. But if it wasn't for the placement points as well as the kills, they wouldn't have qualified. So I think they're just trying not to take as much chances as they can, and they want to try to maintain it.
Exactly, and of course, Gang FTY was playing from outside of the zone, and eventually they found the win. So congratulations to Gang FTY. We will pass it back to our dear MC, Faraz. Take it away.
Thank you so much, The Hound and Contra, for that introduction. I'm here with your second winner chicken dinner. I said that wrong. Winner chicken dinner. Drax from Gank FTY. Give it up for him, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. Drax, I got a couple of questions I want to ask you. That game, amazing, right? And the ending was super hectic as well with the house, and you guys were on the outside. I just want to know, a lot of the times earlier today when I was asking people, what's your strategy? They say, when you find your right position, you can stay there, wait for enemies to attack you. But you guys were on the opposite end. You guys were attacking RRQ, which was in the house. Were you at a disadvantage? How did you manage the situation?
For me, I think this is how gang play. This is the strategy. We're not used to rush into the house. We just stay outside the house because too many disadvantages if you in the house. You got a lot of blind visual, so you just need to wait the enemy to come. So it is disadvantage for us. So we play it safe, we play it smart, use our brain use our strategy as we always use. We never stay in the house, as you can see.
I love that. Use our brain. You know, it's not that easy. Trust me, I play PUBG Mobile as well. But great work. This is your second chicken dinner of the day. How do you guys feel, you yourself and also as a team?
We feel more excited, we feel more happy, and then just now we died earlier, so this will be an amazing fight for us. Yeah.
All right, give it up for Drax one more time from Gang FDY. Thank you so much, Drax. Guys, we're going to go for a very short break. When we come back, it's going to be our next game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Nama saya Yoshio dan saya daripada kumpulan Sekuding. Ahli yang pertama adalah Muhammad Akmal Afiq, yang kedua Mix Tadashi dan ketiga Damage Killer 99. Saya dan kumpulan saya berjumpa ketika melepak di sesuatu kedai dan kami bercadang untuk membuat squad dan berperang. Di situ kami dapat ilham untuk menyertai turnamen. Ya, kami percaya kerana kumpulan kami mempunyai banyak kekuatan tersendiri. Senapang yang kesukaan saya adalah M416 kerana ia mempunyai recoil yang rendah dan boleh tembak jauh jika pakai scope.
Circle! The circle is not over! This is all into team number 8. This is team number 8. Game to win. Team number 7, team number 11 will fight with each one another. Tadashi is just waiting. You know what? Come to us. Come to Pubg.
Innovative dual display. The future is next. Vivo.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I've got myself a grenade in my hand. He's got himself the M416. And I think the biggest lesson that we can learn from the previous game just now, there's no such thing as bad aim, it's just lag.
Yeah, of course, Power has demonstrated a lot of lag, but of course, in the game, it was all smooth as butter. All thanks to our sponsor, of course, Tencent, Vivo, as well as Yudu for bringing us all these exciting matchups as well as all of the chicken dinners to your way. My name is Contra. This is, of course, The Hound. We're bringing you match number 5.
Match number 5 of 6 matches today. This is the second last match. So if you guys just joined us or if you guys are just on the way to Velocity Mall, make sure to come on down as quickly as possible because we've got lots of space for you guys. There's no such thing as entry fees right here. All you need to do is just come by. We've got some seating spaces. You can check it out. There we've got cosplayers as well as replica weapons that you guys can take photos with. It's a really, really fun time, and thanks to all of our sponsors and of course to you guys here and you guys back at home for supporting,
awesome.
because we can't spell fun without you guys, and we are all here about the long range shots and near range misses. So this is all about PUBG Mobile. This is where the creme de la creme is to be decided. Who will come up on top as the top Malaysian PUBG Mobile team? We're about to find out.
Exactly, and speaking of that, we're about to find out the scoreboards for game number 4. So let's have a look on who takes the top of the charts. And it seems like AROV still holding strong over onto the first position, even though Gang FTY came out with a double chicken dinner throughout the rest of the day. It seems like they still need a little bit more momentum to cut across the firepower that AROV has.
AROV right now, the thing about AROV that I feel is really great is not only are they consistently placing really well, but they've also are placing some really good kills. So if you are in the middle of the pack, maybe like the top 5, and you are able to get some of these really good scoring, some of these high scoring kills like AROV does, then you're going to realize that, wow, it's just a matter of good kills and mediocre placements, in my opinion, that AROV is being able to do. But remember, they did manage to consistently place out at the top 5 spots, as well as getting that chicken dinner. So that's going to be something that's just going to catapult them forward. How do you feel that the chances for Gank FTY as well as Panda Crew Senior stand in accordance with
I think
AROV?
they definitely have a chance, and it looks like X-Killer Squad and SHA Star still climbing the ladder alongside with RRQ. All these other teams all around 800 points and 600 over onto the 9th place towards the 13th spot, so they still have a lot of catching up to do. Psycho Riot over 9th and Panda Crew Bravo 8th, Hype Esports 7th. I want to see more, and of course they still have a lot of chance. If they take maybe a chicken dinner and in the top 3 position, they can actually beat AROV, provided if they could take them down. But Gank FTY is one of the teams to beat, so definitely they have to look out for that. Now, look at the other side of the bracket, of course, low kill amounts, not many points, so it makes sense. Now, we want to see the rest of the teams, how they actually fare in terms of an average kill. So let's have a look at the team kills slides that will come into your way.
Wow, so as we can see it now, average of 9 kills per game here coming in from the side of AROV. Not too far behind is going to be Panda Crew Senior as well as Gank FTY with 7 and 6 kills average per game. So we do see that the total kill count is definitely going to go towards AROV here. You talk about average kills here, this is per game. That's average kills per game. That means that in order for Gank FTY to consistently beat out AROV, they need to make sure that they get higher placement as well as a higher amount of kills here. They need to average out 11 to 12 kills per game at least if they want to stay competitive with AROV. If AROV continues this up, they are just going to get that lead and they're just going to nicely ride on the coattails of that lead high that they get. And that's just going to be a big problem here for Panda Crew Senior as well as Gank FTY and the rest of the bracket.
Exactly, and definitely when you look at all these scores, it looks like good numbers, but it's just that the top 5 here have even better numbers to provide. So it's just following the momentum and also picking your fights accordingly. Like sometimes you don't really want to be the one that's always hiding all the way towards the end, and then you only get a couple of kills in your hand just to get the chicken dinner. But here comes another dab coming in from Man Parang.
Well, Man Parang right there wearing the colors of the Face Gaming there. definitely a team to look out for in Gank FTUI. Very talented bunch of individuals. I do like Mad Chicken as well as the Borneo Spirit of the Sarawak Headhunter squad. So I do, Sarawak Headhunters, excuse me. So I do think that there's a lot of potential, not just in KL, not just in the Semenanjung, but also in Borneo side as well. So we do look forward to seeing more Sabahans and Sarawakians from the Borneo side actively participate in these tournaments to not only showcase their skills, but just show that, hey, our community is just as strong as the Semenanjung side.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at VIP, they've been having a little bit of a push and pull. Some games they're doing really well. Some games they fall really early. Meanwhile, Hype has been hiding for a little bit. But of course, we talked about Hype in that previous game. They were actually in the top 2 position because they were on top of the house where Gang FTY was flanking in. There was a moment where it could have been their game as well.
Well, it could have been their game, however, could have, would have, should have is not what we are talking about here.
You want something concrete.
You want something concrete and concise, and I feel that Hype Esports really need to step up their game, not just in terms of securing that top spot, but also getting some of those meaningful kills to help them cement that top spot. So there's a lot of things coming along here. We do see from the side of Gang FTY's Geek right now with a total kill. With total of 9 kills and an average of 2.25 per game. Total points accrued from him alone is 180. So that's something that Gang FTY needs to be proud of here. Definitely is one of the top scorers in terms of kills. And this is accrued across all the games. So this is something to look out for coming in from the side of Gang FTY.
Exactly. And when we look into some of these stats here, definitely it only makes sense because if you can provide so much of all these kills to your team, you're like a one-man army. And speaking of that, when you form a team, do you really want someone that only has solo skills, or can you actually work with somebody with that much talent? So forming this team, you gotta have a leader to actually manage the expectations. Here comes Wadu.
Wadu now. Showing his cheekiness there with a kill total of 8, average 2 per game, with 160 points in his pocket as is. Wadu not only has the best name, but also the best personality here. Nicely spoiling it for a lot of teams, mainly because of just being in the right place at the right time. So the Sarawak Headhunters looking to show that they are a fun-loving bunch. So we do see there that this is the stage where these players are going to be competing against one another. The marshals are already on standby, asking everyone to get into the game as we will go into the lobby shortly. So we will ask you guys to wait as we watch on to what the players are going to be doing up. We do hear a little bit of loading here in the background as we see that everyone is just in full focus.
Yeah, it seems like some of them are pretty stressed out. I feel like being stressed out is not really the best condition that you want to be in. You always want to reset your mind and like come clear and have that crystal clear focus going into the following round. Now that we are down to our final 2 games, this is round number 5, and it's gonna matter a lot because at the end of it all, we're gonna see half of the day being played out, and this will be possibly the structure that will be followed to the rest of the tournaments tomorrow.
Kasturi and Kulik now from the side of OGZ giving in a little bit of love there for their team, taking pictures as well. So that's going to be some good support there coming in from the members of the community. OGC could use all the support they can get here as they are at the bottom of the ladder. However, they did manage to make it this far, so there is no shame in that. So all the support is needed. Make sure for those of you at home who are in the comments giving all of your best thrills, tilts, and jeers, make sure to hashtag your winning team in the comments below and show them your support and love.
All trills, no tilt, as we will slowly move into the game. Of course, lobby is already prepared from what I heard from our production crew, so it won't take way too long as we get all the players ready. Once we get the green light, we should be heading in to the plane for flight number 5.
All right, we are going to go for game number 5 relatively soon. So for those of you guys who just joined us, remember, fill up the seats, fill up the stadium, fill up Velocity Mall, because this is the second last game of day number 1's grand finals of the PUBG Mobile National Championship Malaysia 2018. 60,000 ringgit on the line. 1 squad, 1 goal, and all of this is brought to you by our sponsors, Tencent, Vivo, and Yudu. If it wasn't for these people, all of this wouldn't be here today.
And of course, everyone's eyeing on the silverware right in the middle of the stage. It's going to be the pan as the trophy, if I'm not mistaken. So that's only going to be awarded to the victors of the rest of the tournament. Once we conclude the final round of Miramar, that will happen tomorrow. But of course, that will be brought to you by yourself as well as KBC Sensei. And look at how the campers are doing. I don't know. I guess like the name campers already tells you the pattern that they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing a little bit more passive. But this is where when the best teams collide, you can't just camp anymore because locations will shift and you got to change into plan B where you are forced to battle with some other teams. And even though if you don't like battling, you got to find a way to score those points, guys.
Now, we're not trying to say that that's not a very good option, but here from Psycho Riot's Aleph, we do have 7 kills in total with an average of 1.75 per match kill, and we do see a total of 140 points accrued in these past 5 games. So we are in these past 4 games. So we are looking forward to seeing whether or not those numbers will increase with game number 5 as these teams are looking to perform their best of their best to not only get a chunk of that 60,000 ringgit that's up for grabs, but also for the bragging rights to be named the top Malaysian PUBG mobile players.
And of course, I got the good news here. Green light has been given from all of our producers as we will head into game number 5 of PMNC.
This is game number 5 of the PMNC Grand Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear you scream! As we're going to be going out here is going to be a north to south kind of thing happening, going to be bisecting the map onto the side of Hospital, Gatka, Quarry, Georgipol, and Zarki. So this is going to be a very dense and very crowded circle here, depending on how they're going to be dropping off. So Snowcam Military Base is going to be an option for a lot of these teams, as well as some of the other teams. But they've got to be very wary coming in if they decide to drop onto the military base, mainly because that ferry pier, as well as Pochinki, could have a lot of gatekeepers for them.
Exactly, and I'm thinking about how Gang FTY is playing because they are floating alongside with the campers. So it's the champions heading towards the side of Severny. It's going to be a little bit of concern for teams such as the campers. It's either they have to fight or flight in this situation. Looking into the middle of the circle, we do see Rozok. What am I saying? The circle isn't really out yet. Of course, it's still flying up in the air. For some of these teams, as team number 12 and 14 will plan themselves into the middle of it all, possibly inside of school if they would like to. Now, heading into the southern side of George, we see OGC making this as a base, as they will go face-to-face with the Sarawakian Headhunters.
All right, Ozu Gaming crew right now going to be going up against the Sarawak Headhunters. Will it be Ozu Gaming or will it be the Headhunters from Sarawak that will take some heads here as we see them hanging out onto south of George here. The container farm, as I would like to call it. Arov right now dropping very aggressively onto school. For the most part, we don't see school being empty normally in this kind of meta here, but this is the PUBG mobile esports meta, so we do see that each team actually has their own comfort zone of where they want to drop, and a lot of teams do not actually willingly or intentionally decide to go into all these home spots for a lot of these teams.
I gotta say it's also because of the flight path. It really depends whether if you really prefer school, because the loots may not be sufficient. If you just loot that vicinity, you have to cut across to the streets and loot a couple more housing areas or even towards the apartments. But we do see that team number 5, Mad Chicken, actually heading into the apartments of school. Here comes Wadu. He's got that AK in his hand. Still needs a lot more equipment as he doesn't have a hit where if he get hit shot right now, he will immediately fall unless if you're talking about a pistol, but even a pistol packs a punch. So Wadu trying to climb over. I'm not sure if he's actually looking for a kill or so, but
I think what Wadu was trying to do is he was just trying to strafe a little bit, reveal himself to a certain angle here, and move into a better position. Sunny here from the side of Sarawak Headhunters now trying to go for the sprays on that Scar L. Sprays being returned to his area as well, as we're going to be seeing now that Sarawak Headhunters now looking to draw first blood onto OGC. It's still 16 teams with 64 alive. Could SHH, Sarawak Headhunters, be able to get some kills early on and get themselves that early momentum that they need?
Sunny Bunny Honey still struggling for a couple of loots here. It's going to be a Scarl in his hands. Of course, Bunny shouldn't have too much of an issue, except for that level 1 armor that possibly will get busted down really quickly if he goes in for some couple of spray fights in the middle. But right now, it seems like the side of OGC, they are sticking together as a group. Meantime, for the side of SHH, they are still trying to smuggle some loot over on their hands through the containers as well.
All right, OGC right now taking some fire onto Sarawak Headhunters. Bunny right now looking towards getting some flank positions here as Wadu is going to be charging in the middle. He does see other members of his team now charging ahead as well. Kuntao in a little bit of trouble as he's going to be fired upon by Dendra as well as Jack Zero. I'm Ara as well as Mysterious now looking towards pushing. And Karma hits hard as well as Bunny hits hard as well. Indra goes down for the count. There goes the Kobe. It goes good. Bunny was almost blocked by his own teammate. Luckily enough, Bunny was able to get out of that position. Karma now getting that shot onto Jacko. Jacko now goes down. Wadu takes a lot of damage here. This
here goes Wadu.
There goes the spray, and that is going to be over for the side of OGC as it seems that Sarawak Headhunters was able to eliminate the first team of the game, and it is Ozu Gaming Crew that will be sitting this out.
Oh no, it just looks so bad for them. I feel, I don't know, like they were having a couple of members that they could revive. But instead, they took the fight head on. They know that everyone else is still left standing from the side of SHH. You need numbers to fight them, and that's not the best way to go about it.
Yeah, I mean, numbers is definitely something that you want to be taking account of. But also, the fact is that members of OGC did not actually set out where they were coming from. Excuse me, where SHH was coming from. So it made it harder for them to fight off. We are going to be watching from the side of Kingsman Gaming that's going up against Sakudeng. Sakudeng now looking towards getting some of these shots here. Sakudeng on Team 8 as well as Kingsman Gaming on number 9 here. So will it be the Kingsman or will it be the Sakudeng?
Oh, yo, he's getting caught
in a
out.
little bit of trouble. He does throw out the grenade though. Will he be able to get out of this position? He is suppressed now. One grenade, one well-placed grenade coming in from Kingsman could be a big problem for members of Sakudeng.
Of course, Sakudeng is trying to fight for their lives. They've lost out in too many battles right now. Team number 8 just making sure that they could actually go ahead to help Yoshi out. But there's only one tree providing the cover. It's going to be King actually tapping all of them down. Miss Takadashi tries to return fire, but it's not enough to actually shred the armors of the likes of Riz King.
Makes Tadashi now looking towards getting some of the shots in for the side of Sakudeng. Sakudeng in a bit of trouble here as they're going to be holding it down. And it seems that Carol's M24 on his AKM now being able to take down those shots there. Kingsman Gaming looking to show where Virginia is.
Virginia? Okay.
I mean Kingsman.
Yeah.
Right? So
definitely rings a bell to me.
We do see Akmal Afi right now using the VSS, which I think is very criminally underrated here, as he's going to be taking some of these shots from far away, but won't be able to land them. Very, very unfortunate here. Mixed Tadashi as well as Akmal Afi are the only 2 members, but Tadashi, only a matter of time before he gets taken down.
That's the thing about the VSS. You have a really high bullet drop, and if you don't have any equipment over onto it, it's just going to be 10 bullets for you to tap. The damage isn't really as high as compared to the rest of the DMR or the sniper category. So it provides you with a scope. It provides you with a little bit of suppression and stability, but I don't know. It's really up to you on how you calculate the angles for the bullet to drop perfectly onto your enemies. And it seems like he has to bail out. The rest of the teams have already fallen. So, wise choice for the side of Muhammad Akmal Ali.
Muhammad Akmal Afi from the side of Skudeng now realizing the inavailability of defeat decides to hoof it out and minimize his losses as much as he can, and tries to think about the long-term game as he pushes into game number 5. Not a very good start for Sakudeng, however.
Well, I would say it's decent, but like maybe this wasn't really the best decision for the side of Sakudeng. Couple of honks coming through from the side of TXS. Meanwhile, oh, what?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
Boy goes down on the ground early on. Doesn't look
He
good.
didn't stop driving. What?
And X-Killer
Okay, I see it.
in a lot of trouble there. Now we're going to be watching from the side of Langar here, Afif, as well as Rose, Zozo, and Ray now looking towards getting some of these loots up here. Very unfortunate for him to get taken down the way he did.
Well, maybe he can blame Fredo for actually honking the car. So Langar took advantage of that situation, but it's all right. You can still play with 3 members. Not too much of a big deal. But looking at it, it seems like some of them actually call out for a couple of drops somewhere in the middle of the map. The circle, of course, will head towards the side of Milta. And also towards the northern side section of Yusnaya. So we see another eastern side of an ending. Do you have any predictions on that?
Well, I do have some predictions, but I don't want to spoil anything for anyone, so let us not try to predict too much. However, I do have some favorites that are going to win this tournament, but like I said also, I don't want to be giving out predictions. I want to give out as much room for speculation for the community to make as much as possible. The AUG A3 now going to be a nice little pickup here on the outside of Prison. So this is going to be very, very interesting on the
pressure as well.
Northwest side of Prison, if I'm not mistaken, is where it's going to be. So that is going to be interesting for a lot of these players, assuming that they are even pathing across that area.
Yeah, and of course from the rest of team number 2 here coming in from the campers, they're just trying to slowly adapt. They did see somebody calling out for the airdrop, and of course they will try to scout this one out eventually and see whether or not they could possibly get a couple of kills. But here comes Team Hype, who will claim this one for themselves.
Well, Hype right now having a better start compared to what they do. And ooh, look at this coming in from the side of Panda Crew. Bravo. They will be able to pick up the AWM as well as the AUG A3 with an 8 scope, which is going to help them with a lot of these long range shots. Oh, but we see that the Harty right now on the side of Hype taking a little bit of damage here as they are going to be shot out.
Seems like Team Hype, of course, still trying to chase on the board. Oh my! Red zone right on top of them. They have to save the UAZ, or else they will get blown to smithereens. Now, they're just going to rotate. Oh, okay. It's just going to park it right here. And what if it actually blows up?
Well, if it actually blows up, well, the thing is, it's going to be good for them because it's going to act as cover, but it's going to be bad because they won't be. They kind of deny themselves an exit for them to come out. So it's either they scale over the wall or they scale out through the windows. So even if these cars are destroyed, it's not going to be that much of an issue, even if someone decides to push them. But they are in the red zone, so that is going to be a little bit of a problem here in terms of pathing.
All right, let me ask you this. Would you rather be in the red zone or the blue zone? Because VIP right now, just running through barefooted over on the North Georgia. This is a problem when you drop into North Georgia pool because you will face this problem of not having enough vehicles to rotate. In good days, perhaps 1, even better days 2, but most of the time when I land on North Georgia Pole, I think the spawn rate for vehicles is just really low. But lucky enough for Agus, he managed to actually find a vehicle inside of the garage. So they have least to worry about.
Yeah, they have nothing to worry about here as we're going to be watching on the side of VIP. They are on the outside, so this is going to be quite a big journey for them to make, considering that they are coming in from the side of shooting range. Some of the teams are going to be coming in from shooting range as well. So this is, like I said, a problem here, mainly because that they have to spend quite a bit of resources when they come into the circle. So when you spend a lot of resources, the problem with that is, yes, I mean, you have enough utilities for you to survive the circle, but will that expenditure of resources actually benefit you when you don't have enough resources in the late game, when you're in the final stages of the circle.
Yeah, that is something that they actually have to think about. But looking into another airdrop right here, it's going to be a Groza with extended mag and all the level 3 goodies all packed inside of the bag. Of course, just waiting to be looted by some of these teams. Now, over on the side of Kingman's Gaming, I do think that they have definitely done really well. Here goes the members of VIP. They drove into the round territory. It seems like SHH will take advantage of this situation.
Kun Tao now coming in from the side of Sarawak Headhunters was able to take down one. VIP Sekuza takes out another. Bunny now goes for that spray on the AKM. Will decide to go for that revive, but has got to be careful that he doesn't get pushed out. So this is going to be a good spot. Oh no! Wadu gets ended, and it seems that the Sarawakian hopefuls of SHH, the Sarawak Headhunters, will be the second team to be eliminated for today. And it's going to be VIP that walks away. Not unscathed though, with one man down.
All of them are just bleeding out. It was such a horrible journey for VIP, but lucky enough for them, SSH final member fumbled all these shots and misses the target, and eventually they had to be taken out by the rest of the members right there. Mr. Steeler Mom, of course, going towards the side of farm. Won't be meeting any animals right now. It's all clear. It seems like rest of them still are 4-man and 4-man strong throughout the whole tournament, but they need to definitely improve on a couple of things. The accuracy when they go into the battle is another, but look at Team Hype. They have a pretty interesting chemistry throughout the whole fights that we see so far.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing here coming in from them. They are able to basically catch a lot of these members off. But like I said beforehand, Arov as well as Gank FTY are mainly holding the top of the position, not only because of their placements, but as well as their high volume of kills. So if Hype wants to make themselves hyped up and make themselves relevant in this situation, they need to step up their game, not only in terms of kills, but also in terms of placement.
Seems like one member from the side of Kingman's has already dropped out inside of the blue, but I hope that some members from the side of Kingman's could actually pick himself up. Here comes Carol, and he seems to be having a little bit of a rotation over on the side.
So just now we had a fight between Skudeng and Kingsman Gaming. So Akmal Afif right now is ahead, but we do see that members of Skudeng now are on his heels. They do communicate that he is inside that building, so this is going to be very interesting to see how members of Kingsman Gaming will actually end Akmal Afif's Skudeng run here as they're going to be pushing it out. Akmal Afif right now in a little bit of trouble. There goes the shots here. Carol M34 immediately decides to go in. The sprays are good, and Akmal Afif has been eliminated from this game. And the last hope of Skudeng trying to get into the top brackets have gone down in this game as he is eliminated. The third team to get eliminated for this evening in this particular game.
Well, I guess he managed to survive longer than he was expected to do so, because early in the battle, I feel like he possibly would have dropped out. Lucky enough, he did not continue to pursue the members of SHH when they were around. But of course, they managed to push through to the 14th position, which is not too shabby, I must say. And here comes RRQ.
Well, it wasn't too shabby. They're coming in from the side of SHH as well, but sadly to see that they had to be eliminated second, as well as Skudeng being followed up, being eliminated third. So as much as their efforts are valiant, as much as their efforts had a lot of skill, Contra is not going to deny the fact that they were eliminated. So we hope the best for them in the next game. Hopefully they'll be able to make a bigger splash. However, RRQ right now looking good and healthy in the early stages of the game.
And looks like this circle is still surrounding the areas of Mansion, so you see a lot of good drives coming in from RQ, Regalia, M1. Here comes a little bit of a tussle here, coming from VIP Heikel and the rest of the members over on the top side. Seems like they managed to get a couple of clips over onto Psycho Riot as they hide themselves into the vicinity. Two members are down. It seems like they want more blood. They're going to find a way to push towards the top side here as Dipnix actually jumps off of the roof and will be wiped away.
Oh my goodness. Arov has been eliminated at 13th place. This is going to be very interesting here. This might affect their entire placement and how they're going to be placed in the entire leaderboards. If they're not careful, they cannot afford to have games like this, especially when the finals are looming over them.
You can see the smiles on the face of Gang FTY, although they had nothing to do with that. There's a lot of sprays over on the side of Brada. One member down from the side of PC. And now there's going to be more fights here coming from Chafri as well. A couple of taps over on the side of Carol. And Carol will be brought down to the ground.
Panda Crew Senior showing up why they are senior as members are going down one by one. We do see Panda Crew Senior right now moving towards a good position. Kim VF right now looking towards getting that cover up and trying to go for that revive. The grenade lobs have been going down there onto the side.
Let it rain.
Kingsman Gaming goes one more down and another one as Shafri pushes it out and Kingsman Gaming have been eliminated.
That is a really great push coming in from some of these teams. And Panda Crew definitely put on a show-stopping performance. Oh my word. Shafri, he was just performing out of his mind. I thought that he would be taken out because he was running right in the open, and yet here we are. He only has a couple of damage done around his helmet, but everything is A-okay from the side of Panda Crew.
Everything seems A-okay here, but it's got to be careful as we're going to be working on the side of campus here. They might be fighting off against the X-Gaming squad, X-Killer squad, excuse me. And this could be a problem here. Mr. Steal Your Mom looking to steal not just your mom, but your heart as well.
And the chicken dinner.
Fredo gets one down with the Groza spray. This is going to be good here. One by one, they go down. Maha Tissue goes down. There's one more left. Fredo looking to bring it on and bring it all on the table.
TXS looking for the final member. There goes the Molly, and seems like he will be able to chunk down some of these health, and he is still trying to locate his territory right now. And looks like Tree Fix will be hiding inside of the roof, just waiting for him to exit.
Edrix right now in a little bit of trouble here. He is going to be holding on, as well as other members of X-Killer squad here, looking to hold on to this position. It doesn't look good for the side of Campus here. Campus has got to live up to their name right now. Edrix just trying to camp it out, take his time. Look at the situation that is available. Not much information can be used by Edrix, but all can be done here if members of X-Killer squad are not patient. They've got to be patient, they've got to be careful, and they've got to approach the situation with minimum amounts of loss. They've already lost one member. This is going to be very good here. Fredo now looking towards pushing it up.
Here comes the first floor.
All right, the first floor now being cleared out. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get caught out.
Oh, headshot!
Fredo, not even a single bit of damage, showing up today as Campers get eliminated by Fredo.
That was some insane smackdown, and of course, a beautiful lesson coming in from TXS. Fredo taking out not one, not two, three members straight away. And here you go, a classic coupon for you guys back at home. And if you'd like to claim it, make sure you do it real quick, as we see a lot more members from the side of Langar is going to be challenged by Gank Manparang.
Gank FTY right now, Manparang leading the shots here, throwing out the first to act to get the tempo onto the side of Langar. Langar now in a little bit of problems. RRQ not too far off on the northwest side, so this is going to be very interesting for the side of Gank FTY if they want to be contesting this or they want to be moving it out. Langar does have a little bit of, are not aware of where the exact positioning of Gank FTY is, so Gank could actually take advantage of the situation and try to shoot it down. The scoping coming in from the side of Geek here, one of the top scorers of the team, looking towards getting that peak mechanics down and out, as we can see already some of the shots coming in from Manparang, Jimboy, and Drax now, looking towards getting some of that defilade fire on to members of Langar, but they've got to be careful though. If Gank FTY decides to push, RRQ could be the second gatekeeper for the side of Langar and try to steal it all away from RRQ as well as Gank FTY.
And you can see that circle is slowly closing into the middle section of both Small Milita and Milita Power, as Jimboy has the upper hand with this really, really good bird's eye view on where some of these team members' locations are. Here are some of these teams that have been eliminated, and to our surprise, Arof actually dropped out so early into the game. This is Gang's moment to shine, as well as RRQ and everyone else who wants to take the top position right now. They gotta go all out on this. And look at the circle. This falling circle is covering a very good 30 to 40% water. So not much room to play with. As you can see, Gank going in for a couple taps.
I'm going to add on to that a little bit. Gank FTY knows that they're going to be hugging onto the coast, so there's not going to be anybody coming in from their right or from behind them. So this is going to be a very, very good position for Gank FTY, and they might actually use this position to secure themselves some late game chicken dinner potential here, provided that they don't get too greedy and provided that they don't get pushed out of their comfort zone. Brada right now in a little bit of trouble, as we can see other members coming in from the side of Mad Chicken is going to be pushing them out here, as members of Panda Crew Senior are taking in fire from other members of not only Mad Chicken, but they've also got to be very wary of X-Killer Squad now.
Oh, that shot from afar!
We've got ourselves one nice picture shot there coming in from the side of team number 10, which is the X-Killer Squad. They are going to be doing well. Panda Crew Senior now is going to be the next team to be eliminated. Archie and Ailey from the side of Mad Chicken pushing it out as much as he can, trying to get as much real estate as we can see. More and more people fighting it towards the coast. We do see Gank FTY slowly pushing it backwards here as VIP Squad now looking towards holding it out. Look at how spread out all of these teams are in this circle contra.
Oh my, Panda Crew Bravo actually bested some of these members from their seniors, of course. And over on the back, we see a flank coming in from Mad Chicken that destroyed their hopes. And over onto the smaller end of this mini-milita that I would call it, you can still see Team Texas also looking nearby. Oh no, seems like Hype Esports is also down for the count.
Hype Esports right now getting down and taken out for the count here. Not a very good spot for Hype Esports to be. However, it is definitely higher, and this is going to be very, very interesting to see how it's going to affect the entire leaderboards as we head into game number 6. However, that is just us thinking ahead. Now is the present. Let's talk about game 5 as we see that X-Killer Squad right now looking towards getting some of these shots off as best as they can. Fredo now down for the count, as well as Boy is going to be Hans X, as well as AG for the side of X-Killer Squad. We do see that VIP holding on to that position.
And it seems like we are still inside a circle, so it does favor the side of Gank FTY. Now, meanwhile, for the side of VIP, they are gatekeeping. They know that TXS is nearby, the X-Killer. They don't really have much place to run, and they have 1 minute and 30 seconds to decide what to do and where to go. Here comes VIP, also trying to approach the rest of Mad Chicken. So Mad Chicken is in the middle of everyone, and all these teams have to squeeze in. That's where Gank FTY possibly can actually pick up quite a number of kills, or they may also falter if they are not careful enough.
All right, so it seems that Psycho Riot will be the next team to get eliminated offside of the screen here, as off stream here, as we're going to be watching all these other teams pushing it out. VIP right now in a good position to actually get some spoiler shots here onto the side of Hansax, as well as AG from the side of the X-Killer Squad here, as they're going to be pushing it out. They have a car. Fruit Tails able to spot them out. There goes the shots coming in from VIP. They've got to be careful that TXX.
Oh, the dash was perfect. I gotta say, that was such a smart move. They know that there's a lot of teams right in front, and they are cutting across the left side of the circle. But this is a long drive we're talking about, so really risky run, and they might just bump into RQ.
RRQ right now, look at this. It's going to be Gank FTY now looking to get some of these shots onto Panda Crew Junior, Panda Crew Bravo. Panda Crew Bravo in a little bit of trouble here as Gank FTY looking towards getting some of those sprays onto Mad Chicken. Mad Chicken was able to get into some really good spots here. Gank FTY looking very comfortable holding on to this coast as they're going to be taking in some shots there. Erpranks gets taken down at about 200 meters here, and the shots coming in from the suppressed Mini 14 will ring across the air, but do not signify where he's shooting from, as we do see members are going to be shot down one by one. Fruit Tails, Etch and Ellie, as well as one more member now in trouble as Jim Boy looking to be the aggressor.
And over side of Jim Boy, he knows that Langar has been camping way too long, and they don't really want to approach someone who's already, and seems like there's more Kobe into the walls, and it will flank off into the wrong position. A couple of mollies coming in from the side as well. The circle is coming in. This will force Langar to exit from this warehouse.
Langar now in a bit of trouble here. They're going to be pushing it out, and it seems that there's going to be more and more action waiting for the side of RRQ, as Gank FTY might actually intercept them. Saz as well as Cool Daddy now in a little bit of trouble as Drax now shoots onto the fire. Joko now does the double turn, and will he be able to get it off? RRQ's Cool Daddy now trying to get into cover as quickly as possible. There goes the spray down from Saz, and he goes into a boom boom, explosion. Saz will be able to survive that as other members of RRQ now looking to push. There goes one, but Joko gets taken down as well. RRQ desperate to get it off, but Cool Daddy goes down as well. Gang FTY only losing one member down. But Panda Crew now gets taken down as well as RRQ. Oh my goodness gracious me. We do see that Gang FTY is here to gang your dreams.
Gang FTY actually deciphered all these movements coming in from RRQ and they dismantled them really perfectly. All 4 members of Gang FTY is still left intact and they are still the team to be challenged here as they are standing over on the top side of the hill. There is still Achin Ali and the rest of Matt Chicken looking really nearby on the patrol station. Meanwhile, Langar is still by the corners. This is your top 4 team. And where is the rest? There's one more member at here to end, where we'll have to find out much later on. But here comes Mamparang. Going for a tap, and that will be Ray getting taken out cold in the middle.
Afei from the side of Langar now gets taken down as well. It's got a lot of trouble here coming in. Rothschild 66 coming in from the side of Mad Chicken now looking towards getting some of those shots in. Gang now looking towards returning fire onto them, but they got to be careful as Achin Ali will be able to take down Geek. One of the top fraggers on the side of Geek. Gang FTY. There goes the Kobe onto the side of from the side of Gang FTY. We do see that Mad Chicken right now living up to their name, looking to be the Mad Chicken that they are, but you see that Rothschild taking a little bit of damage here. He goes for the blind fire. The grenades explode around him as we see Afif now gets taken down. Langa could be in a lot of trouble here as they are all eliminated from this game. We are down to 3 teams, 9 alive as the final circle rings true.
Down goes Geek.
In a lot of trouble. VIP Agus Riaz now reloads his Groza. Reloads his AUG with a beautiful spray. But it's not going to be enough as he's going to be pushing it out. Manparang and Jimboy now looking towards getting a better position as we do see FBI in a bit of trouble here. Oh my god, Manparang gets taken down!
Achin Ali with a really good catch there with a bird's eye view will take down Manparang all by himself. And somehow, all these members from Gang FTY slowly wither it down. And over on the top side, we still have Geek as well as Jimboy, so they don't really have to worry way too much. They can still play this one out. Looking at the circle, it does favor the side of Matt Chicken, and here comes more smoke coming in to save the life of Manparang.
It's going to be a 4v3, v2 situation here as we're going to be watching this out. There is going to be a lot of trouble here that is looming onto the side of Gang FTY. They do have some good positioning, but they've got to be careful that the side of VIP does not spoil it for them. As we see that it's going to be Matt Chicken going up against Gang FTY here. As we do see, VIP right now taking a little bit of fire here, coming in from the side of Mad Chicken. Mad Chicken and Gang FTY now might actually fight it off as VIP now looking towards getting some of those shots in. We do see Fruit Tails right now going for the side, but Fruit Tails gets taken down by Jimboy. Jimboy showing off his skill. Beautifully done and sighting him down. Achin Ali now in a little bit of trouble here as Jimboy goes for that heal. He will be able to go for it again. Fruit Tails will be revived here. Perfect time.
Here comes Jimboy.
Jimboy was able to turn it around onto Rothschild. Rothschild goes down for the count, and this is going to be a good spot for Jimboy to heal up as he does get other members of Gang up. VIPs, Agus Riaz now gets taken down. It's only Jumper left. This is bad. Gang FTY has the numbers in that pocket, and this could be game for Gang FTY.
They're still trying to get some of these members all back up to their feet. Now let's have a little bit of breather here. Some of these teams are slowly playing out as the circle shrinks deeper and deeper. This is the 8th circle we're talking about. Any sudden moves outside of the circle will immediately burden you true, as Jumper has boosted himself more than true the 100% mark as he's trying to get ready. And he's waiting for Gang to make a move alongside with the rest of these members. Beautiful nade into the walls, but not going to clip over onto any members of Mad Chicken. Mad Chicken has 3 people strong over on the left side. So does Gang FTY. This will make up 7, and that's a really good clip of the nade.
The nade's now being thrown onto Rothschild. Rothschild in a little bit of trouble here. Drax trying to mark onto Jumper here on the side of VIP. VIP is the only one team that they do not have full full information on, as well as Gank FTY looking to hold on to Mad Chicken. Mad Chicken does have 3 members, and they do have the same number of members onto Gank FTY, but will it be enough for them to find it out? Achin Ali right now gets taken down, but Jimboy as well gets taken down as well. He may be eliminated, but no threat will be able to get that exchange, and VIP squad has been eliminated. It's one team on one team, and it's Gank FTY!
Triple chicken dinner for Gank FTY. How is this possible that this team had that much consistency and they had it all planned out? It's as if they knew where the circle is going to end up, and they've been hanging around for more than 10 minutes from that position, and they just clipped onto teams after teams that came and challenged them. But none of them are able to match the power of Gank FTY.
Now, I'm just gonna say this: like, when you have a professional team backing, or at least professional work ethic as a professional team player, then I believe that you just cannot compete with all the other teams that do not have that same level of understanding or the same level of approach. So I do believe that some of the best stuff was just shown here from the side of Gank FTY. They knew what they were doing. They knew exactly how to do it. And it just seems like as though they had a very good idea of where all the other teams were.
Well, I guess it's really good leadership because coming from Man Parang, who has already played a lot of PUBG professionally back then, now he's actually implementing somewhat of the same sort of tactics and ideas coming in. But Mad Chicken possibly had the best run of for their personal run throughout the whole tournament, as they managed to clinch the 2nd spot in round 5. Now, I can't believe that we're down to one final round, but we got to talk more about round 5 on what just happened, because it was quite a fiesta at some part of the map. So we'll go straight into the highlights to check out further onto this.
Let's check it out. So as we're watching the highlights, let's talk a little bit about the game. Were there any particular, I think, takebacks coming in from that game? Because we did see Arof get eliminated very early on, and this could actually prove a lot of problems for them, mainly because that, I mean, placement points are really high, and they didn't exactly score a lot of kills before they were eliminated. So I feel that that's going to be a huge issue for them as we head into the later stages of tomorrow's matchup, and as well as latest matchup as well. It could be, how to say, one of those demotivating performances that could make or break a team. So
exactly,
to me, one of the predictions that I could put in here, coming in from the side of Arof, is that it's either this will make them better, it's make or break. It's either it makes them better, or it just makes them, how do a lot of the Malaysians say, koyak?
Yeah. I gotta say, sometimes it's all about decision making, and of all the teams that wiped them out, it was Psycho Killer. So Psycho Killer definitely should feel proud of themselves for pulling such a feat. And here's one of my favorite fights coming in from the Panda crew. Look at the perfect nade landing over onto M24. Oh my goodness. It was such a perfect lob, and it has to be calculated in the right angles and the right time, as well as Fredo's 1v3 situation.
Yeah, Fredo's 1v3 situation was really good. As we see it here, this was just beautiful. He peeked out just at the right moment where everyone was crossing the road. And that is the problem here for a lot of these teams. They do not practice that cover for cover system, right? I mean, you want to move for cover, you've got to make sure that the sidelines that you're going to be moving towards that cover has already been covered for. If not, if you get shot down, you won't be able to get the trade, which I feel that was lacking coming in for them. If they were able to basically put into their mind that, hey, I need you to cover this line of sight. If someone pops out and pops me down, you make sure to get the trade. So I think that's something that a lot of these teams need to practice on.
Exactly, and one of the key points here in one of the final fights was RRQ rushing towards Gank FTY was quite a big blunder, if you ask me, because RRQ usually don't make such a hasty decision to actually cut across from one corner to the other to actually challenge somebody right there. But Gank FTY, picking all the right fights, they know where should be the most optimum position to be in, and they cut across to looping towards the walls. They could be VIP members to actually clip them, but they managed to negate that, and eventually they fell by themselves. And these are the final moments of the fight that we're talking about in the top 3 situation.
I've always thought that sometimes it could just be one of those like damned if you do, damned if you don't situations. So that can always play a factor. Sometimes the circle is behind you and you're not able to basically make a concise decision based on the amount of time that you have. So, I mean, it's props to the team for making a very speedy decision. However, I felt that it could have been done in a lot better fashion and a lot more efficient fashion. Remember, not everything is effective decision making and not everything is efficient. So you need a good balance of both. Not everything effective is efficient, not everything efficient is effective. So we've got to always understand that in situations like this, it's always the faster thinker and always the person that's able to make that decision with minimum amount of losses that win. And it seems like Gank FTY just making all the best decisions throughout these past few games.
I do agree. They are always about 5 steps ahead of their enemies. But of course, congratulations to Gank FTY for their 3rd chicken dinner that they won today. And we'll pass it back to our favorite MC, Faraz.
Thank you so much, Contra and the Hound. That is correct. The 3rd chicken dinner right here. I'm standing with Jim Boy from Gang FTY. Give it up for him one more time, everybody. That's what I'm talking about. Got some of your friends over there. Now, Drax is over there as well. I want to ask you something about what happened at the last few moments over there. You were going against Mad Chicken. VIP was there as well. And you had 2 teams that you guys were going up against. But Mad Chicken was all in one place, in one house. They were, very close. But you guys were like standing far away from each other. Drax was standing outside. You and Men were actually, together. So how did you guys actually communicate over there? Because Drax actually, if I'm not mistaken, he took out one of the other guys. You guys were going for Mad Chicken. How did you guys communicate at that moment? Because there's so many things going on, right? It's quite hectic. How do you guys communicate?
Actually, we try to hold angle for the VIP that we already know that only 2 squad Mad Chicken and VIP. So we told the drag hold the angle VIP jumper so that we can control the Mad Chicken squad from the flank, from the right, right corner.
All right, that makes sense as well because you guys managed to do it very well. So I'm really excited about what you guys did. But I gotta ask one more time, this is your 3rd chicken dinner, right? And this is only the first day. How are you feeling right now? Because I asked this from Drax after the 2nd chicken dinner, right? How are you feeling right now after the 3rd chicken dinner?
I'm feeling so lucky today.
Of course you have to, right? Give it up one more time for Jim Boy from Gang FTY. Thank you so much, man. Now we're gonna be going for another short break. When we come back, it's gonna be another game. Guys, we have a lot going on down here at Sunway Velocity Mall. So if you guys want to come down here, come down tomorrow as well. We have a lot more action. See you guys soon.
Okay, saya 420 dari Panda Crew Bravo. Teammate saya ialah Ainoki, Denzo dan He-Hawks. Okay, usually kami selalu main sama-sama. Dan kami nampaklah tournament ada online. Kami cuba saja. Kami dah sangka juga boleh buat sampai begini. Yes, kami confident, kami boleh buat, kami akan cuba untuk jadi champion di KL nanti. Okay, my favorite gun to use is M4 because M4 is very nice to spray. Usually with 6x scope and 3x scope.
Runs out. I think he saw Naoki there, but no, he's gonna get taken down. He tries to go for the flag. He managed to take that one. Will he be able to clutch it? No! It will not be the case. It is going to be Panda Crew Bravo again.
Okay, berhati-hati dengan Panda Crew Bravo. Kita akan jumpa di final nanti. Okay, you guys did a good job. Well done everyone. Kita sudah buat yang terbaik untuk Panda Crew Sabah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages and players known and unknown from all over the world, welcome back to the PMNC 2018. This is the PUBG Mobile Malaysia National Championship 2018 Grand Finals, Day 1, coming to you live from Velocity Mall here in Cheras. I am the Hound, he is Contra. Before we get started, let us thank our sponsors Tencent, Vivo, and Yudu, because who does it better than you? So you've got to make sure that you come on down to Sunway Velocity Mall here in Cheras and enjoy the fun with us.
Of course, now it's kind of a little bit too late if you want to catch the final game. Of course, let's talk about the standings before we move into the very final game of today. Round 6 is coming in a bit, but let's have a look into the scoreboards to see how this one's gonna go.
It's been a very, very interesting scoreboard here, and it seems that Gank FTY will be able to catapult themselves ahead, and it's mainly because of Arov's very, very bad placement in that previous game. That doesn't mean that they're out of competition though. They are still relatively close behind to Gank FTY. So this is anyone's game for the top 5 here. But looking down from SHH Star, Mad Chicken, VIP Squad, Panda Crew Bravo, and Psycho Riot, they've got a bigger hill to climb.
And of course, when we talk about all these teams from the back, and it's not too bad for Panda Crew Bravo or Psycho Riot, as long as they are lurking around the 900 points mark. If they really want to chase in Miramar tomorrow, they better buckle up, because there's a lot of climbing and lots of hustling to do to actually beat some of these teams such as Gank FTY, Arov, Panda Crew Senior, who actually pushed their way to the third place. So it's really good to see them still holding on to the third position. Meanwhile, TXS just a couple of points behind Panda Crew Senior. So I think that a little bit more better games will definitely push themselves forward into that top 3 position.
Yes, that's going to be very interesting for a lot of these players here, as we're going to be looking at this scoreboard and realizing that this could be anyone's game. So we've got to give all of our energies to all of the teams that we are going to support. And we're going to be looking at the kill counts here thus far for the teams.
Exactly, and looking into the team kills thus far, I do believe that Gank FTY might be still leading the board, but instead it's going to be Arov still holding into the top position, because they still have the highest kill count throughout the whole tournament. But the average kills have already been set into the average kills of 7 kills per game. As the more games progresses, we can see this huge number kind of slow down in a little bit. This is where you can see momentum sort of shift, and like the stamina is running dry. Maybe they just really need a little bite of that chicken to push themselves in. And of course, Gank FTY on the 2nd spot, Panda Crew Senior on the 3rd place, and also X-Killer Squad over on the 4th position here, just with 25 kills in total. Now, over on the other half of the team kill ranking, it will be SH Star 24, sharing it with Psycho Riot, as well as VIP Squad on 22 kills, as well as Mad Chicken 21. Meanwhile, RQ Mai alongside with Panda Crew Bravo will make up the 9th and 10th place respectively.
Well, now looking at how this is going to go here, the only reason why Arov is ahead is because their average kills that has been rounded off. I mean, if I were to give it an exact number, it would be around 7.3 to 7.4 kills per game, and Gank FTY has about 6.8 or 6.9 kills per game. So that's the reason why the margin is still ahead for Arov, but mainly because that they were eliminated first in that early game. That was why that they have fallen apart. But in terms of average kills, they're still leading ahead, but the numbers and margins are getting smaller between them and Gank FTY. This is going to be a big fight here between Gank FTY as well as Arov, both of them looking towards holding on to the top tier. But we are not discounting any of the other teams, because all they need to do is just start racking in kills as well as positioning, and they will be able to climb up higher and higher. It just depends on whether or not they'll be able to eliminate Arov as well as Gank FTY first, in order for them to actually catapult themselves forward. Because if these teams get eliminated first, the amount of points that they accrue will not be higher, mainly because that they just don't have time. Then they're not on the map getting kills.
Exactly. I would say it's going to be even more interesting. Imagine in a situation where teams such as Gang FTY as well as ROF actually taken out really early, then other teams such as Panda Crew Senior will be able to push forward, and also RRQ and the rest of the squads such as SHH, which has done a phenomenal job getting kills after kills after kills. Matt Chicken also in that first round showed that even though in the early bouts in the first to third round they weren't really at the peak position, in the first game they definitely popped off into second spot.
All right, the PUBG Mobile, the PMNC guys now taking some videos, taking some pictures of all the lovely people and all the lovely participants here today. So it's always glad to have some lovely ladies pop up on the screen here. We do need a little bit of a little bit more of the fair agenda now coming into support, and it's always great to see more women in the community as well as participating as well. So we're really excited to see how much more potential is going to be shown here today as all these teams are getting ready. They are getting kitted out right now. Some of them looking a little bit restless. It's been a long day. I mean, 6 games.
Yeah.
It's been a very long day for a lot of these teams. And
speaking of that, have you had lunch yet?
I mean, no, I haven't actually, but I mean, that's beside the point. I mean, we don't need lunch.
We're going to get some really good dinner right after this, but of course, we want to focus on this.
Of course.
Really good game that's about to happen. So, speaking of that, you can see all eyes are still on the prize for all these players here. And I gotta say that this has been quite a crazy setup. This is the first time that we're having a PUBG mobile tournament, and what better way to kick things off with such a magnificent stage set for all the participating players that are playing here today.
Well, MET does have a very good organizing track record. I mean, they are one of the best organizers here in the region, so props off and hats off to them and the production crew for making sure that everything is tip-top and everything is on time. We do have nothing but love for them, and this is a testament towards their work here, the beautiful stage, the players all on standby, members of the community all ready to kick butt.
Exactly, and speaking of that, other than that, we want to go into some highlights of some of these teams that are playing here today, and we'll head towards the Sarawak region. So make sure you tune in to this video.
Setakat ni saya yang bagi command untuk sebarang pergerakan untuk ambil sesuatu lah, macam untuk move ke, untuk ambush dan sebagainya. Nama saya Safa. IGN saya SHH Bunny dan saya sebagai ketua pasukan lah dalam pasukan saya. Sebenarnya pada asalnya kami ni dalam satu clan Sarawak Headhunter. Dalam Sarawak Headhunter ni kami dibahagikan kepada beberapa tim. Salah satunya Sarawak Headhunter Star. Itu yang kami pendekkan nama jadi SHH Star. So leader kami iaitu SHH Toge, dia yang lantik untuk macam dia ambil macam saya, dia ambil Bunny, Karma, Kuntau, Ghost sebagai satu kumpulan sebab dia dah cadangkan ini jadikan satu kumpulan. So apa sebarang game yang berkaitan, SHH Star go, SHH Star masuk, macam tu.
Look at that Bunny going in after that, and Bunny will clean up everything with the AKM, but now he's going top. He's gonna find another one, not expecting someone to come in that direction.
Kita masa menyerang, kita ada ikut situasi. Kita tengok situasi tu, kalau kita perlu ambush, kita ambush. Kalau kita perlu camping, kita camping. Kalau kita perlu lari untuk circle, kita lari untuk circle. Bergantung pada situasi yang terjadi dan jarak kita dengan circle. Kalau andai kata ada orang kat rumah, kita rasa kita yakin untuk kita ambush, kita rush rumah tu. So kita carry on lah untuk rush.
But he's not gonna get the kill. He only got one shot land, but it's not much damage. But he's gonna go for more, and he will get the knock and also the kill. Easy peasy for Karma. Then Karma, you're gonna see another one on top. But all his friends is coming out at the doorstep as well. Smoke thrown, everybody go in, and Bunny will get another kill right here.
The first game ni kita tengok cara permainan setiap pasukan. Kita tengok cara permainan, rasanya next ni kita boleh agresif. So kita agresif lah, macam tu. Tapi kita kena ada perbincangan dengan anggota lain lah, dengan player lain. Kita kena tanya pendapat diorang. Adakah setuju? Setuju kita on, tak setuju tak payah on lah.
And there you have it, Team SHH Star. They are such a tactical team, and I just love how they're basically like a super team, handpicked by their leaders to actually represent themselves into PMNC. And they definitely took this stellar show to actually qualify into the Kuala Lumpur's Grand Finals.
Well, when we look at that kind of situation, right, we're going to understand that teams that just have a lot of synergy with one another tend to bring out the best of their potential. And I think that, I mean, I was in Sarawak a few months ago, I think it was in December, and I was able to meet a lot of the gaming communities that were there, and they have a very close-knit and very, how to say, conducive tone in how they actually develop themselves, which I think is really great, something that can be missing in certain parts of gaming communities here in Malaysia, which I feel that just needs to be improved on. And with this kind of players that show this kind of mentality, we're just going to understand that these guys take mobile gaming into a very serious, they take it as a very serious sport, and it's always great to see that just more and more of them not only challenging themselves, but thinking bigger than just what it is, what the meta is, and how it actually brings them better. So I'm really excited to see how the Sarawak Headhunters will be performing for this last game. But however, they're having
a lot of fun. Look at them on stage.
They're definitely having a lot of fun, and it just goes to show that that sense of Borneo relaxation that most people from Borneo are. They're just very relaxed and chill people, and nothing seems to faze them. However, phasing is one thing and looking to win is another. So we do wish that the Sarawakian community, as well as members from any part of the world or any part of Malaysia, show them their support and show them your support and give them your energy, because the Sarawak Headhunters are looking to win and bring pride to their lovely little region.
And of course, other than love for SHH Star, I do believe every single one of these teams deserve a little bit of loving. And of course, a teddy bear on top of the stage is kind of perfect for that as well. And looking at some of these teams, and make sure you guys show some love to Sakuding, Longar, Campers. They may not be always up on the top of the leaderboards, but of course, they definitely won our hearts. And we can see the pan just glowing in the middle of the center stage. And I wish we all can actually lay our hands onto that and crown ourselves as champions. But here we are as casters. We're just gonna see all of that unfold.
All right, we do have the best seat in the house, that's for sure. And we do have all kinds of stuff here for you guys to participate in. So if you guys are not a pro player or are not even that into esports, you can always learn and educate yourself by coming on down to this event here, coming to you live at Sunway Velocity Mall. Remember, this is day number 1. Day 2 is on the horizon and starts tomorrow in the morning. So make sure you come on down, get some pictures there. You'll be able to check out our lovely little props there. The tape is not actually part of the prop, but hey, you know?
Yeah, it's also a fake weaponry, so if you guys think it's actually any dangerous, it's a prop.
Yeah, it's definitely a prop, so hope that you guys do not get too alerted. Don't get too alert with seeing all these realistic looking replicas here. They are very clearly toy guns, so don't be shy to take some nice pictures with them, pose up with the cosplayers, or even take pictures with me and Contra, because we don't bite. Promise.
Yeah, and I wish I get a little bit of time to actually take some photos with the cosplayers, maybe right after this. And speaking of that, I think that we will slowly head into the game. I hope you guys are ready, because this will be a very final round of the day. And of course, we're gonna go into another video. If you guys haven't watched the legacy of Fredo, we're gonna go straight into the X Killer Squad's Fredo. Take it away.
Ya, saya berasa banggalah. Tak sangkalah dapat bermain dengan diorang, means Fredo, kan dia top player punya orang.
Saya rasa dia pendiam, tapi bila dalam in-game dia banyak cakap. So dia banyak share skill-skill dia dengan team apa semua.
Hello, nama saya Ahmad Puan Abir Razali ataupun IGN dikenali sebagai Fredo. Apa yang saya minat pasal PUBG Mobile ni adalah dia lebih realistik, gameplay dia lebih mantap, dia punya graphics better and gameplay lah. Saya paling minat gameplay daripada PUBG ni.
Being fired. There you go. Oh, one down. If they can get another one, there'll be 2 kills straight away. Can they get a kill? Scoped up.
Oh, they're getting sandwich right now.
And they did it. But at the same time, on team 2 on the other side, they know the location. Can they get the kill? Fredo gonna try to kill, but there are too much still in between him and the team as well. So they do have the location. Here comes the circle. At the same time, team 2, one knocked. Can they get a kill onto it? Not yet. SS is low. Major fake gonna go down as well. Fredo doing so much work right now. Team.
My name is Aji Eskiller. My in-game name saya TSS AG. Saya leader di Eskiller Squad dan saya sebagai leader saya conduct team Eskiller. Fredo dia selalu macam orang kata always busy lah. Lepas tu dia kalau tidur memang lama tidur. Memang susah nak bangun. Itu je lah saya rasa dia.
Fredo dia agresif tapi saya boleh follow dia punya steps. So sebab saya bahagian support kan. So saya kena follow dia lah, kena support dia. Tapi tak ada masalah bagi tim untuk follow dia punya gameplay.
Cara permainan dia bagus. Dia memang attacker punya orang. Jadi dia memang orang depan lah. Jadi dia pun pandai jaga diri lah. Jadi dia bukan sembarang punya player. Dia kalau main dia berfikir, dia pun ada strategi dia sendiri, dia ada skill dia sendiri.
Sebelum ni saya banyak main game-game FPS yang lain. Lepas tu saya tertarik dengan PUBG Mobile sebab saya minat PUBG PC at the first time. Lepas tu ada pula PUBG Mobile. So saya try PUBG Mobile and sampai sekarang melekat.
Yeah! Hey, terciduk cacing gaming guys. So guys, welcome to the stream gang. Kita chicken dinner guys.
Sebelum ni saya main game mobile lain as a professional player and then saya transition into PUBG. Perbezaannya banyak sebab game ni game tembak-tembak and banyak strategi lain yang perlu saya terokai lagi, perlu saya pelajari lagi. So, banyak lagi benda yang nak dipelajari. Kunci kejayaan saya, kena sentiasa berusaha. Jangan mudah putus asa bila kita hadapi cabaran, dugaan, halangan apa semua. Sentiasa hadap je semua benda tu. Dan never give up lah, don't give up.
It's great to see.
Nama saya Jasli and my in-game name is PC420. And peranan saya dalam Panda Crew Bravo ni ialah selaku kapten. Apa yang buat saya tertarik lah untuk join clan ni ialah sebab kami punya teamwork. Kami selalu berinteraksi. Okay, pandangan saya terhadap clan ni okey lah, dorang sangat bagus, teamwork ada, berinteraksi sama yang lain pun okey. Apa yang kami selalu buat ialah kami buat room, kami main lah beramai-ramai.
Side of Bushido once again. Aimi will be the next one on the chopping block. Double spray once again from Ainayoki. Only one member hack and it's going to be what to hack.
Kami ada WhatsApp group, Discord dan Facebook. Kami selalu berinteraksi melalui itulah WhatsApp semua.
Runs out. I think he saw Ainayoki there, but no, he's gonna get taken down. He tries to go for the flag. He managed to take that one. Will he be able to clutch it? No! It will not be the case. It is going to be Panda Crew Bravo again with the win and chicken dinner.
Kami pun mula-mula memang kami terkejut. Kami pun tidak sangka yang ada orang sokong dan minat dengan klan kami sampai begitu. Mungkin apa yang buat orang tertarik dengan klan kami kan kami punya teamwork, cara kami bermain lah. Terima kasih kerana menyokong Panda Crew Bravo dan Panda Crew. Oke, jangan lupa like page kami di Facebook yaitu Panda Crew.
And that was definitely Fredo's legacy as well as the Borneo legacy coming in from a lot of these players here. And I think the biggest thing that we can take from Fredo's legacy is definitely just don't give up. How was he saying it? Jangan putus asa.
Yeah,
is
and
what
always put in the hard work, just like the side of Panda Crew Bravo as well. Both of these guys definitely have really good characteristics for both teams.
Yeah, definitely. I do like the fact that for a lot of these teams, they have a lot of the same lessons. It's just being able to overcome adversity, being able to just work hard and just show how much you want it, and sooner or later it will all come into fruition. But I do believe also that sometimes a little bit of talent and luck also plays a big part into everything. So it's sometimes the amount of hard work definitely does play a big part in how you develop yourself, but also just being able to know, being able to realize that you're lucky just to be here, just to play video games and win a prize pool of 60,000 ringgit is just something to be proud of, definitely.
Yeah, I gotta say so, because who could actually tell their parents like, hey, mom, I win.
Look, Mom, I did something.
Chunk of 60,000 ringgit.
Yep. Well, Mom, here's something. As we can see already, lobby now being set up as the crowd and the fans now are patiently awaiting some PUBG mobile action here. We are going to be watching the final game of today, and it's going to be FPP, first-person perspective on Erangel. Tomorrow it's all going to be Miramar, so if you guys are a big fan of Erangel, never fret, because we do have some Miramar action, some sand dunes as well as long-range snipes coming to you live tomorrow from Sunway Velocity Mall. But before we get ahead of ourselves, today is the day we find out who will come up on top of the first day brackets here for the PMNC 2018 Grand Finals.
And of course, we see a lot of great faces here all on the crowd. And thank you so much for dropping by for the day. Tomorrow we'll also be here at Sunway Velocity Mall for all those games that you mentioned. And I can't wait to see who will come up top as the champion of the very first PMNC.
Yes, it's not going to be, it's definitely going to be something to look out for, and it's not going to be disappointing at all to watch some of the best Malaysian teams go up against one another to finally settle the score. Who is the best Malaysian PUBG mobile team here in this side of Malaysia? We are looking forward to seeing it. We do know that some people from Borneo, some people from Johor are actively getting behind that, mainly because of how much pride is at stake here. And I'm excited to see it, and I'm really excited to see how these supporters and how these players and all are just getting a little bit camera shy as well.
And it seems like I've received the green light to start the game of the very final round of PMNC PUBG Mobile Malaysia National Championship. We will go into our very final flight for the night, and it will be flying in from the northeast section towards Prima. So we will have a very well-balanced flight. Even if they want to go inside the military base, they can do so. If they want to cut across to South Jarnapol, it shouldn't be any worries at all, because everywhere is up for grabs in this flight.
We would like to thank our sponsors, Tencent, Vivo, and Yudu, for having us here today and bringing you guys this first ever National PUBG Mobile Esports event here in Malaysia, coming to you live from Sunway Velocity Mall. This is the final round of day number 1 of the PMNC Malaysia National Championship 2018 Grand Finals. Let's hear it up for our teams. As we're going to be heading in underway here, is going to be a very interesting spot. Some teams are going to be dropping onto Kameshki as well as Lipovka and as well as Yasnaya. So what do you think about this drop point here? We do see 2 teams actually going towards Sosnovka.
I think we will see a really early skirmish between some of these teams here, because all of them are really cluttered into the central zone. Speaking of that, here we go. Oh! That's a roadkill over onto Jimboy.
Ganks FTY Jimboy now looking towards being the aggressor here with that buggy, looking towards getting some of these kills onto the members of Panda Crew Bravo. Panda Crew Bravo now coming in. They might be in a little bit of trouble as Ganks Jimboy now looking towards getting them. The zigzags are coming real. Are we going to see a little bit of hit and run?
There we go.
There goes another one as Jimboy now looking towards getting some of them down and out for the count as fire is coming in from the side of Drax. They want to be able to get some of these shots. Drax being able to take down Denzo. Denzo now is down for the count. One member already out of the game here for the side of Panda Crew Bravo. Panda Crew Bravo now looking to hightail it out of there as we do see one member now goes belly down onto the ground. Hopefully he won't be spotted out.
He's still chasing after Ainaoki. This is going to look pretty bad. We saw some of these highlights and they will knock down Ainaoki. No crashes needed for this one.
Ainaoki now getting taken down. Doesn't look like a good start here for the side of Panda Crew Bravo. Panda Crew Bravo's 420 runs away faster than ever as other members of the side of Gank FTY looking towards getting aggressive. But they've got to be careful. There was a little bit of almost a collision there happening between Drax and Jimboy.
Now this is the real Langa crew that we're talking about here. Coming in from Gank FTY, the winners of that triple chicken dinner.
Triple chicken dinner could be a very interesting prospect for them as Gank FTY now looking towards making it a fourth as they are heading into a very good start of this final game of the day.
And of course, we're looking at Drax finally getting another Dacia for the rest of his teammates. So Mamparang as well as Geek can definitely hop on board instead of just relying on that one single buggy. And speaking of Jimboy, finally he gets time to actually do some looting and of course securing a lot of kills in the hands of Gank FTY. 60 points already with them, and of course I believe there's more to come.
There's definitely more to come here as we're going to be going on to Panda Crew Bravo here. Excuse me, Panda Crew Senior. They are going to be the senior team of Panda Crew and they're going to be dropping on Sosnovka military base.
Please. But let it end in military base. I want to see them actually fight it out in the bridge. This is going to be quite an insane fight because look at the rest of the teams here. They are all in the northern section. And everybody has got to make a run towards the southern side. It's not going to end well.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see how this is going to work here because they do have members of Ozu Gaming Crew who are nearby and hanging on to that bridge that is just across Novo Ramnoye. So that's going to be a bit of a problem if they decide to go out. But considering where the circle is, I don't think we're going to see much movement coming in from Sosnovka military base. This is where members of Panda Crew Senior as well as Mad Chicken have dropped, so you might see them just stay in one place for the entirety of the game.
Exactly, and we're looking into the campers here. Mr. Steal Your Mom.
Mr. Steal Your Mom now.
It's trying to steal your heart, but of course, only got that UMP. We'll be able to loot some couple of 5.56 bullets as well as some 9mm off the ground. Possibly we'll go in for a trade. It's got that M4 in hand as well. So Tridrix should have sufficient for battle, but not enough to actually sustain because everything is just level 1 gear for the time being.
Yeah, everything is level 1 and is very low at the moment. I'm very interested to see how this is going to be affecting their early game strategy here, whether or not they'll be taking some of these fights. But they do have some members with the M4, so that's going to be very interesting. OGC right now, Ozu Gaming Crew will be able to get
the airdrop.
That flare crate drop down here. So this is going to be very interesting to see how they are going to take advantage of this situation here. They are going to get kitted out very heavily, so we are going to be zooming very closely into it. It's going to be an AWM.
Oh my, look at that.
Well as a Groza. The yellow smoke now signifies that this is one of those supply drops that come from the flare gun. So that means just bigger, better loots in general and just more loot to be shared amongst the team. So this is going to be very good for OGC, a team that I feel have not gotten a very good start for the entire rounds today.
Yeah, the only good start they had was round 1 and the rest was kind of like a mess for the side of OGC. But what are the odds for you to actually get both the AWM as well as the Groza, two of the strongest guns in the game, and now lies in the hands of OGC. So they have all the firepower that they need. It's just that they need to find ways to actually hit into the very final circle of the game.
Now, I do understand that coming in from the side of from the side of Kingston Gaming. They did have a very interesting. Start in the past 2 games, but they did manage to get knocked down relatively in the middle of the pack. So they are looking towards cementing their place, not just in the middle of the pack, but as well try to climb higher to improve their chances for tomorrow. Remember, the scores do carry over to tomorrow. So whoever starts off and ends off high today in the leaderboards will definitely walk in tomorrow with a bit more morale compared to everyone else.
I totally agree with that. And looking at how things are going so far, Hans X managed to spot out one of the summon airdrops that they called out into possibly the side of Southern Gatka here. But of course, AG being the captain of the team, they have to slowly loot the water town. Looking into the side of Mr. Steeler Mama & Co. This is going to be the rest of Kingman's actually just not too far away.
Wait, campers, excuse me. So campers now.
Yeah, it's actually campers.
Yeah,
I got confused with the list of names on the side.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. But coming in from campers now, they are going to be getting that nice little loot that is going to help them. So this is going to be one of those things that is just going to improve their chances here, provided they're able to use it effectively. Because I've seen it time and time again, you know, even in pub games, you get really good loot and you're not able to use it to the best of your abilities, mainly because that, well, you spend your time dead. So that's something that they just want to be wary of. We do see that Kingston Gaming right now is going to be heading on to OGC, so OGC, Ozu Gaming Crew, should be very well aware that other members of Kings Gaming right now are pushing into the situation. So shots are being fired there.
Here comes other members of Kings.
I'm Ara, almost getting run over by one of the members there, but it will not be enough as he will be able to get away from it. Maz King right now in a little bit of trouble there from Kingston Gaming. The traces now coming off, but none will land. Some really good shots coming in, but sadly, none of them ring through.
Well, I guess they gotta work together because you can see that OGC members are all around. And it's just a buggy. We're not even talking about a UAZ. Okay, you can fairly say that it has a little bit of speed. He's dashing towards the left or the right. That's kind of usual, but they got to work on the aim for a little bit. Maybe that might just be the reason why they haven't really pushed through as far as the rest of the teams. Just my assumptions, not exactly all the way true, but we got to see how they're going to perform throughout this whole game, as well as Mirama tomorrow, where we will start with TPP first. Now, Indra's got that Groza, one of the highest recall guns out there, but it definitely packs a really strong punch. You can immediately blow out all that chunk of bullets of the clip. 40 clips and maximum, if you get the extended clip, you can definitely blow up a UAZ with that.
Yeah, you definitely can, and that's one of the things that I feel that a lot of these teams may have, and this is one of the reasons why PUBG can really tilt a lot of people. You get some nice loot, but it's all the way out in the water, so that can be something that can be very demotivating to a lot of players.
Common, isn't it?
I mean, it can be very demotivating to a lot of players, but like I said beforehand, I'm pretty sure a lot of the players have trained in the fact that, hey, you know, we've got to just work with what we don't have.
Yeah, and sometimes when you get all the way there, you just end up getting sniped by some of these teams from afar who's already eyed out for your movements out there. So Psycho, they are once again camping out in the side of Ferry Pier. Now, Ferry Pier is an interesting place to be because of the circle that actually surrounds the military base. So if there's anything at all, they'll be the first to know who has rotated in and who's still outside of the mainland, where it possibly might zoom in. But there is a slim chance where it could still end up in farm, it could end up in Pachinki. We'll never know. We'll just have to wait and see.
I mean, where it could actually end up is definitely something that a lot of players need to be very wary of. But at the same time as well, they need to be able to adapt towards these rapidly changing environments and rapidly changing situations, which I feel that a lot of these teams are doing pretty well at. But it's just that some of them may be a little bit slower than others, mainly because that they don't want to commit towards a strategy that they're not comfortable with. So I'm pretty interested to see how some of these teams show their adaptability and how they're able to play around such deficits.
Yeah, you can see Cy Hansen getting clipped off a little bit. alongside with Friedrich's 0-3. Here comes a flip. Oh my goodness. Okay. They're fine. They're totally fine.
Yeah, luckily enough, Sai Handsome was able to get away from it. They will be able to set up this gatekeep here, which I think is going to be good for them, mainly because that as members of ROF are going to be pushing it out, they don't have that much cover for them to work with. They only have the terrain to help them. So with the fact that campers do have a little bit more dynamic cover in terms of the angles that they cover, it's going to be very interesting to see how ROF is going to be placing out here. Because with a very, very disappointing game that ended with them getting eliminated very early.
Oh, look at that. Ooh. Couple of taps over the back. Oh my goodness! What happened?
Oh my goodness, that seems to be a bit of an accident there coming in from members of Hype there. It seems that Zero was happily spraying down the sides and he got hit by accident by another member of his own team. So that's definitely something that you don't want to happen in such a very high stakes game. 60,000 ringgit up for grabs here. It's going to be very interesting to see how that's going to be working out for a lot of these people. So I've said it time and time again, it really depends on how they want to actually position themselves and just being wary of where your team is at all times.
Look at RRQ, they're crossing over the bridge. Immediately swerves towards the left. Really smart move because Kingsmen are all camping it out, but they're swerving to the right once again. They're looking for a challenge. I think that they know somebody's right here, and they will move in with the ambush right now. Let's see what's going to go down in a couple of seconds to come.
RRQ right now looking to push towards members of Kingsman Gaming. Kingsman Gaming right now taking a little bit of fire here as Joko now looks to get some of these long-range shots with that Scar L. Will not be able to lock it down. Tries to go for the UMP instead. Will be able to go for the push. Looking forward to seeing how RRQ is going to be performing here with a very, very middle of the pack kind of approach. In these previous games, will they be able to make enough kills as well as placements to push themselves forward? As we do see Boyka from the side of Arof gets shot down by campers, Mr. Steal Your Mum.
From the side of Carol M24, he's been toilet camping for a little while. Of course, getting a little bit of challenge from RQ will mean that they have to move away. Here comes Arof, trying to regain their momentum into the top position once more. Takes down the house of Sai Handsome over on the back. Here comes a couple of smokes, causing a little bit of a destruction here. And before they go in for a more well-organized battle between both of these teams. Here comes a little bit of rotation. He wants to actually get a clip over onto Mahatishu. He's over on the ground. It seems like he misses him.
Oh! Mahatishu now in a lot of trouble as Red Eagle now will be able to go for the push, but Red Eagle now gets taken down as well. Mr. Steal Your Mom now goes for the single shots, but he gets taken down. Campers now out of the game, if I'm not mistaken.
Man, I just love watching Arof actually going in at work. Now, you see, two members are down, and they immediately get the help that they need. And VIP Heiko definitely put on the really stunning performance alongside with Boy to make sure that the rest of the team will not be able to actually challenge Arof in that situation.
Well, this is going to be very interesting to see how Arof is going to be putting themselves up against here. We do see the man of legacy right now, one of the few true kings of Mobile Legends, Fredo, looking to make a splash on the PUBG Mobile community.
Of course, now that he does have new team members alongside with him, we can see that he also is humble enough to actually take a lot of guidance and advice coming in from Captain AG, and they have pretty good support coming from the side of Boy as well as Hans X.
I mean, just to add on to that, I mean, you have to understand that Fredo comes from a very big organization and a big community. It just goes to show how to say, low key he is in terms of just, all right, I'm just here to play. I'm just here to be mechanically good at what I do. And I'm just okay with learning from you guys as well. So it's definitely something that creates this sense of humility behind that legacy that Fredo has established himself with. And I'm pretty excited to see how Fredo's future career in PUBG Mobile is going to develop even bigger and further.
It feels like every game that he touched actually gives him a lot of returns in that sense because of the skill that he has accumulated over the years of gaming multiple titles. He says that he's also very good in other FPS titles as well, whether it's on PC or mobile. But here comes Gank, rotating over to the top side. This looks pretty bad. And here comes the spray coming from S4Z. He does not get a catch over on anyone, but he has to go in for a reload.
Drax was able to take down Saz. Saz was still loading. Cloudy now taking down Drax in revenge here. But could it be enough as members of RRQ now getting taken down one by one? Cool Daddy goes down first. Cloudy now in a lot of trouble here. Joko in almost little health here. The first aid kit being go down as he goes belly down. Joko now being aimed down here. Nice peak mechanics being shown from the side of Joko. Joko still being shot down very
There goes
hard.
Manparang.
Manparang now taking down Saz. And Cloudy taking down Manparang as well. As we're going to be watching this, how this is going to go down. Joko now going to get taken. Joko now going to get fired upon by Jimboy. Jimboy now looking towards getting that movement done and out. Drax now, the only member down, and Jimboy gets taken down as well. This doesn't look good for Gang FTY. Gang FTY, two members now. The only hope is going to be on to Geek here. Geek now goes for the jump. Will he be able to go for the flank? No,
he takes down
one. He takes down Cloudy. Will he take down the other one? No, it will not. RRQ comes out on top.
And who would have thought Gang FTY, after 3 chicken dinners, they are down at 14th spot.
This is bad for Gang FTY here. They were able to secure their top spot, but it seems that top spot will not be up for grabs anymore as RRQ plays the spoilers to Gang FTY, but not too far behind is going to be Kingsman. The Kings now looking to establish their monarchy as they're going to be pushing it forward. The Kings looking towards getting it. Kingsman Gaming looking towards getting those shots onto RRQ. RRQ falling back down. They know for a fact that they're one man down. They need to heal up as quickly as possible if they want to fight against members of Kingsman Gaming.
Here comes Iz, catching over onto Yoko, but Yoko gets another knockdown. Oh my word!
Carol M24 now looking towards the push. Could it be a successful one here as Kingsman Gaming now trying to get that high ground, but the smoke is going to be blocking him. Oh, a blind spray into the smoke. Gets Cloudy down for the count here. Cool Daddy.
For a little bit of reload. He's got to make it count right now. Here comes Carol.
Carol M24 now trying to go for the push, but no!
What?
It will not! It's going to be Indra that ends Cool Daddy from across the map.
RRQ being taken out as well as Panda Crew Senior. What on earth is going on in this matchup? Because this is the final game and we see more teams getting a little bit more courage, and you can see that even Team Kingsman, they have been playing a little bit passively, but now they just go full on that aggression, and it paid well for them.
All right, as we're going to be seeing it here, we do have some really good line of sight here being established from the side of Ajax D, from the side of Ozu Gaming Crew. He is going to be scoping it out, will not be spotting anyone with this. So I'm excited to see how this is going to be panning out for the side of Kings Gaming. Kings Gaming now looking towards pushing into the circle as members of OGC now looking to move into a better position. But now Arov now coming into this contest a little bit more determined here. If they get a nice higher placement with more kills than Gank FTY, then this is going to be a problem for Gank.
Oh, definitely will be, because Arov looking to secure the top position once again, right after seeing Gang FTY getting in the 14th spot. I think that it's going to be easier for them to challenge and regain their top position right now, but OGC looking to actually stop them on their tracks. Didn't really actually do so when they had the chance, and the circle is actually moving towards the northern side of the Sanovska military base. So teams such as team number 10 and team number 13 definitely had that sort of an advantage. Seems like there's one more member over on the side of the beach, just slowly docking in. So there won't be much of a contest, but we want to see how OGC plays it out properly this time around. And here comes the Mad Chickens dashing right through.
All right, Mad Chickens right now looking towards moving into a better position, but take a little bit of damage with that initial collision. We do see that Panda Crew Senior is waiting in line with them, so this is going to be very interesting because they are going to be pathing towards Panda Crew Senior. It's only a matter of time before members of Mad Chicken will be able to spot them out. So if they get that advantage, will they be able to turn that advantage into some tangible kills?
Crashing right through. This looks pretty bad. as Fruitiles are just
Panda Crew now actually pushing onto members of Mad Chicken, so this is going to be interesting. But not too far behind as well, we're going to be seeing Psycho Riot.
Oh, a little bit of flip.
Moving into this position as well. They might actually fight out with members of Sakudeng. Sakudeng now hanging on to this big piece of land here.
Look at Yoshio. He does have the vantage point up on top of the radio towers right now. He's going in for a couple of flanked over onto Psycho unit over on the back. As you can see that they are slowly rotating across. I'm not too sure where the camera is going, but here comes Shakes picking up the rest of these members of Psycho Riot.
He has to be careful that it doesn't stay too long here, because Shakes is now under a little bit of pressure here coming in from the side of Skudeng. Skudeng now is getting some shots. Yoshio taking a little bit of damage there.
He's going to hide a long time. He can't jump down, and there's just so little space that he can work with. He can only strafe to the left, strafe to the right to actually snipe somebody all the way on top of the radio towers once again. And here comes VIP Heiko trying to catch over onto Yoshio once again. They need to rotate again because this circle does not favor them, and they got to move real quick. And that's a little bit of a bumpy ride coming in for Cheeks once again.
All right, a bit of a bumpy ride here. He does have a damaged vest. I think that would be in the best interest of him to switch it off whenever there is an opportunity. We do see that the Sarawak Hit Hunter is now SHH not too far off. They could actually spot out members coming in from the side of Psycho Riot here if they are not too careful.
Look at Langar, they're positioned at the corner of the military base, and that will be the end of Kingman's Gaming coming in at 11th spot. So we have our top 10 teams with us. Of course, one member down, which is going to be AT from the side of Psycho Riot. They are going to play this out with 3-man strong. I believe they can still do it, but here comes A-Rob getting caught out by the side of Langa members, but they will have a couple members just sliding through the hills. This doesn't look really good for themselves, but the tires have been popped for the side of A-Rob. They got to make a real quick dash before going in for a challenge.
All right, some of the shots here coming in. A-Rob right now gets taken down beautifully by XOXO's Langar. By Langar's XOXO, excuse me, with a beautiful 200-meter shot there onto Red Eagle. Not a very easy shot to make, especially on the mobile platform here. We do see Red Eagle now taking a little bit of damage from XOXO as he's going to be pushing it out. But he's got to be careful that other members of Panda Crew Senior are nearby, and this could be a big problem for him if he were to move out in the open.
Here comes Sheiks, taking a little peek. As you can see that his level 2 armor has already been destroyed up to 20% health left. And here comes VIP Benvi as well.
Sheiks taking a little bit of damage there coming in from VIP's Benvi. And Benvi right now looking towards getting some of that shots in, but it's not going to be enough as Sheiks will not be able to dodge those shots, and he gets taken down immediately.
And it seems like the circle does favor onto team number 11, which is A-Rof right now. They will hold into the compound for a long time. Meanwhile, from the side of Fredo, they heard all the shots and they want to join in the party. Over the right side, they also have team number 3. Team number 14 also looking around. As you can see, VIP squad still looking to push all the way right through inside of the sniper bunkers right there.
All right, inside sniper bunkers could be a very good opportunity for some of these guys to actually take advantage here, as we do see Fredo's team, the X-Killers game, the X-Killer squad now looking towards getting a nice little flanking round, but Psycho Riot now gets taken out of the count here as they are eliminated of this game. We have 9 teams with 32 players alive as we're going to be checking out the final few stages of this circle. Will it be...
Here comes the flank over on the TXS. Seems like OC wants a little piece of that TXS blood right there as Fredo goes head to head.
Fredo getting the kill.
Taken down.
Mysterious now looking to push, and there goes Jack D, and this could be a problem here as Fredo now looking to throw out some of the smokes. Boy in a little bit of trouble here, and he sees that one by one, OGC is going to go down. Boy manages to get taken down as well. Indra is still available as well as Imara, but Mysterious is down on the ground, knees to the ground. He's taking out his Groza right now, trying to get that good angle onto it, but we do see Team X-Killers now looking towards getting those shots down and out towards members of OGC. OGC struggling charging with the open field and trying their best to revive Mysterious. Can he revive him in time? He goes into the smoke pops. The push is coming in from the side of X-Killer Squad. He decides to go against it now. Oh my goodness gracious me, as we're going to be seeing it here, TXS looking towards spreading it out. OGC now looking towards getting it. I don't even know why they are going to be holding on to this, because now is the time to go into the circle. You want to go into the circle, and that is what TXS is doing. OGC right now still getting as much circle priority as they can, but is it enough though to get a proper position over TXS?
Well, I'm not too sure, but it seems like they have no choice. They can't really go in for a flank. They lose one member each side. And OGC looks like they also spot out VIP members. Meanwhile, from the side of Rothschild as well as VIP Heikel, they managed to take down a Chin Alio from the back. There goes some members from the side of Mad Chicken as TXS member will fall like fly.
Aura unleashes the blender. One by one, members of TXS come under fire. AG hiding behind the shack. Fredo goes down on his belly and heals up. But I'm Aura definitely feeling the momentum of that shot.
And right now, you can see the circle will close in another minute. They got to make a sprint, and looks like he wants blood once again. He's trying to spot out Fredo, but he's on the ground. It's really hard to locate him. Amara stepping into a really uncharted territory, but he clipped the back of Fredo. He hops into the smoke, but will still be taken down right there.
Ara taking it down. Fredo now taking a little bit of damage here. He throws out the frag right onto TXS. Will it be enough though? Handsax now in a bit of trouble here. Fredo finally goes down. AG takes a little bit of damage here. VIP Jumper taking down Fruitails. Handsax now in a lot of trouble as Ara sprays out with that 4X and the M416. He goes for the push, and it seems that OGC has awakened.
And it seems like OGC finally unleashing their potential. They are charging into the smokes, looking for more members of the side of TXS here. And he's hiding inside the side and will clip him off instead.
Handsax getting shot with his pass down. We see Ray coming in from Langar now going down. We see more and more of members of Langar getting Langar as they go down one by one. X-Ray now looking towards getting it out. XOXO returning those shots, taking a little bit of that circle. This could be bad for Langar. Langar now being gatekept from the side of Arov. Arov taking those single shots. One by one, members of Langar go down.
Look at AROV, the only one inside the circle. Meanwhile, everybody's just struggling by the corners as Langar will come in at 5th place. Here's your top 4 teams, and he spots out Yoshi. Oh no, Yoshi!
Arov with a beautiful, beautiful angle there, using as much line of sight that he can. Arov could be the potential to win this out and end this game today at the top of the leaderboard. 60,000 ringgit on the line, ladies and gentlemen. We've got ourselves a game.
From the side of the back, we still see Panda Crew slowly cutting across, just hugging by the corners of the circle. Meanwhile, Kim VF looking to scout all these other members from the side of AROV. This is going to be your top 2 teams. Will it be the side of Panda Crew Senior or AROV to take the cake? Because if Panda Crew Senior takes this game, they may also topple the likes of AROV and come in.
This could be very interesting here. Arov going up against Panda Crew Senior. Panda Crew Senior now looking towards it. Arov's boy taking one down. This is where the potential works out there. There goes another one. Boy single-handedly looking towards getting some of those shots. Palex now in a lot of trouble. There goes the first aid kit onto Boy.
Here goes the Molly.
And there goes the Molly. Is it going to be a Kobe? Boy manages to heal up in time.
Oh,
but
it's
takes
burning
too much damage.
Oh
no! This could be bad. And oh my god, Boy gets taken down. This is where it is all the difference. As Broda, as well as VF, now looking towards ending it. Boyka hiding under the car. He's hiding under the car. Will he be able to get found out? Members now looking towards holding it out. And this is the grenade that goes too far off.
Oh my goodness. He's just slowly lurking around. They don't have any clue at all. KC Brother still checking over and around the surroundings. Could this be a good position for him?
Oh my god!
He spots him out.
Boyka doesn't find out. This could be the end of Arov.
Going for a reload.
Oh!
That's the last shot.
Arov has been ended, but will it be enough to maintain him at the bottom of the leaderboards?
Panda Crew Senior once again taking the chicken dinner of the game. It could be either one of these teams taking the second chicken dinner, but it is Panda Crew Senior coming up strong with all 3 members, spraying them all down inside of the smokes, and finally spotting the last member, taking it out below the UAZ.
Wow, that was just an exciting game, Contra. Watching Panda Crew as well as members of Arov duke it out, but will it be enough to knock down Arov to the lower part of the bracket is yet to be seen. We did see that Gang FTY had a very disappointing final game, and this is going to haunt them until tomorrow. Or will they use it as a motivator to climb back up that leaderboard? We shall have to wait and see as this game develops. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for game number 6. We can't wait to come back tomorrow because it's going to be a super fun time. But let's give it out for the winners, and it's going to be Panda Crew Senior.
And of course, the plot right now taken, as we still need to tabulate the scores to find out who will top the leaderboards in round number 6. Now, of course, we also have highlights to bring to you guys of all the action in the game. And this is the moment where we see Gang FTY fell, but it was such a long skirmish against RRQ. And I didn't know how RRQ did it, but they definitely clutched and steal the show. Let's have a look.
Yeah, this was a very good show here coming in from the side of RRQ, was able to take down members of Gang FTY and RRQ. They did have a little bit of a disappointing run here for the PUBG Mobile National Championship. However, they have shown a lot of potential here, dropping some of the top tier teams with some really good shots. Joka right now immediately going down to the ground, belly down to the ground as he was able to take down. And I'm Ara now ruining the legacy of Fredo here, as Fredo's team was moving from cover to cover without much options for them to fire back. So this is definitely going to be very interesting to watch here as we see Fredo now gets taken down by I'm Ara. Very unfortunate. However, it's going
VIP
to be
as well. VIP was just trying to take as much extra points as they can. Really smart move.
A really smart move coming in from VIP, taking advantage of those situations. And I felt that a lot of these teams just showed up today, and they just showed the amount, just a maximum amount of potential that I feel that is just paramount towards developing really good esports here in Malaysia. A big shout outs to all the participants as well as the fans who were here to see members of the crew, members of the community like Fredo, like Hans and K, who was here today for the show match. You guys made it all possible.
Yeah, and of course, let's bring it back to the final moment here where we see the battle between Aerof as well as Panda Crew. They did the unthinkable because looking at how the circle was going, it seems like Aerof definitely had it in the back. They were rotating left, right, center, and they take out every single one of these teams all across. They have a high volume kills, but it was the side of Panda Crew to actually take out the names such as iBoy. Eventually, he gets caught out right there at this moment where Kim actually clipped him over to its really low health, and the circle was also slowly closing in. So Palix went in with a Kobe. He burned down and chunked out the health of Aerof members, and Xiao Boy, he just had to run for his life. And when that happens, he gets clipped out the moment that he leaves the rock.
This is very unfortunate for Boyka here, was able to hide underneath that car really well. And as you can see, members of Panda Crew now struggling to find him out. But we do have to give a big round of applause for Panda Crew Senior to upset members of Aerof with not only beautiful gameplay, but just a fantastic end game push. It wasn't in their odds, but they were able to turn it around in their favor. And Boyka, did he know the meaning of fear as he just stood there motionless, waiting for his inevitable end.
Yeah, and it was just quite unfortunate that he can't even pull off his guns. He can't even move a single muscle because he's just stuck underneath and just waiting for his demise. But good job nonetheless. It's good to see some of these top teams actually battle it out and put 100% effort in the game. So a round of applause to all of these teams who have participated today.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a great time to be a PUBG Mobile player, but of course, we are not just happy to the community, we're happy to our sponsors as well. Tencent, Vivo, and Yudu. You guys have made it so awesome because you guys do it better. You guys always do it better. So thank you guys very much for supporting esports as well as MET for just, again,
doing a really fantastic job with the production. Everything looks nice. The crowd, everybody just participating. It's really nice to actually get to see everybody this close and get to interact with everybody up close and personal. So we are excited to be casting this day, but this day has got to end. And we think, I think that's it from us, right?
Not exactly yet, but I do have a question for you.
Oh,
because,
please.
This will be my final day here tomorrow. Of course, another cast will coming in. But what are your thoughts coming into day 2? Because they're going to be playing in Miramar, the really lonely desert there, and it's going to be rough. It's not going to be easy for any of these teams. Do you think that there may just be a new challenger that actually arrives?
I think so. I mean, like, regardless of how far some of the teams have fallen out, I've always believed that the next day is just a bit fresh. I do believe that some of the teams on the lower part of the top 10 are going to have a bit of problems trying to gain relevancy with tomorrow. But then again, you know, a different map, different day, morality can be at a low, can actually affect some of the top scorers because the pressure's on them. The pressure's on them to maintain the top spot. However, for the lower tier teams, they don't have much pressure and they can play it with a little bit more fun. And who knows, maybe that might actually lead them towards winning.
Exactly, and I do look forward to actually watch all of the games tomorrow where we'll see, who knows, a lot of hot drop into Picado or Los Leones or anywhere in the part of Miramar that we see. Now, of course, before we wrap things all up, there's still a lot of things that we should cover on. Like, who do you think was the MVP for today?
Wow.
It's kind of hard to choose, but like, maybe in your heart, there's just one player that you always think in mind and who that player is.
I think Man Parang just showed up quite a bit. I mean, there was one player on Gang FTY's team, Jim Boy. I think his name came up on the kill feed quite a bit. I do like members of Arov as well as a team. It's hard for me to actually pinpoint the best player, mainly because that there's so many players and I don't actually put the guys that have the most kills or something at the top of the thing. Sometimes it's just a consistency across it. And Arov has been fairly consistent, and I can see the same for Gank FTY. But I think the biggest disappointment is just RRQ just not being able to just get themselves a little bit higher. Maybe Erangel is not that map. Maybe there could be some issues in communication. I don't know. But I'm looking forward to seeing them make a bigger splash tomorrow, which I feel that they're going to do. Gank FTY as well as Arov, there's a bit of a very close rivalry between these two teams, gunning for that top spot. But I think either one of these teams have the potential to win, and just good luck to all of you.
Exactly, and looking at how Panda Crew was performing, when I'm talking about Panda Crew, I'm talking about both of the Panda Crews.
Yes.
One from Sabah, I do believe, and another one from the West Coast.
Yes.
Of course. Now, both of these teams, there were even points where they were actually going head-to-head against each other, and they are actually comfortable with that.
Yeah.
And I think that they showed this top-tier professionalism. Even if they're from the same clan, it's every man for themselves.
Yeah.
It's my squad versus everyone else's squad, and that's what I was surprised to see when it came to this moment, because that was a solid display. Usually, you know, certain sister clans, they will like evade each other into the early game. They have some discussion, but that apparently wasn't the case.
Yeah, that definitely is the case, and I'm getting a case of some PUBG. Can't wait to play some PUBG when I go home. I don't know about you guys, but yet again, we would like to thank our sponsors, Tencent, Vivo, and Yudu, for making all of this possible. Thank you guys so much for showing your support and just being a part of the growth of esports. That's just something that we can all be a proud part of. And I'm really excited to see what more potential these teams are going to be bringing for us tomorrow. We can already see that some of these teams are already interacting with one another, just having some fun with one another, and we can already see some of them actually exchanging contacts with one another, which I think is just going to properly develop a competitive scene between one another today.
Exactly, and this is what helps grow the esports scene community. This is the backbone, the pillar, and everyone here definitely gave a really, really good support. And of course, hats off to you guys who are also watching from home. And of course, we're going to wrap things up. Not yet, but of course, real soon. But before that, do you have anything to say for anyone who's never ever participated in any PUBG tournaments before?
Get it started. Just start. That's the most important thing. Doesn't matter what your friends say. Doesn't matter what your parents or your members of your community say. Whether you're pro or not, just get it done. Just get it started because we need more people to participate. And there's no shame in walking away in the bottom of the ladder, as long as you guys compete, right?
Yeah.
And you want to get better because that's how you. I mean, the thing that I felt, as an athlete myself, is that winning teaches me a lot of things, but losing teaches me bigger lessons, right? So we hope that the biggest lesson goes to all of you guys who felt like you lost today, because to me, there were only winners, and the fact that you guys are here participating means that you guys are winners. Doesn't matter whether you have a medal, doesn't matter whether you have a trophy, you guys are still winners in my book, and make sure you guys keep supporting and keep participating, because if it's not for you guys, we wouldn't have a job. Ain't that right?
That is pretty much the truth, I would say. But of course, I do think that even for those who are in the lower bracket, they shouldn't feel way too bad, because this is, after all, the very first PUBG Mobile esports tournament that we have in Malaysia, happening at Sunway Velocity Mall. So I'm pretty sure there's way more coming up. So make sure if there's a chance, you guys do sign up. And if you guys are still living under the rock, hasn't downloaded PUBG Mobile,
do it now. Do it.
So of course, we will now bring you the score for round number 6.
Let's go check it out.
And to our surprise, A-Rob will be able to actually tie the scores with Gang FTY.
Oh my goodness gracious me. You know what this means, Contra? Tomorrow is just going to be balls to the wall, fist to fist, nail-biting action, right? Because Aerof and Gang FTY, they basically start off, level off with one another. I do like Panda Crew Senior is not too far behind. Interesting note is that Gang FTY as well as Panda Crew Senior were able to get more chicken dinners, but Aerof were able to maintain their top spot mainly because of kills.
The kills are kind of insane coming from Aerof, especially the previous round. They were playing from the top side of the hill, and this is where we saw all of this crazy kill cams and highlights coming in for Aerof. Of course, Gang FTY, we have to also factor in that they also dropped really early. Imagine if they were to go into the top 5, then it will be a different story. But of course, good job for Panda Crew coming out 3rd spot, TXS for 4th, LVIP squad. Moving into the 5th spot, we see a lot of ships in the middle of the pack. As you can see, our RQ also in the 6th place. Matt Chicken, Psycho Riot, SSH Star, Ozu Gaming Crew, and that makes up the top 10. And over on the bottom 9, don't be discouraged. There's still more games to be played, and we hope that tomorrow will be a great day for them to pop off in Miramar. Now also, we're gonna move into the team total kills for the day.
Let's take a look at the team kill ranking here. Aerof now still holding up with a total of 7 kills here per average game. And we do see that Gang FTY has dropped a little bit with the average kills, mainly because they were eliminated early on. So I think it would have increased a little bit more if they were able to stay a little bit relevant in that last game. However, they still have tomorrow to make up for it. Panda Crew Senior as well as Psycho Riot as well.
I love Psycho Riot. And it seems like Psycho Riot managed to actually climb all the way up towards the 4th place. We want to see more in that sense. But of course, that's all from the two of us. It has been a long day, and it's a pleasure casting for you guys. Thank you so much, and we'll pass it to our favorite MC. Fars, take it away.
Thank you so much, the Contra and also the Hound. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for casting those games. Now, I'm here with your winners of today. Give it up for Team Aerof! Guys, we just looked at the scores. And if you actually looked at it, Gang FTY has the same amount of scores, but you guys top with the kills, 43 total kills. Tell me what was in your mind when you started out today. Do you focus on finishing the game, or is it just kills? You don't care how long you last in the game? All right. He's a little bit shy. All right. Well, take your time. Don't look at him, okay?
Yeah, we are trying our best to finish the game as well. Like, we will, like, I'm a little shy.
Okay, all right. Maybe there's another person in your team who's willing to talk to me about this. How about you, my friend over here? You look shy as well. You're a little bit shy. It's all right. don't listen to your friends over there. Listen to me. What was your strategy? You go for the kills. I know you do that. But is chicken dinner also a priority, or no, it's just about the kills?
Actually, we didn't expect that we can win this game because we are still new. So we just play, kill, and kill.
That's the strategy, man. That's the strategy. So I just saw him actually touch the pan behind James. Can you just stand to the side? You were just touching the pan. Now, I know you want it really bad for your team, but that's only tomorrow, right? If you manage to get the highest score as well. But tomorrow we're playing in another map. We're playing in Miramar. Are you guys confident enough to play in that map? Tell me about what you expect to happen tomorrow.
No, I didn't expect that we can win because we got the other senior team like VIP, RRQ, Gang FTY, the most dangerous enemy right now.
Okay, I know you're stressed. But tell me, are you, okay, maybe you're not confident enough going up against them, but do you have any sort of strategy? What are you going to do tonight? Are you going to go back and sleep, or are you going to practice? No, okay, he just said sleep. All right, he just said sleep. They're still asking each other.
Later we go back and sleep. Tomorrow we will surrender.
Okay, I think they're just joking right now. These guys are just, happy enough that they won today. We'll wait for tomorrow to see what you guys can do. All right, thank you so much. Give it up one more time for Team Arrow, everybody. Now, I do want to say thank you to every single one of you guys who came down to Sunway Velocity Mall, and all of you guys watching at home as well. We're going to have a lot more matches. Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to have a lot more matches happening tomorrow as well, and we're going to be crowning the actual champions who are going to be taking home this pan right behind me, and also a share of that 60,000 ringgit prize pool. Of course, this is all thanks to Tencent Games, Vivo, Yudu, and Sunway Velocity Malls. My name is Faraz, and this is me signing out.
And here comes AROV. Warga spreading through all the bullets over on them and will burst down the vehicle. They're running over on the left side, going in for a better position for our flank. Here comes the rest of the members of AROV. Can they actually survive out as HG Kunta will be taken off as well? It's just Yumi over on the back. Not too sure if he's gonna be. They gotta make sure that they stay safe. That's gonna be VIP. Captain over Fredo. It's an explosion. Oh my! Captain Fredo is out of the game, and now TXX is bleeding out. Here comes Hype, and they are trying to bring down Game. Go for a rewind. Beautiful snipe coming from the M24, but does not hit over onto Wadu. He's getting onto the angles. And the
Oh!
Coming
What a
from
headshot!
Beautiful one as he clips out the armor, as well as the head where it's gonna go in for a second try here. Raining up in the air. Let's hear it. Will it be Gank? Will it be TXS? Seems like he's right in front of it. Oh my goodness. Drax getting played out as well as Cheek. Oh no. The circle is closing in and they spot a point and they will come in.
And that's it. Mamparang ends everything. Have to put them out.
Oh no. Close quarter combat coming in from Roger. But that will be a
drive-by.
The match generally flavor. Oh, but here we do have a bit of a fight here. We do have a bit of a chase as Jumper now gets taken down, and other members of VIP now in a lot of trouble. There goes Kim, and they are going to go down to the ground. Look at that beautiful spray is going to go down. And there are 3 teams left with 7 alive. Gang now getting those kills onto RRQ. Cool Daddy is a dead daddy, and Saz is the only one left. And there goes RRQ.
Oh no, here comes some members coming up over the top side. One member down, front side of Gang.
Another one.
That they have definitely done really well. Here goes the members of VIP. They drove into the round territory. It seems like SHH will take advantage of this situation.
Kun Tao now coming in from the side of Sarawak Headhunters was able to take down one. VIP Yakuza takes down another. Bunny now goes for that spray on the AKM. Will decide to go for that revive, but has got to be careful that he doesn't get pushed out. So this is going to be a good spot. Oh no! Oh! Wadu gets ended, and it seems that the Sarawak cover up and trying to go for that revive. The grenade lobs have been going down there onto the side
it rain.
of Kingsman Gaming. Kingsman Gaming goes one more down, and another one as Shafri pushes it out. And not just your mom, but your heart as well.
And the chicken dinner.
Fredos gets one down with the Groza spray. This is going to be good here. One by one, they go down. Maha Tissue goes down. There's one! Get into cover as quickly as possible. There goes the
burn it
spray coming in
down.
from Saz, and he goes into a boom explosion. Saz will be able to survive that as other members of RRQ now looking to push. There goes one, but Joko gets taken down as well. RRQ desperate to get it off, but Cool Daddy goes down as well. Gang FTY only losing one member down. By the crew now gets taken down as well.
Alio from the back. There goes some members from the side of Mad Chicken as TXS member will fall like fly.
Aura unleashes the blender. One by one, members of TXS come under fire. AG hiding behind the shack. Fredo goes down on his belly and heals up.
Stepping into a really uncharted territory, but he clips the back of Fredo. He comes into the smoke, but will still be taken down right there.
Aura taking it down. Fredo now taking a little bit of damage here. He throws out the frag right onto TXS. Will it be enough though? Handsack's now in a bit of trouble here. Fredo finally goes down. AG takes a little bit of damage here. VIP Jumper taking down Fruit Tail. Handsack's now in a lot of trouble as Aura sprays out with that 4X.
Takes this game. They may also topple the likes of A-Rob and come in.
This could be very interesting here. Arov going up against Panda Crucina. Panda Crucina now looking towards it. Arov's boy taking one down. This is where the potential works out there. There goes another one. Boy single-handedly looking towards getting some of those shots. Palex now in a lot of trouble. There goes the first aid kit onto Boy.
Here comes the Molly.
And there goes the Molly. Is it going to be a Kobe? Boy manages to heal up in time.
Oh,
but
it's
takes
burning
too much damage.
Oh,
no. This could be bad. And oh my god, Boy gets taken down. This is where it is all the difference as Broda as well as VF now looking towards ending it. Boyka hiding under the car. He's hiding under the car. Will he be able to get found out? Members now looking towards holding it out. And this is the grenade that goes too far off.
Oh my goodness. He's just slowly lurking around. They don't have any clue at all. KC Brother still checking over and around the surroundings. Could this be a good position for him?
Oh my god!
He's bottom out.
Boyka doesn't find out. This could be the end of our rope.
Going for a reload.
Oh!